Shit, I've got to start again. Hold on, I've done something not quite right. Uh,
So,
right, we are live. We are live on not the general election 2024. It says we're public. It says we're live, and we are. I'm just checking. Yeah, we've got viewers now, so we know we're live. We know we're live. Welcome, John and Jackie Walker. How are you doing, John?
I'm very good, Crispin. I'm glad it's almost all over.
And Jackie, how are you?
Oh, me too. I mean, God, it's been bloody awful, hasn't it?
All right. Well, we've obviously got a really chirpy evening ahead of us here. So it's going to be a long night. I'm going to be here till 5 a.m. John, you're going off for a quick snooze at what time are you going off?
About 10:30.
About 10:30. Right. 10:30? What? That's all right. Is that normal?
That's late for me. I'm usually before then and up at 4.
Oh, right. Well, and Jackie, you don't know what you're going to be doing. I think you're just going to see how we go.
I'm
I'm
going to
sure there's
stay up as long as I possibly can.
right. Right. So look, I've got some coffee and I'm going to keep going. So we've got people coming onto YouTube. And just so people know what we're going to be doing at 10 o'clock, the exit poll will be announced on BBC, and we will be showing that as it comes in. We'll then have some reaction from John and Jackie. I'm sure you'll both be ecstatic at the
Yeah.
exit poll. And also we've got Colin Hendry, who's going to be our John Curtis. How are you doing, Colin?
No, I'm fine, thanks, Crispin. Yeah, it's going to be a long night, as you say. Let's hope predictions are not borne out, and let's hope. Well, let's just hope.
Hope, right. Nice outfit. You got a nice back screen there, Colin. You put a lot of effort into that. So yeah, let's find out where we are on the exit poll. But what we're going to be doing on this show is concentrating a lot on the people who we've followed during the campaign, the independent candidates, the Workers' Party candidates, Tusk candidate, and they've been fantastic, standing up for the principles that we all believe in. Despite the fact the media haven't covered them, they've carried on all the way through till the end. I was in Birmingham earlier today and I saw Jodie McIntyre, and I also saw Ahmed Yaqub, and I'm pretty hopeful that something good will be happening there. It's very hard to predict, though, isn't it? What do you think, Jackie? Is that what you can't really tell with those independents how they're going to do, can you?
It's actually impossible, but I think what we should really remember is almost exactly what you said. This is just the start of the fight back. Whatever happens, wherever we are at this point, the fact that they've managed to actually put together these very strong campaigns against huge odds puts it at a very good starting position for what the struggle ahead against this Starmer government is going to be.
Yeah. And John, have you been campaigning at all this election?
I haven't. No. I've been busy meeting real people. This last few weeks, I've been touring coalfields, talking at numerous rallies, and just meeting, fellow strikers, the best people ever. So I've been very, very fortunate. I've been able to avoid most of the football. Yeah, and the election campaign has just gone past me. I've not been one bit interested.
Right. Okay. So maybe you weren't the best guest to come on to this show.
No, I've got my opinions on it.
All right. Okay. But like, you don't really care about it, is what you're saying.
Well, I think either way, we're all in the shit.
That's a nice way. That's a nice way of putting it.
Yeah.
Either way, we're all in the shit.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I think that.
The,
Should we
the
just end the show
greatest
there?
pleasure of the campaign was writing twat against the Labour candidate local, his name.
Do you know your picture's gone totally? Is that
Yeah, I
because
don't know what's happened. I'm
Oh,
back.
there you are. All right, okay. Well, I think
Yeah,
you had to say all those words in the dark because
Yeah,
they
yeah,
were so
we've had
they were
to
so
put the
dark
lights
that.
on, so I'm going to have to take a bank loan now.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, look, we got to have some humour, haven't we, during this time as well, Jackie?
Definitely, because I mean there are let's actually think about what's going to happen. We are going to see some Tories, some really prized specimens going down tonight. And if I'm not staying up for anything else, I'm staying up to see them go down. But I also think we might have a few surprises as well. Who knows?
Well, you know, what's your take? Would you rather let's put you on the spot here? Would you rather have a Sunak majority or a Starmer majority, John?
Do I have to choose? Yeah, I mean, well, I suppose you might as well have real Tories as the artificial Tories. But either way, nothing changes. I mean, that's the thing I think that we've got to get out about so-called power and so-called parliamentary democracy. That we're just, rearranging chairs on Titanic. Either way, nothing's going to change for working class people. And you've got two cheeks at same arse, as George Galloway puts it, with Keir Starmer as the big glowing hemorrhoid in the middle.
Well, now, before we go into that, I just want to say.
I thought I'd lower tone a little bit.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Well, we're going. Well, I don't know if I should say this now. I was going to thank people who've done films for our coverage of the election. But this is nothing to do with hemorrhoids or anything like that. They're all two cheeks or anything. Nidal Atrash, Mike Smith, Liam Scully, Gaz Heffernan, and Carlos Soto have all been pivotal to getting our coverage out where we've filmed the candidates. I just want to thank them all for their help on all of that. And also, I believe I don't really like asking for money, but I think you can actually donate to the broadcast in YouTube. I think there's a facility there. I've seen it used once or twice, but I'm not one of these people who's going to keep nagging about it because I can't stand those lot. They're normally on other channels like Navarre Media. Anyway, what I want to do is say there's only 5 minutes to go till the result, and we've got a couple of good guests coming in later. I'm just going to tease you with one of them. He's Asa Winstanley. How you doing, Asa?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you, Crispin?
Are you looking forward to finding out who the hemorrhoid is tonight?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's nice to see you all anyway.
And we're going to talk to you after the exit poll, Asa. There's a story that you've released this last week that's pretty shocking, and I think it should be on more mainstream media, but obviously that's not the way it goes. But we'll be talking about that after 10 o'clock. and also we'll be talking about the results with Colin. So we'll catch you later. We'll be back with you in a bit, Asa. But first, we're going to see this exit poll at the BBC are going to announce shortly. Hold your breath. It's not on quite yet, but while we're there, have you got any nice songs you'd like to sing, Jackie?
No, I haven't actually, or no, I haven't. But I'm just actually watching the clock go down myself. There's 3 minutes, and what they're doing is that they're showing these awful kind of pap
No,
pictures.
don't tell people. They'll all go off and watch it now.
No. Of the couples together, that kind of crap. You'll actually get a much better show here, because we'll actually be telling you about the most important bits of this election and not the pap manipulated bit of the election.
Yeah, and imagine watching the results on your own, and just seeing the bias, because the thing is, the coverage all the way through has been so biased, hasn't it? They haven't talked about Gaza at all. They haven't allowed that, and also the Labour Party MPs have avoided all the hustings as well. So it's just been nothing like we hoped.
It's been appalling, and what that is an indication of is, again, the kind of downward slide of what they laughingly call democracy, because they kind of complain about people stopping them in the street and asking them questions, and then they've been told not to actually go to hustings. And I don't know if you saw, there was a report yesterday from Michael Crick that they'd also told all their candidates not to talk to any journalists anyway, at all, in any way tonight, until the results are out. So much for free speech, and so much for the workings of democracy.
Well, you know what? The countdown to the exit poll, the BBC are doing it as a sort of 1 minute and a bit to go. So can I just, in this last minute, can we all sing Kumbaya, My Lord, together?
No, let's sing We're All Gonna Die.
We've got 1 minute before the fight start on the left, about whatever it is. So I'm enjoying this 1 minute of peace. The last minute. Oh my word. John, should I put it on now? I'll put it on now. You can watch the countdown, the excitement of it. Here we go. I need to go to
Line politics with Reform UK, and Kirsty Wark is watching the battle in Scotland.
I'm here in Glasgow, where we're expecting a night of high drama, with politicians using the results in Scotland to argue for or against independence. I'll be joined by the country's senior politicians, advisors and commentators to react to the big stories right through the night.
Ready for an avalanche of information and reaction, our political editor, Chris Mason, is with us here in the studio.
So, we're seconds away from 10 o'clock and the exit poll. A first night might unfold. More than 20,000 people took part on behalf of the BBC, ITV News and Sky in this first July election since 1945. 326 seats are needed to win. So, here we go.
And as Big Ben strikes 10, the exit poll is predicting a Labour landslide.
Sir Keir Starmer will become Prime Minister with a majority of around 170 seats.
The exit poll predicts that Labour will have captured 410 seats, adding 209. It suggests the Conservatives will have lost 241 MPs, landing on 131.
And to the other numbers, the Liberal Democrats up 53 on 61 seats, Reform on 13 seats. The SNP down 38 seats, according to this exit poll, on 10. Plaid Cymru are on 4, they're up 2, and the Greens are up 1 on 2.
All the...
Well, there we go. who wants to start there? John.
Well, it's what's been expected, and if anybody is daft enough to think that Labour have secured this, then it's the Tories that have lost it. And I'm not downhearted, because the class struggle goes on, irrespective of who's allegedly in power. And I think that Jackie made a point earlier about this is only the beginning. You know, some markers have been put down by some great independents and Workers' Party people, and things like that. And that's something to build on. That you know, nothing's instant in this game. And I've always said we have to forget about electoral politics, and you know, rebuilding the streets and communities.
Right, I think we'd be good to bring on Colin here, because you're the number cruncher, Colin. What's your take on this?
Oh,
Yeah, it's as predicted in the in the polls earlier on. What it means is that the Tories in their territory, they've lost majorities that they had in 2019. They've lost majorities of kind of 15, 20,000. So this is more than just a change in you know, in the tectonic plates. I mean, basically the Tory vote seems to have collapsed. We won't know that until we look at individual constituencies. But if it's anything like the by-elections, the Labour vote stayed roughly the same. The Tory vote has collapsed. I'll need to do a bit more work on the result that's just come through, but from first glance, it's looking like Tory majorities of 15 to 20,000 have been lost.
Wow, the Tories have. I mean, it looks to me like the Tories have totally bombed in an unbelievable way, and Labour have picked it up with nothing, no policies, nothing. Jackie, what do you want to say?
well, actually, it's more interesting. I think it's a bit more interesting that, because I'm also watching what's happening, and what they're showing is this thing called others at 19. Now, what is others? So that's an interesting one. They're also showing reform at 13. And I think that's the one that we should all be worried about, because that's an indication of where the trouble is going to be coming from and where the pressure is going to be coming from. And I was actually expecting Labour to do better than that. Now, I'm not a pollster, so I'm not the one who's going to talk about this, but I mean, at the high water, they were kind of predicting 450, but I don't understand what is going on with the other. Maybe that was a mistake, but they flashed it up twice, so I have no idea what is going on.
Isn't that the Ulster parties? I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that might well be so. But even so,
Okay,
I think the shocker is the 13 for reform, actually.
right.
And that is
Look,
going to be trouble for Labour.
Yeah, I've just got Andrew Feinstein has just come on the calls. I'm just going to bring him on. Andrew, are you there?
Hi.
Have you seen the exit poll, Andrew?
No.
It says Labour's got 410, Tories 131. What's your take on that?
I suppose it's not too surprising. People wanted a change of government. If you looked at why people are voting for Labour, 95% of them are voting for Labour to oppose the Tories, rather than for anything that Labour stands for. I think what it means for us is that we're going to have another right-wing government in place. It's going to have a huge majority in Parliament, but that means that the politics of struggle outside Parliament simply become more important. And I think we've seen in many of the independent campaigns, and I think we've seen in Holborn and St. Pancras, where I'm sitting outside a polling station that obviously closed a few minutes ago, we've seen such an enthusiasm and such an energy from people. How that converts electorally, we obviously don't know yet. But the reality of the situation is that it is this energy, it's this enthusiasm for real change that we now need to channel into building a huge mass grassroots democratic movement in this country that takes on the political structures and political power. We always knew that this election was the sort of playground of the ruling elite. And all of the independents were at huge disadvantages. You know, in our constituency, for instance, we've been allowed to spend a total of £17,500. The Labour Party has probably spent millions on this election.
Yeah.
In addition to which, we have had all sorts of disadvantages thrust upon us. You can't do this. You can't do that. Even our free post, which is one of the few advantages that we have, because every candidate gets one mail out to every voter in the area. We found masses of our free post leaflets had just been dumped and not put into people's post boxes and things like that. So, you know, we face disadvantages at every moment. But in spite of that, huge numbers of people have come out, because huge numbers of people in this community don't want Keir Starmer as our next prime minister. They don't want the Tories or Labour in government. But our electoral system doesn't give us a choice. But the enthusiasm, the energy, the quality of the independent candidates, the progressive independent candidates we've seen around the country has been such that it should give us great hope, great momentum, and great energy for the struggle that lies ahead, that from tomorrow goes on to the next chapter, which is the chapter of mass-based democratic struggle that takes on and changes our political structures and the way our politics function in this country. Because really, if Sunak and Starmer had a choice, they would have had this election without any of us involved at all, not just independents, but ordinary people who actually don't like their identical offering of permanent austerity, forever wars, and the climate degradation and socioeconomic suffering that comes with it. So what we've done in this election is we've raised the profile of issues that they didn't want in this election. Issues like Gaza, issues like the cost of living crisis, issues like the corruption of our political system. And now it's up to us to organize in a way that is welcoming to the vast, vast majority of people in Britain, who, as soon as they realize that a Labour government is going to be virtually no different to a Tory government, that rather than them run into the arms of people like Nigel Farage, we give them a welcoming, broad church, progressive alternative. And that's what we're going to do.
Well, look, it's good to hear from you. Thank you so much for coming on. I mean, you've been running around a lot in the last few weeks. You must be glad that's over, but we have to start again, so it's going to be even more tiring. But your results at 4 or something, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe at around 4 o'clock we'll hear our results. And I hope that the energy and enthusiasm that we've seen on the streets of Holborn and St. Pancras today transforms electorally into a good result that gives people in the seat of Keir Starmer. But also, if I may, Crispin, and of course I almost called you Andrew again, if I may, just to thank you for what you've done during this election, what you've done in keeping a focus on progressive candidates, of calling out those who are pretending to be anti-Labour candidates, but are nothing of the sort. It's been really important. And I think other thing.
It's
really-
appalling. It's appalling. We'll have to talk. We'll be having a fight about that soon. But we're just kind of getting over the result now. So that we'll get onto that later on in the night, I'm sure.
Good stuff.
Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you, Andrew. Catch up with you later. Cheers. Cheers. Now I'm going to bring on Asa, who's been waiting as well. I mean, Asa, you probably expected that to happen, did you?
Yeah, yeah, as expected, really. The 19, as was said, is mostly the, as you said, is mostly the Ulster parties, the Sinn Féin and the rest. But that's 18 seats, so I would imagine the one other is George Galloway.
Oh right, okay.
So,
Well, Asa, what I wanted to know about with your was your story that you printed this week in Electronic Intifada. I'll just show us a screenshot of it. Israeli spy still working for Labour during UK election campaign. I mean, the Gaza issue hasn't been. I mean, Andrew said it had been raised a lot by the independents, but it hasn't been taken up. And then this story about this Israeli spy. I mean, how far do you think the Labour Party has been captured by Israel as well as the fact that this guy is using undercover surveillance on everyone?
how far? Completely, I would say, in my view. Like, I think that Labour government, as seems highly likely to happen now, unless there's some sort of spectacular shocker in the middle of the night. The Labour government that's likely to follow now is going to be even more pro-Israel than the Tory government, in my view. I think it's going to be more emphatically so, because the Tories were weak, and then if this exit poll pans out, as they usually do, more or less, it's going to be quite a strong government. And so, they are going to feel empowered to support Israel even more. Well, they're going to feel empowered on all levels. This is not a good sign at all. This story. I mean, and this story now as well, it also takes on extra significance because we're talking about somebody who's working, this Israeli spy or former Israeli spy, if there's such a thing as a former spy, is working essentially in the office of the man who's almost certainly going to be the next prime minister.
And what do you think? The response? Do you think that Starmer will be? We've heard in the election campaign all this sort of thing about he's calling for a ceasefire and he never said this and he never said that. Do you think he's just going to change his bet back, or do you think he'll move at all towards what he's pretending to be saying?
I think that what we're going to see is more lying, really. I mean, and more thuggery, essential political thuggery. Like the lying is going to become really institutionalized. Like even with this story. So I mean, I guess I should just sort of explain the basics of it. Before I do that, I guess I should say the Labour Party tried to stop it from happening, and then they tried to put out they threatened us with legal action when we approached them for comment, and that seemed to be a blanket thing that they were doing because to journalists, Steve over at the Squawk Box as well did a story about Jeremy Corbyn's Labour opponent as well, and got a very similarly worded legal threat as we did. And we both published, didn't stop us, of course, but it makes you wonder, like, mainstream journalists who aren't quite as combative as us, let's say, how many threats went out that we haven't heard about. And I think that's kind of a sign of things to come, and that this kind of political thuggery is going to be institutionalized at the highest level.
I mean, the legal threats is something I've received as well from the Labour Party. I mean, if they take that into government, it's a pretty scary place to be. A journalist, for example. I mean, he wanted to extradite Assange, didn't he? It's lucky that Assange has already been released, because he probably wouldn't have.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think on the bright, I mean, everything I've said so far is pretty depressing. But then, we often deal in with depressing realities. But I mean, on the bright side, Keir Starmer is personally, if polling is to be believed, incredibly unpopular. And I think that is to be believed, because he has no charisma, he has no policies, and he's already a proven liar even before getting into government. He's built his entire political career as a liar. That's how he got into the position he's in now, is just by lying and pulling the wool over people's eyes within the Labour Party. And I think we're just going to see people. We saw. I mean, I not to blow my own trumpet, but I never trusted him. But I think there was people in the Labour Party there were some people in the Labour Party who did give him a chance and who became disillusioned. And I think we're going to see that on a kind of grand scale in terms of the country now. He seems likely to be elected.
Right. Now, I'm just thinking about the time. There's a few people coming on. Asa, I really appreciate you coming on. And I hope we can keep up with you.
Well, can I just say a quick word about the article? Yeah. So the article is about Asaf Kaplan. So Asaf Kaplan is a former spy with Israeli military intelligence who works for the Labour Party. I was the journalist who wrote the story back in January 2021. And this story is that I managed to find out and confirm that he is still working in Labour Party's head office. And so he, is almost certainly worked on this election campaign. And he also expanded his operation outside the Labour Party. So, this is what Loki calls the trilateral security state of Britain, the United States, and America, all working together against the people.
Right. Yeah. Well, we've got a lot to contend with. Thank you for making it even more miserable.
That's what I do.
Well done. No, I mean.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
No, we've got to know the truth, and your fantastic work is really helpful and brave as well. I mean, we you've had threats and you keep going on. We need more people like you.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot to be optimistic about. I think people are going to be very disillusioned very quickly with Keir Starmer. We're going to quickly end up very sooner than we can imagine with an incredibly unpopular right-wing Labour government, and it's up to us to capitalise on that.
Okay, so right, thank you, Asa, thank you.
Just put the Jan film and then put Ian on. I'll turn his album. Is he on?
Right, our next guest is Ian Hodson. How you doing, Ian?
All right, Crispin, how's yourself, mate?
Not bad. I'm just trying to work out who's on when and stuff like that. But sorry to keep you. Look, I know you're an early to sleep because you've got to get up early tomorrow, haven't you? Or something?
Mate, yeah. I've got a meeting. I've got to be in Birmingham for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So I've got to set off early. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, look, I just wanted to talk about some positive stuff about the campaign. Which is, you introduced me to Jan Cunliffe in Wigan. I'm just going to play a short clip of Jan.
My name's Jan Cunliffe and I'm standing as the independent candidate in the general election in Wigan. I think the mood of the town right now is that they have had enough of Labour. I think the idea for the community assembly was because I came across Assemble and I contacted them and I like what they had to say.
So our job here today is to talk about the things that really matter to us.
It felt that this was a movement that I needed to be part of. So, and it sort of fits in with all my own ideals and how I feel. And I think how everybody in Wigan feels. I didn't know what to expect today, and even if I was thinking it was going to be great, I didn't think it was going to be this great. Honestly. And I'm just, and you've made me even more proud to be from Wigan than I was already. And so we had some really positive things about Wigan, but we also had some really intelligent conversations about why we are in this place right now and why we need to move forward. So it was really important to hear people be political. People who said at the beginning, I'm not very political, and then they became incredibly political because they were talking about themselves and their own communities, which, you know, communities are political, it's just that we don't give ourselves that label. People of Wigan should vote for me on the 4th of July because I actually care about them. I care about all the things that have disappeared in Wigan right now. And it's not just Wigan, it's the whole of the nation. And I've got this dream that, you know, Wigan can be the champions and we can start a new progressive movement. By voting independent, it's the people's choice, and the people will say what they want, and I will represent them in Parliament, not represent big business, not represent foreign countries who are telling this country what to do. I will represent the people of Wigan and nobody else. You can never have enough volunteers, seriously. And I know some people think that they want to volunteer, but they're too afraid to sort of turn up and say that they're going to do it. But yeah, if anyone wants to volunteer, no matter where you're from, give me a call. Get in touch, yeah, definitely. The more we have, the better. And if I'm not voted in this time and things don't go the way that people in Wigan want it to go, which I don't think it will, there'll be another general election one day and I'll still be here, but I'll be making groundwork and meeting people and finding out what they want. If we do it here, we can do it across the country. We can be the first and we can be the best. The people of Wigan deserve better. I'm not saying that I'm the best, I'm saying that they are the best, and because they are the best and they work hard, they deserve something back in return, and at the moment no one is fighting for that for them. They give and they give and they give and they get nothing back in return, and they need someone in Westminster to argue that if you're going to take people's labour, you have to give them something back in return, whether that's wages, the NHS, dentists, transport, you know, bringing all our private services back into public ownership so that we profit from our own services, so that money stays in this town, stays in this country and is delivered back to the people. So yeah, that's what I want. That's what I think people in this town want. And I think right now I'm probably the only candidate that is understanding that, believing that, and is offering them that.
Oh, Ian, I mean, Jan Cunliffe is a breath of fresh air. When you see all the politicians in Westminster with their, what John calls the pointy shoes and the shiny suits and all that, we're waiting obviously for her result later on. What's your view on these independent candidates? Because a lot of them were really impressive, and it just shows how inadequate our political class is, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, firstly, I mean, one of the concerns that I had in the last couple of years was the fact that who do you vote for? I mean, like when we went through the council elections the other year, I mean, I got a choice of between the Tories or the Labour Party. I mean, that's not democracy. I mean, so I was really concerned that when we came into the general election, that people would just not have anybody to vote for, so they would opt out. And the fear of that is they probably wouldn't opt back in. So I think one of the most important things, first off, was to see so many people putting themselves forward to put those arguments, you know, back on the agenda. I know we didn't get any, you know, national media coverage, but locally we got some decent coverage. And obviously, you know, you going around the country has put some of those arguments out there, which was really, really important. And I was really pleased to see Jan stand. I mean, it was a last minute thing, as it turned out. We didn't know that when she was making decisions to stand, because obviously we wasn't aware that, obviously otherwise we'd put a bet on it, that Sunak was going to call the general election so quickly. We were planning on, you know, around about November for a general election. So we got you know, hit in Wigan a little bit early, but I thought, you know, the way that she conducted herself, the way that she put herself across to people in the town, the arguments that she made about the changes that their lives need, along with, you know, so many others across the country, was so important. And I think, you know, I think Andrew touched on it. I think Jan touched on it. You know, these are stepping stones. You know, we know that for many a year, you know, we've been tied to a political party that we believed would represent our interests and our class. You know, we've got so many trade unions still affiliated to it. The amount of money they receive from the labouring classes is huge. But I think what we're going to witness over the next 5 years of this Labour government is going to horrify people, because, you know, Starmer's basic politics are very closely resembling that of Macron, which has enabled, you know, the far right to gain hold. And if it's right that the Reform Party is going to end up with 15 seats, you know, that's a huge shake-up in our political system. We've never had, you know, a fascist party elected in the UK. You know, this will be the first time we've had fascists sitting in Parliament.
God, that's a bit depressing what you're saying there.
Well, I shouldn't say. I don't think it's depressing.
You can't really colour it any other way. But the thing that is of interest, obviously, to everyone is about the trade union link. I mean, how long will these trade unions continue to be affiliated to Labour if Starmer starts a kind of neoliberal austerity agenda? I mean, will they ever give up on it? I mean, there seem to be people who will never give up on Labour, whatever they do.
Well, I mean, first off, austerity is not going to end. I mean, the Tories did a budget earlier this year with a £19 billion black hole in it. And the Labour Party committed to the spending cuts of that black hole. And people might not realise that's 3/4 of the amount of money that David Cameron actually cut under full-blown austerity. So we've got a Labour Party that's committed to 19 billion cuts in public services. Obviously, they're protecting the NHS, they're protecting education, and they're protecting the police force. But all of the rest of the stuff that we need, they're not going to protect. Now, I have a lot of conversations with trade unionists, you know, in positions like on the executives of different trade unions. And a lot of them was, you know, keeping motions off their agenda at conference by using the first 100 days of an elected Labour government, that the Labour government was committed in its first 100 days to the introduction of, you know, changes, this New Deal for workers, and that, you know, we should wait and see what happens in those first 100 days. But there was a lot of moves at those trade union conferences, and that was the buy-off to keep the trade union membership quiet, the delegates at conference quiet, the activists quiet, that Labour will deliver this New Deal for workers. My problem is I don't believe they will. You know, I'm just involved in setting up a new 0 hours campaign because we don't believe they're going to outlaw 0 hours. They might do some, but they're not going to do them in the way that we want to see them. They're talking about a £12 an hour living wage for care workers. Yet in 2019, Starmer stood on our picket line calling for McDonald's workers to be paid £15. But now he thinks care workers, some, you know, who look after some of the most vulnerable people in society, are only worth 12 quid. I mean, to me, that is not going to answer, you know, the aspirations of a working class that's suffered, you know, in the last 14 years. And this is where I think it's so critical that we see this step by, you know, the socialists, you know, the Tusk candidates, the Workers' Party candidates, the Green Growth, because they did get those arguments out there, the independent socialists, all those people who've stood up as, you know, they're going to get, you know, probably a couple of million votes, probably right across the country. Obviously not in one place, but, you know, they're going to pull in a couple of million votes across the country. That's an army of change that can put the politics that we want to see back on the agenda. So
Right.
you know, I'm glad to see the back of the Tories. I really, really am. I'm just sorry that they're being replaced by red Tories and people that are funded by the same people, that are backed by the same media, you know, that are beholden to the same establishment order that the Tories are, you know.
Yeah.
But I believe we've got a movement, an opportunity to build a mass movement, you know,
Okay.
like this country's never seen before.
Well, look, I'd love to hear more of you, Ian, but I'm just aware that I've got to move on. I keep being told I've got other people
Well done,
to
Alan.
speak to.
Well done,
There's
Crispin.
so many people want to talk on here. It's great to see you, and it's good to see you in Wigan up there. And I did have one of those pie in a roll things. That's
You
why
can't
I've
beat
put
him,
on all
can
this
you, mate?
weight. That's why the weight's gone on. All right. Okay. Thank you.
yourself,
Thank
pal.
you, Ian.
See you all.
Now we're going to move on to Ben Sellers, who's up in the northeast. How you doing, Ben?
Hi there.
Hi there. Oh, is it my turn? It's like, is it my turn now? I've got to cheer everyone up after this. What I'd like to talk to you about is the Luke Akehurst situation to start with. I mean, I'll just play this video because I went up to North Durham. It's a short version. Let's find out where Luke Akehurst is and if anyone knows who he is. Excuse me, have you seen this man? We've come up from the south to find out if anyone knows who this man is. Have you seen him anywhere?
I haven't known.
Do you know who he is?
No.
Come up from the south to find out if anyone knows who this guy is. Have you seen him?
Never before, no.
So you haven't seen him. He's been going into lots of different pubs
Yes.
to eat their food and look like he's one of the locals.
All right. No, sorry if I know who he is, I would have. No, I haven't seen him round here. Sorry.
Do you know who this man is?
I haven't got a clue, love, and I'm not really interested.
Do you know who he is? Have you seen him? Have you seen him? I mean, have you been around town? Huh? Who is he? Have you seen this guy? Have you seen this man?
Never seen him. Yes.
Never seen him. He's standing to be the MP in North Durham. He likes going to local pubs and eating.
He certainly does. Likes his chips as well, doesn't he?
All right. Oh, this guy. Hi, I'm just come up from the south to find out if anyone around here knows. Have you seen this guy? Do you know who he is?
No, can't. It looks a bit like a snooker player.
He looks like a what?
He looks a bit like that snooker player.
A snooker player? Which one?
Just look at him.
So he.
Somebody's kidnapped him.
Someone's kidnapped him.
Yeah, it's the Labour one, isn't he?
Yeah.
The new Labour one.
What do you think about?
Not a lot.
Right. Now, Ben, have you seen Luke Akehurst anywhere?
I've not seen him. No, nobody's seen him. I mean, it's very strange because he's filled his Twitter feed with a load of photographs, but nobody's even seen him take these photographs or been in the streets where these, been canvassing in the streets. So I think probably what he's been doing is doing the absolute bare minimum of knocking on a couple of doors and then taking a photograph and then off again. It's always the same people, pretty much, different combinations of the same people doing these photographs.
Yeah, I've seen some of them. I mean, it's bizarre that the fact that he sort of thinks he can get away with this, and he hasn't been to any hustings. He comes from miles away. I have to ask you, because you are a proud man of Durham, County Durham. Is Labour going to win whatever the candidate? Is that the mentality there? I mean, it seems bizarre that someone might win who's from so far away, who doesn't do any hustings, doesn't bother to agree to talk to anyone. What's your take on this sort of vote for Labour, whatever?
Well, I mean, there is that loyalty, and I definitely think that I think the most likely outcome is that he's going to win. I think the interesting thing will be to see what kind of majority he has, because he really should be on a very big majority, considering that he started from a decent base already, and also the Tory vote. Obviously, the Tories were the main challengers last time round in 2019, and pushed them quite hard. Actually, pushed Kevin Jones quite hard, but their vote has completely collapsed. So all things being equal, he should have been on a very big majority. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen, because what we've kind of been the unknowable in that situation is how much of there's been leaflets going around. There's been a lot of social media. You've probably seen all that, the Stop Akehurst campaign and all of that. We don't know really how much of that has got down to sort of people in the pubs, in neighborhoods, and on the states and things. Anecdotally, people are talking about it. People are saying, we don't want this person. I mean, particularly the fact that he's been parachuted. That's the big deal. I think some of the stuff around Israel and Gaza is a little bit more it's a bit more difficult to explain, and not everybody's necessarily got a grip on that, but they do understand this idea that this guy's come from Oxford, has absolutely no links whatsoever to the constituency, and has been being gifted the seat basically for services rendered to Starmer.
Yeah, it's really depressing that can happen. But I mean, the time. I mean, I have to say the timing of this election seems so weird. Why Sunak would choose this time? He was going to get a thumping. I just think. Can you work out why? I mean, this isn't to do with Durham, but why did he call an election? He's bound to get defeated in a heavy way.
Yeah, I mean, I think it certainly took me by surprise, quite a few people by surprise, and I think in some ways there may have been a sense in which let's get it over with and rebuild the Tory party. I think that they knew that they were on a hiding, maybe not as much of a hiding as this, but I think that they thought if they could get it out of the way and then they can rebuild. I mean, but it's utterly crushed, isn't it? The Tory party. I mean, I think I would be surprised if there isn't more splits and people drifting off to reform and so on. I mean, the other thing, the sort of we don't know yet how many MPs reform are going to have, but if there's 13, 15, 16 or whatever, that is as already been said, that's a huge chunk, and it's a resettling really of the British political landscape, isn't it? To have a far right party like that with a really substantial group in Parliament, but also a Tory party that's in crisis and lurching to the right. So
yeah, it's a pretty depressing state there. But I do think Starmer's been gifted a massive majority by Sunak by not him sort of giving up before he could even fight, and it's not about Labour doing particularly well. We'll probably find that out as the results come in, that it's not actually Labour picking up votes; it's just the Tories losing votes, I guess. But thank you so much for coming on, Ben, and I hope Luke is unseated. But it's probably wishful thinking again. Thank you.
Let's hope.
Right, so I'm just going to talk. We've got another candidate who's coming in to talk, but before that, I'd just like to ask. Colin's got a point to make about the reason why the Tories have done, Labour's done so well. I mean,
yeah, it's just now had a chance to look at some of the data. What I've done is to compare the number of seats that are predicted to be won in this exit poll with the majorities that the Tories had last time. So the idea is if there was a surge in support for Labour, then what we would see is basically something different in the Labour Party than happened with the Lib Dems. And what I've seen looking at the data is that the Tories have lost getting on for about 20,000 majorities to Labour. if there was a surge, it would only be Labour where you saw that. But what you're also seeing with the Lib Dems, remember they've gained about 50 seats. So, you know, they've done well. They've picked up Tory majorities of around 20,000 as well. So the idea is, you know, this seems to be, we'll know when the results come out, but it seems to be that the Tory vote has just collapsed. And then, you know, other parties have
so nothing really about Labour doing particularly well. We'll probably hear more from you on that. I'm aware we've got another candidate in the House, as they say. I'm just going to quickly bring Tanushka Mara on, who's down there in Hove.
Oh,
hello, Tanushka. Can you hear me? Wow.
Was that good enough?
You don't seem at all deflated by any exit polls.
I don't think we'd have done this if we were going to be worried about, you know, the details. Exactly.
Right, and I mean, what looks so good about you there is that you've built a nucleus for future campaigns.
Yes. We said that I've gone with a load of noisy buggers, guys. Say that again.
You've got a nucleus for future campaigns. Lots of people have joined your campaign, so you'll be ready for another one.
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess that is. You can't waste all this incredible talent and energy and coordination, can you? It would be, you know, it would be silly to not continue. And yeah, it is going to continue. It has to. It's the beginning.
Yeah, I mean that's part of it, is keeping the spirit going, regardless of what other people are doing, and just keeping fighting and being in company and camaraderie with others.
100%, and coordinating all the campaign groups that we've worked with through People's Assembly, or through, you know, the whole thing was to create a sort of umbrella campaign group, and that's what I'm hoping will eventually be, you know, whatever it becomes. But that's the idea, is to bring all the different campaigns together and right. Just keep it going. I mean, I've had a gin and tonic, so I'm not good at the long sentences now. I might just answer your questions and stop.
Well, let me ask you a question before you go. I just want to know, when's your result coming?
It comes in at 4:30 in the morning.
Oh my God, 4:30! You would never thought 4:30. Why is everyone so late? All right, okay. Well, look, I'll still be here. I'll still be here at 4:30.
I'm still happy to chat. I just can't do, you know, very long sentences. But you know,
well, I'd like to know how you sound at 4:30. How will you sound at 4:30?
I won't sound up to much at all at 4:30. Yeah, I don't think. Right. But no, it has been an extraordinary campaign. And that for me is the finale. It's the campaign being a success and just being a really joyful, mobilized, inclusive, vibrant, addictive movement. And that for me is the success of all of this. The vote for me is just, I'm not that interested in that bit as much as I'm interested in how we all work together and how we spread the word, you know. It was just to be part of a practice of spreading the word of hope, and also of exposing what's going on, and all those conversations on the doors and on street corners, not just us spreading like some kind of missionaries, but actually how we learn from those conversations. I've got the education of a lifetime on the doorsteps talking to people. I'm a different person and a much more educated person from that experience. So I think we all are. So that's what an election offers you.
It was good to come down there and see that people. Lovely, you've got a lovely team with you. Say hello to Libby from me, and we'll hopefully catch up with you at 4:30. Yeah, you'll still be there at 4:30. We'll come back to you then.
do. And thank you for your support and exposure and camaraderie. It really, really helped us. Because as you know, we started absolutely nothing. And, you know, just people with platforms using them to help and support us really made a difference.
Yeah, well, thank you for what you did as well, and for standing and having the guts. And you had some horrible experiences with people like, well, your office was attacked, and people were attacked as well. So we can maybe talk about that another time. But at the moment, thank you so much, and keep having gin and tonics, and let's see what you like at 4 o'clock. Right. I'm going to move on to Steve Walker from Squawk Box, who's been waiting patiently. I don't know if he's are you oh yeah, you've got to be quiet, that's it, because you've got family in, you've got to keep quiet. He's got to be quiet. Steve Walker, you can't say anything. Talk really quietly, Steve. Can I hear you at all? Oh no, you're muted. No, I can't hear you. I can't actually hear you at all. That's not working. It's not working. You're Britney
How's
Spears.
that? Any better?
That's better. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, just whisper a bit, right? Now, look, the reason I wanted you to come on, a major reason I wanted you to come on, other than to talk about the depression of this result, is this story from the constituency that you know, Jeremy Corbyn's constituency, where he's standing as an independent against this Labour candidate, Parthul Nargand. And it says, this is a Squawk Box story this week. Labour makes legal threat in bid to stop scrutiny of Nargand's finances and declarations. We were talking to Asa Winstanley earlier about a legal threat he'd had from the Labour Party about the Israeli spy working for them still. This doesn't look good about Labour being so kind of legalistic and threatening. I mean, if they're in government, I mean, what are you? Is Squawk Box in trouble?
Well, they've tried before. I won't say lovely, but John Mann, Lord Mann, as he is now, he had to go through by commissioning King's College, I think it was in London, to write a paper about how left news sites and specifically Squawk Box and Canary were, and they couldn't say, because they couldn't find any evidence for it at all, so they couldn't say kind of stimulating anti-Semitism or provoking anti-Semitism and all that stuff, but they kind of basically said, oh, there are some things in common with the people who like the Squawk Box and the people who like these far-right nutjob sites, but even that didn't stand up to a minute's scrutiny. So they, the regulator, Impress, that both the sites subscribe to, said, we'll run an investigation on this, and they ran an investigation through all of the supposed allegations that were there and said there's no substance to it and nothing further to investigate. So it fell flat, but who knows? I mean, I think this is going to be a more shamelessly authoritarian government than any that we've had in decades, if ever.
And he said something about that, didn't he? Starmer said something about having the security of the nation. He's going on about the nation's security quite a lot, but within that, he's talking about domestic people, the people in the country who might say stuff or be dangerous. And he can maybe define that as someone like you or me or Asa, and we don't know where that goes, do we? It's like he's done with the Labour rule book. He's kind of twisted these things around, hasn't he?
Never say never. I mean, I think he has this deeply authoritarian instinct. He's got, according to Oliver Eagleton's book and various other people, which has never been contested, the security services arm so far up his backside that they could tickle his tonsils, basically. So, I think that we're in for 5 years of a police state unless there's, some intervening acts or whatever. Increasingly so. I mean, he's supported everything the Tories have done. The Tories have this notional, I think it is only notional, but they have this notional kind of idea in their tradition of personal freedom. So they, there's still always this little bit of reticence about going completely draconian on freedom of speech, etc. But Starmer doesn't have that, and you know, we've seen how he's treated free speech inside the Labour parties, and no reason to think he's going to be any different outside. So I think it's going to be, you know, batten, you know, kind of tighten your belts and you know, brace ourselves for a storm for a bit, because it's you know, I would be astonished if he's not coming after the left-wing media at some point fairly soon, because he's you know, we are the only ones who are pointing out what he's getting up to.
Yeah, and we don't have many representatives in Parliament either, maybe, if this exit poll's right, and that's not very helpful either, is it?
No, I mean, we'll still see what happens. You know, there have been indications through the polling so far that the polls don't really know what to do with independent candidates. Sky was having, you know, 30 odd other, which I guess would include Northern Ireland, etc. as well. But 23 kind of independents, I think it was, or, you know, non-men party. The BBC was saying none, so there's still a lot of uncertainty in that. And, you know, I'd be astonished if there aren't some independent MPs in the mix by the time we get to the actual results rather than the predictions. So we'll see what happens. So, you know, it's been obvious for a while that the Labour Party is never going to again be the vehicle for any kind of real change for ordinary people. So we have to make sure that we are, you know, pulling together and exploring every other avenue, because it's certainly not going to be like everything else in the history of the working class. Nothing's going to be handed to us. It's all going to have to be fought for.
What do you think about the divisions within the left during this election? I mean, we've seen a lot of people doubling up, like candidates doubling up, clashing, splitting votes, which is maybe wouldn't have made any difference. I don't know, but I mean, it doesn't bode well, does it? Do you think that do you think those splits are impossible to repair? Do you think there's personality problems that are making that difficult?
I'm not sure how much of it is actual splits and how much of it is just the, you know, the Keir Starmer's kind of establishment back is really putting people up to try and muddy the waters in the seats where they fear that they were going to lose, and trying to do whatever they can to split the anti-Labour vote to make sure that you know, they somehow sneak through. And as we're seeing in the results, I mean, I gather it's, you know, predicted to be a lesser vote share than 2017 and possibly a lesser vote share than 2019. You know.
Well, it's going to be tough for the next few years, but you're going to keep going, aren't you, till they lock you up?
What else are you going to do? I've got 4 grandkids. I'm fighting for a better future for them. You know, I'm not giving up on that. And yeah,
that's why you're keeping quiet as well, is it, for your family as well?
Yeah. Oh, well, I've got people asleep upstairs. I'm the night owl of the family. But if I do get carted off in handcuffs or whatever, then, you know, hopefully people will keep donating so the family can stay, can keep eating.
Yeah, we've got to look after each other as well. We've got to have more solidarity when people are in bad ways as well. That's another thing we've got to learn from the last few years with Starmer taking everyone out one after the other. There's a lot of that as well, isn't there? We're not being strong enough together.
Yes, and you know, we haven't. I think people are recognising the need for this to be a non or extra parliamentary movement. Largely, it's not just going to be about getting MPs into Parliament, but there's been more talk about that than actual action on it, I think, and that's apart from the Palestine thing. And you know, more power to their elbow, because that's an utter horror what's going on there. And you know, sadly, it looks like they're just swapping one set of war criminal colluders for another in this general election, which was always likely to be the outcome.
Yeah, well, look, thank you so much for coming on. I'm just aware I've got to move on a bit, so and hope you haven't woken anyone up. Right.
Solidarity, everybody. Have a good night.
Thank you, Steve. Something feels like New Year to me. It's like New Year's Day, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. It's not 12 o'clock yet, but we've already had trouble after anyway, we've got Dr. Bob Gill on the call. Who are you there? Are you there, Bob?
Yeah, I'm here. Can I join you on my laptop? I'll be with you in a minute.
Oh, right, okay. All right, that's good. So I'm just going to bring on. I'll bring on Audrey White, who is here with her own tablet or laptop. How are you doing, Audrey? Oh, you're not sorted out how to. Audrey, you're nearly on. Right, there's a slight problem on muting. So I'm going to. I'm going to look. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to try Bob Gill now. This is. Who's going to get on first, Bob Gill or Audrey White? Bob, are you there?
I'm on.
Hold on, Audrey's come in now. You're on now, right, Audrey? Right, okay. There you go, Audrey.
Are you sure you don't want to take Bob?
No. You come on first. Bob had to change his device, so we got to. He gets the punishment. He gets set back for that one. So Audrey, what do you make of it? This exit poll, the whole thing. Do you want to tell us your take on it?
Yeah,
I mean, you're the only one who's laid a finger on Starmer in the last few years, to be honest.
Well, yeah, I mean, and I always have to say it was the Merseyside pensioners, couldn't have done it on my own. So I made a few notes just when I saw it all. I don't normally read stuff, but, it's just to say that this is just the uniparty in action, isn't it? The first 11 of British capitals had to step aside for the second 11 to take over. And people like us, we recognise that. And it's a completely necessary moment, for the British establishment to keep alive the illusion of British democracy. And that's the moment, there's moments in history that you have to say, it had to happen. And it's the hatred of the country, really, for a man, for a party that's been in power for 14 years, one of the most vicious, racist, corrupt governments, the real hatred of the working class. We're going to be putting in a man who's, before he's even elected, is hated too. Starmer is hated by so many people in this country, people who would have been out there canvassing for Labour. There's a real truth to that. But anyone now in this country with the remotest left-wing sentiment or sentiment of an inkling of humanity in their bones, has to recognise that there's none of us can celebrate what's happening now, because everybody has been anyone with any decency is expelled from the party of the last 10 years, and no one can celebrate the victory for the working class. There's no victory for the working class here of any kind, and that's maybe had to happen. Maybe that had to happen, that the last illusions, the last vestiges, because what's going to happen now is we're going to watch Labour crash and burn now in a much quicker time than we've seen the Tories crash and burn. And what happens then? Well, we've got nobody else to turn to. And that's where the left, and you've just been talking about it now, that's where the left, an opportunity for us, because that's, I don't think we should ever done we should ever have done what John Rees was saying, we should all go get behind Starmer. None of us did that. But what happens is a lot of working class people, and you spoke to them, and well, I don't know what to do, Audrey. What do you think? And we didn't have a cohesive voice at all. We had long enough, really, but we did have long enough. But I tried to point at the divisions within the left, but a lot of it's been very conscious. I've spoken to a lot of people over these years. I'm talking about from Asa Winstanley to Matt Canard to the guy Richard who made the Labour files, and there's a lot of conscious sabotage that's gone on through the Labour Party, but there's definitely a lot of that's gone on within the movement. People who really, for either for their own motivation, for careerism, or consciously sabotaging, political ideas of the left, that really genuinely has happened. So in some ways, it's thoroughly depressing that we've been reduced to cheering on a few independent, isolated candidates, when we could have been, we all said it, a lot of us said it, the socialist group campaign of Labour MPs, they could have walked across the floor with Jeremy. These are all the dreams we had, that's something, some unity, some solidarity from these people could have meant some movement, building, and they failed us. They failed us. A lot of us, you've been wonderful, can I just say, Crispin, given us a voice, and nobody, we have the most backward ruling class in the world. We've got the most, the press is so, it's married to half of the bloody, people in power to some degree. They're actually their partners. The press is so corrupt. We have probably one of the biggest fights ahead of us, the people in this country. Don't call the working class. The working class are the victims in this. We can't point to, I hate it when people say, oh, people are stupid and all the rest of it. People are absolutely, desperate. They're struggling to survive, half of the working class people. They're struggling to survive. They're struggling to make sense of what's going on with the garbage from the BBC, the garbage from the press, the garbage from the party that you look to defend you, that tells you all these, starts attacking people who are good fighters and so on. So I just think it's going to be, I think it's a massive opportunity now for us.
I mean, the thing is that the Reform are getting these MPs, aren't they? I mean, what we have people in our movement who are good speakers, who can motivate people, who can get the point across, and we're not getting that from the media at all, and it's very frustrating. We don't also have a media, do we? That's the other thing. We just don't have we haven't worked out our media. But Audrey, you're not going to bed soon, are you?
No. I've got, don't worry, I've got plenty to say.
Right, well, I might bring you back on because Dr. Bob Gill's put on it. He's gone onto his fancy laptop now, so we can catch up with him there. But I'll be back with you soon, Audrey. It's good to speak to you, and I hope you can unmute properly next time.
I will do. Yes, don't worry.
All right. Right now, I'm going to, as I say, I'll move on to Dr. Bob Gill, who's not only the best GP you can get, but he's also a great host on some political rallies. He did a great job the other night. Thank you for coming on, Dr. Bob Gill. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you, Crispin. Thanks for inviting me.
Now, but before we talk, I'd just like to play a video of you and Leanne Mohammed. It was a video that came out earlier this week, just before the election day. Because she's obviously a candidate we hope will do well.
Hi everyone, I'm back at King George Hospital and today I'm with one of the most prominent voices when it comes to the future of our NHS. Let me introduce you to Dr. Bob Gill. Dr. Bob Gill, thank you so much for being with us here today.
Thanks for speaking to me.
Tell me about the future of our NHS and how do you feel about that?
Well, the NHS, everybody knows, is on its knees, but this is not some natural occurring event. We've had decades of stealth privatisation. The Tory party and the Labour Party have been involved in this privatisation. The biggest scandal is most people don't know about it.
What would your response be about the strike, what's going on right now?
But we've got to understand why they're striking. Doctors and nurses have lost up to a quarter of their real terms income over the last decade. Wes Streeting, if he was serious about the NHS, he would be immediately offering to settle the pay dispute. The government has spent $3 billion dealing with the strikes. It would have cost $1.3 billion to have settled the strikes for the junior doctors. And the reason they're striking is not only because of pay, but they're now working in a very overstretched and dysfunctional service where they can't deliver safe patient care. So our governments have treated the medical workforce, the nursing workforce, hospital staff in generally atrociously, and West Streeting has nothing to say on the matter.
Leanne, why can't we get no GP appointment? It never used to be like this. What's happening now?
So the population of the country has gone up. The number of GPs hasn't kept pace. So the average GP is looking after maybe 500 more patients than they used to 10 years ago. You've got a problem of morale. So GPs are retiring early, they're leaving the country. There's not enough new GPs coming into the system. And the workload has gone up. So because we've lost hospital beds, there's a greater push to discharge people out of hospital prematurely. A lot of the consultants are now asking the GPs to do blood tests that they might have done in previous times. So our workload has gone up. There's more and more sick people to be looked after by a smaller workforce. And we have a system, because of the fragmentation, is increasingly dysfunctional. And on top of that, you've got close to 8 million people languishing on a waiting list for hospital treatment. Dear voters of Ilford North, you have a unique opportunity to vote for a new MP, Leanne Mohammed, instead of Labour or Tory, because both of the main parties have supported NHS privatisation. West Streeting will do nothing to reverse the privatisation of the NHS and call for renationalisation. Leanne Mohammed will stand up for your rights and people's rights abroad and in this country. So we need somebody strong and independent and courageous to work for you as their local MP. So please, on July the 4th, vote for Leanne Mohammed.
We're hoping to hear from Leanne Mohammed's result and Leanne Mohammed herself when that comes in, when the result comes in. Dr. Bob, that's quite that poll is quite depressing in that the Labour Party will be with a majority, and they've got Wes Streeting as would be Health Secretary, and we know what he's said. I mean, can the NHS recover from that if they do what they're doing? How long will it? What's the prospect of the next 5 years?
Yeah, so we'll see the equivalent of what's happened to NHS dentistry. There will be a slow death of public provision. There'll be a greater drift into the private sector. Wes Streeting sponsors from private healthcare lobby will be very happy with him. They'll expect a return on their investment. It was a pleasure to be asked to help with Leanne's campaign. I've also been up to support Craig Murray. We did a public meeting. I was with Andrew Feinstein yesterday. So strangely wasn't invited to support Jeremy Corbyn, whereas Owen Jones was, which seems rather odd to me that, the prominent members of what could have been a movement to build something strong starting 4 years ago haven't shown the leadership that you might expect. What has been said before from Audrey particularly, I agree with every word. This is a massive wasted opportunity. On a personal level, I'm seeing the impact of this on a daily basis, right? So the hospital services are so dysfunctional now that, I had a patient I saw today who visited A&E. He came back from Africa. He had a fever. He was unwell. They didn't think to check him for malaria. So I had to organize a test to check him for malaria. So instead of the hospital backing up me when I'm uncertain, it's the other way around. I'm having to develop eyes in the back of my head to save and protect my patients. And that's, you can imagine, that's very demoralizing and it's dangerous. So I'm not sure whether by the time there's the next election, I'll still be working in the NHS. I might have to drift into the private sector myself to have some sanity and some control over a system that I'm working in. Because at the moment, I'm extremely vulnerable to errors that are occurring that are not down to me. So it's pretty tragic what's going on. Reform have helped the Labour Party substantially. You know what Farage is. I don't agree with any of his politics, but he's a charismatic con man, and he's done a very good job in terms of unifying a protest vote against the Conservatives. Patients of mine come in and ask me how I'm going to vote. I said, well, there's not really much choice in Old Bexley and Sidcup, which used to be a safe Tory seat. I think it's going to switch over to Labour now. But there are people who are, you know, they're committing an act of self-harm as a protest, which is what we saw with Trump, you know, with the Trump election. They just want to act out their frustration of, you know, economic squeeze, a deterioration in the living standards. And they thought, you know, they couldn't get their head around the arguments of privatization and all the rest because they were not hearing it from very prominent figures. Prominent figures who would expect to speak up and explain this have remained largely mute because they were conflicted with their loyalty to the Labour Party and doing a job to defend the public interest. That has been the most disappointing thing about this. So, you know, rather than doing the right thing and cross the floor, you know, or say we're going to, you know, reject the whip, if they'd developed a spine 3 or 4 years ago and done the right thing, we might be in a much better position, but we're not. And, you know, this cult-like devotion to a Labour Party, which is endorsing genocide, how much worse does it have to get for people like Diane Abbott to say, thanks for your appalling treatment of me, I'm going to stand as an independent? What does it take? They're not risking anything. So their priority is their own survival and their own careers. Whereas Muggins here is putting his career and his family life on the line for no return. Whereas our political leaders are not leading. They're cowering and setting a very bad example. So let's hope, you know, as Jackie said, there are lessons learned from this and we can go forward. But I'm not holding my breath.
Oh, well, there's a declaration in Sunderland. I'm just going to move on to that. Hold on a sec.
Sam Woods Grass, 11,668. The number of rejected ballot papers was 101. The turnout was 51.2%, and that Bridget May Phillipson has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency.
So we're delighted Bridget Phillipson there, who can now expect not just to stay as the MP at Sunderland South, but who can expect to become the Education Secretary, having done that job as a shadow for Keir Starmer for the last few years. She receives more than 18,000 votes, but Reform have beaten the Conservatives into second place. Let's listen in to Bridget Phillipson's victory speech. She's likely to be in the Cabinet by the end of the weekend.
Tonight, the British people have spoken, and if the exit.
We're gonna miss that speech because I couldn't stomach it because she's like Nurse Ratched from that film that we all know. What's it called again? One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. I could do without that. Colin, are you there? Because I just want to hear what your take is on that. But he's not there. He's probably analysing it now. Oh, there you are. You are there, Colin. You just appeared. What's your take on that? Has Nurse Ratched done a great job there?
Well, she's increased the majority, yeah. So that's as far as that's concerned. Having said there's no Labour surge, clearly in some seats there's going to be an increase in votes. So I was just literally in the process of looking at the what a majority was before. So Sunderland South. Let me just find it. I had it a minute ago. So yeah, so her majority was 3,000 beforehand. So she's done quite well there. Oh, actually, no. Right. So, right. Let me correct myself. The majority was 3,000. The votes she got, which I just heard, were 18,000. Yeah. So I
Yeah.
think that's yeah. So the votes she got last time was 16,000. So the increase in the majority she's got is again. So just to carry on the point, it was the collapse in the Tory vote that saw her with an increase.
Right. So right. Yeah. Just as we sort of suspected. All right. Thank you, Colin. I'm sorry. I might have to keep coming in. You might not be there, but I'm going to ask you when something comes up. But that was the first
I'll be
result.
there. I can do a disappearing trick. Watch. There we go.
That was that was the first result anyway. Thank you, Colin. Now I'm gonna sorry, Bob, I had to interrupt you there. I just thought that was worth noting, and I wanted to test if I could actually get the result to come out, which we kind of did, but I'll be better next time. So I'm just going to bring look what you said quite a lot there, Bob, that no one else has really talked about. One was Jeremy Corbyn and Owen Jones, and the other thing that you were a bit shocked that Owen Jones was at the rally and that you weren't included in that. And the other was you said about Diane Abbott accepting Labour's invitation to be their MP. I'm interested to hear other views on this. Jackie Walker's still on the call. Jackie,
Yeah.
what's your take on the especially the Diane Abbott one? I mean, was that really bad, do you think? Or can you understand it? Or what's your take on it?
I think there's a number of things I'd just like to say, so I'll say them quite quickly. One is, if the socialist campaign group, the so-called socialist campaign group, don't take this opportunity of actually knowing they are safely MPs for the next 5 years to really stand out and consolidate their power, then we might as well totally forget them. And I'm saying that directly. There will then be no hope. But can I just add a couple of things, because I've been following what's been going on. It's very interesting what's going on. For example, in London, they're actually predicting that the Labour vote share has gone down by 2%. Now, that doesn't mean that the others are going to win the seat, but it shows you how shallow the Starmer support is. And not only that, I mean, the real people you need to worry about, because you just add up the Tory vote with the Reform vote in Sunderland South, and look what you end up with, 17,000. I mean, the Labour Party are going to be dogged all the way up in this next Parliament because Reform are going to be there. It looks to me like their actual support is actually pretty shallow. Just like people are saying, this was really a vote against the Tories, not for Labour. And if you've got in places like London, which is the bedrock of Labour support, the Labour vote at a point like this going down by 2%, then that is a very interesting thing indeed.
Now I'm going to bring on Audrey as well. How are you doing, Audrey? What would you like to say about what Bob and Jackie have been saying?
Yeah, I mean, I think we may as well kiss goodbye to any hope from within the Labour Party, to be honest, because, I mean, I think the Socialist campaign group is dead and buried. I really don't think, I think there'd be nothing but contempt for them for after, as Bob said, it's unprecedented to have, genocide, live broadcast in front of everyone, and that these people haven't got the guts to stand up and break the whip. And I totally agree with what Jackie's just said. I noticed that myself on something else that's been said, that the turnout. Or the turnout will be low. I'm predicting that. I've got that from Fresh Air. But definitely the Labour vote will be much lower. It'll be spread across, and I think because of the other candidates with different views, because we haven't had anybody seriously standing with a different platform other than Labour and Tory. I mean, they reckon that the Lib Dems are going to really increase their to 60 odd seats. Well, you know, that'll just be three cheeks of the same backside, to be honest with you. So I think that will show that, you know, people are looking for somebody other than Labour to vote for, but they're petrified. They've been petrified of the Tories retaining some power. And I think it is a big stark warning to Starmer. But I do think that unless we start getting together a party, you know, you look at what happened in Greece and you look at what happened in Spain with Syriza and with Podemos, you know, that you need, and all right, they're not perfect, they made a lot of mistakes, but within, 5 or 6 years, they had a party which took power. And I think that's the only route, really, that you might get elements from the Labour Party, you know, MPs joining. But, you know, I wouldn't want them, to be honest with you. I wouldn't bloody well want them. You know, they are real traitors to their class, real traitors to humanity. So I think we've got to talk in terms of all these groups now. I know we've been saying it for a long time, but I think we'll be galvanised. We'll be galvanised by what we've got in store from the Labour Party. I think we will really there'll be a massive change in people's attitude on the left. There's nothing like a good fight to bring together the forces that can be capable of challenging you know, the establishment, because that's what we're talking about. We've got so much. It's not just, I mean, who cares about the election, really? Does it ever change anything? It never has. So we're sitting seriously talking about the results. But at the end of the day, it's the movement that's there and how we organise ourselves. And I think we'll carry on hoping that there's going to be something emerge from the Labour Party. I'd like to think we're wrong, but I'm bloody sure we're not. I am sure we're not.
Dr. Bob, you set this all off, this stuff here. But I think that we've been waiting for Jeremy for 3 years,
I agree.
And he hasn't wanted to commit to any new party. Is that a problem that that's held us up in some way? Because we've always been waiting, and then at the end, it was at the very end that he declared he'd be an independent. Has that really been a real problem for us?
Well, you know, we're political anoraks. We are on the nerd end of the spectrum in terms of watching politics. The average person in the street will say, well, if good people like Jeremy and Diane are so desperate to stay in the Labour Party, well, it must be quite a good outfit. We know that they are corrupt. They sabotaged Jeremy Corbyn. They played every dirty trick in the book. Even this election, they were standing supposed independence. The guy standing against Craig Murray up in Blackburn appeared at a meeting with Jack Straw's former agent. You couldn't make it up. And, you know, the leading figures in the Labour Party are either totally incompetent or stupid and naive, that they somehow think the opposition are going to play with a straight bat. It doesn't work like that, right? So I don't know how many times people have to be conned by the same trick for them to wake up that this is a problem. On the positive side, you know, where I did help out and where I was witnessing people stepping forward, they were outraged, furious, heartbroken about what's happening in Palestine, and that pushed them out of their comfort zone to step up. And I hold my hat up to all of them, because they've put in a lot of time and energy, personal risk, having to put up with the dirty tricks, not having experienced anything like that before, and shown dignity. Whereas Labour have kept a very low profile, have not engaged with the democratic process at all, not participated in hustings, basically kept a very low profile and relied on establishment media to present them as some sort of refreshing change. The real winners here are the establishment, because nothing has changed. We have a safe pair of hands who's going to do more damage. And unfortunately, the unaware mass of the public will allow Labour an easy ride for a couple of years until they realise, hang on a minute, this was worse than the last lot. And reform, Nigel Farage, with a bit of charisma and public, he's in the public eye, everybody recognises him. He capitalised on that, spun out a few lies and has tapped into people's frustration. Where was that figure on the left? Apart from George Galloway, nobody stepped up. And that is the betrayal of the working class. There's no other way to see it. And that's how I feel.
Right. And I'm going to bring on, I see Ben Sellers is still there. I'm interested to see what he says about what everyone's been discussing. What do you make of what people are saying, Ben?
Yeah, I mean, I broadly agree, really. I think that, I'm really hesitate to blame Jeremy personally, because partly because he's such a nice bloke, but also because I think that I think this is so complicated, really. I think I've talked about this before on Jackie's show, that Momentum bear a huge responsibility and also had a huge influence. The core around Momentum really had a huge conservative with a small c influence on both leadership officers, Jeremy's and John McDonnell. So I think you have to see it in a broader perspective than just kind of saying, oh, Jeremy wouldn't jump. I mean, I do think he's had such a long stint in the Labour Party that his loyalty's kind of inbuilt. But I think also we have to look at how we organise as the left as well. There was an opportunity even after 2015 to build a really properly grassroots democratic left, and it was scuppered, really, and that was scuppered by people like John Landsman and a load of people that really put their own egos, but also put a model of organising in place which was totally inappropriate for what we needed then. We needed to go on and make a mass movement, and people like John wanted to do what they've always done, which is to build a faction and build a small clique of people that controlled things. So centralized kind of organizing, and that's not what we needed. What I hope is over the what's happened. I'm less kind of demoralized by what's happened over the last few weeks. I think that actually there have been people coming together, organizing behind the scenes a lot more, putting aside some of the differences. But I think we now need to push on really seriously and say, we need to have a unified left as much as possible. You're never going to get rid of all of the sectarianism, but that has to be a priority now. Right.
Thank you, Ben. I'm just going to see if I can see Steve's still awake. He's got to be quiet, but John's as well. I'll get on to you, John, as well. Steve, what would you like to say about this?
About which bit? Sorry, exactly.
Well, just the fact that we've not organised at all for the last few years, and we're in this situation where, I mean, do you think that Jeremy Corbyn's? We've been waiting for Jeremy Corbyn. Have we been so demoralised by the fact he was suspended and stuff that we can't really get ourselves together? Are we kind of traumatized in some way? What do you think the reason for our failing to get together was?
I think if I'm being entirely honest, I think Jeremy left it a long time too long to actually declare he was going to do something, and a lot of people got disillusioned and left a bit aimless by that. I think it's understandable. I understand why he did it, and it's understandable why people reacted the way they did. Remains to be seen what his result is going to be in his election tonight. But again, I think he left it a while too long, and that created problems with recognition for people realising that he wasn't standing in Labour, etc., and galvanising behind his campaign locally within his constituency. And I think the issue has been that there have been a few attempts to try to trigger something, to organise something. The kind of PAL thing. There's been a few others. my feeling is that if we have seen the start of what's coming that's going to change things, and there will be something, I don't think we've necessarily seen it yet. It may come out of this result tonight. It may be possibly something that comes alongside the kind of whole Palestine solidarity campaign. Not the PSC official, but the whole kind of movement in solidarity with Palestine that galvanizes people. Who needs to be done? I think it's a big challenge, and I wouldn't say I wouldn't like to propose that I've got the answer to it. I just think it needs to happen.
I'm just aware we've got another result coming in, so I'm just going to pause for a bit here. We've got Blythe coming in. Ian Lavery's seat. All right.
Best outfit of the night so far.
I, Lucia Bridgman, returning officer for the Blythe and Ashington parliamentary constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Ian Lavery, Labour Party, 20,030. Maureen Levy, the Conservative Party candidate, 6,121. Steve Leyland, the Green Party, 1,960. Mark Peart, Reform UK, 10,857. Stephen Anthony Salidas, Liberal Democrats, 1,433. And that Ian Lavery is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Blythe and Ashington constituency.
Huge round of applause for Ian Lavery there, keeping that seat, and look at that number of votes, 20,030. Reform, 10,857. I mean, really quite astonishing there. Andrea Leadsom.
Right, we've got Ian Lavery's result there. I mean, he was someone that he could have possibly beaten Starmer. Do you think that would have been a change, wouldn't it, if we'd had maybe Ian Lavery stand? But what do you make of that? What do you make of that one, Steve? So I'll have to unmute you there.
I'm just quickly checking the numbers from the last election, but that looks like a really low turnout. 2024 one, it's got up there already. Oh, I see. It's a new seat, but what was he standing in before? So, I mean, given that the seats are supposed to have 70,000 voters in them, give or take, aren't they? Then it seems a really low turnout to get 20,000 as the winning vote, and what, 40,000 overall. So for a general election night, it doesn't seem like, again, it just reflects the lack of enthusiasm. I mean, Ian's one of the good ones, but the Labour Party is not inspiring anybody, So we're seeing that over and over, I think, and it's been the Tory Party collapsing in on itself and Reform taking votes off them has been the main reason that Labour's getting away with it.
Yeah. Well, look, I'm going to bring on Colin, who's our number cruncher. What do you make of that one, Colin? There you go. You're muted, don't you? Have to.
Yeah, and I was doing exactly the same thing as Steve was doing there, just scanning down because the constituency name changed. Again, no great increase in the Labour vote, so a couple of thousand only. So this absence of surge again. What I am seeing is that Reform are seriously biting into the Tory vote, so that's really not helping them at all. So it's no surge for Labour, but they're winning. There's a collapse in the Tory vote because a lot of the Tory voters are staying at home. or going to reform.
Right. Yeah. Well. Yeah. So we're not seeing a big excitement about Labour, even though the results are like a massive landslide. It's a bad reflection on our democracy that the main winner has got probably about the same or less votes than they had in the last election. So I just want to point out to people watching on YouTube, there is a donate button. I can see it on the chat. If you're able to donate at all towards the show, it'd be appreciated. But I'm not going to keep going on about it, and I won't have any graphics that will destroy the screen with that. Audrey, what would you like to say about Ian Lavery? I mean, he was one of I remember when the leadership campaign was coming up, and it was Keir Starmer. I thought Ian Lavery would have beaten him.
Yeah, I mean, he's NUM, his socialist campaign group, but I've not heard any leadership from him. You would think that you would expect something from, a president of the NUM, from the socialist campaign. I've not heard them. Oh, if I have, I've missed it. Can I just say something about we just discussed? Do you mind if I just say something about what
go on.
About Jeremy? I think we've got to be very careful about what we say about Jeremy, because no matter what anybody, and I'll be honest here, I always thought, like every leader, I mean, I was out canvassing for bloody Harold Wilson and all the rest of them, but for any leader, I always thought we would be betrayed. I always thought, and I remember saying to Tony Mullen, I mean, I feel embarrassed saying it, I'm looking forward to the time when we're arguing with Jeremy Corbyn. I mean, on a political, that he would be compromised because of the pressures and because of, all the pressures that are on you when you take up a leadership position. And you know what? He never betrayed us. He never betrayed the policies. He stood firm and he was attacked like nobody else. And I think, and I'll say it straight, I think he was totally traumatized by what happened to him. And I don't think there's many people in this world who would be able to stand the pressure that he was under. I think the movement itself should have been more defensive of him, if you like. I'm not intimidated by all the things that were thrown at our movement, but they were targeted at him. So I'll always be, we can stand here and point the finger at Jeremy, but if you think about it, it's all the others who've now sold their politics, sold their political positions right down the Swanee, and Jeremy never did. And I think we have to recognise that, and he's still he takes the same political position that he took. I mean, I don't agree with all of his political positions. I do have differences with him, but I just think we've got to be careful not to look at it as a betrayal or anything. I think that man was so destroyed by what happened to him. I'll always.
Well, I mean, I want to make clear, I'm not attacking Jeremy at all. I'm only saying that we've all been waiting for him. Whether it's not really his fault that we have, but I'll bring John Dunn on. John.
Let me just say that I wanted to say that I know nobody here is saying that. I just don't want. I don't want that feeling of disappointment in him, and I do think. I totally agree with what you've just said, Andrew. Andrew?
Oh, it's all right.
I think you're Andrew Marr.
It's all right. It's all right. John, what you want to say something? You've heard everyone speaking, and you're still here. You should be in bed, John.
Yeah, well, I've got to go shortly. I've got to be up at 4 o'clock, and so I want at least a couple of hours. And it's been interesting listening to people. My one criticism of Corbyn would have been that had he declared his intentions as soon as he was suspended, it would have pulled a lot of the independents, the Workers' Party, into a conglomerate, if you like, that would have had a bigger impact. But so bound to the Labour Party, as Bob said, that I think he will wait until last minute and praying that they take him back. And I think the two lessons from that I'm getting from this, firstly, is the utter failing of what we think of or what we've been conditioned to think of as the left. They've been totally lacking in this. You know, they've run for cover. They've hid behind the settees. There's been nothing at all, irrespective of whether they'd cross the floor and join Corbyn or whatever. They could have taken a stand on principal issues, but that 91,000 quid a year plus perks obviously counts for a lot. And I think we have to build a new left and forget about these people, forget all about the death cults of Trotskyism and this, that, and the other. And I have great respect for a lot of people in them. The left will emerge. I've been looking at there's only been a couple of results coming in, but it looks as if the turnout is even lower than in 2019. And that's the thing. The people who are staying away and saying, not for me, not for me, that's where we'll build something from, I think. We don't have to write these people off. We have to understand why people can't get enthused to vote. I didn't vote. I spoke my ballot paper. And as I said earlier, I wrote twat at the side of Labour Party candidate's name, which is actually an insult to other twats. But to me, what we're seeing, we're witnessing now the death of the political elite. It started with Tories. They're collapsing. And I think that within a year or two of a Labour government, we're going to see that happen to Labour. So I'm not downhearted about a big Labour majority or reform or anything like this. I think we're seeing the slow death, perhaps not that slow, of the political class in this country. Audrey's mentioned it. It's happened through other places in Europe, and it's going to happen here. Yeah. So I think it's a time of optimism. I've even had a beer late at night, which should help me sleep, and I might have another one before I turn in. But I want to say good night to you all. Keep smiling, keep fighting, keep them picketing boots, as they always say, by your door, because we're going to need them soon.
Right.
Let's get into the bastards.
Yeah, I know. I knew you'd say that at the end. Right. Thank you, John. Now I want to bring up an issue that we've been discussing a little bit on the show, which is the vote splitting. I'm just going to play a clip from a visit I had to Blackburn with Craig Murray.
It's all been very unpleasant, to be honest. Back in March, I came over and met with George Galloway and the Muslim vote people and the independent councillors in George Galloway's office in Rochdale shortly after he won the election. And they all agreed that I would be the candidate here. And I said I'd only do it if I hadn't got a good local candidate. And they said, no, they wanted me to do it. And then after I'd announced and fundraised and all that stuff, they suddenly said, no, they've got their own candidate. They wanted a different bloke, much to my astonishment. It did now mean that there's now an independent standing against me with the support of the independent councillors who were originally the people who originally called me to come here. And that's going to split the vote and cause a real danger that Labour will get back in. I think what's happened here is really quite remarkable, and the Muslim vote as an organisation were themselves there, present, represented at those early meetings where it was decided I would be the candidate. Bluntly, there are people across the entire Muslim world who know what Craig Murray has done for Palestine and the rights of Muslims all over the globe, against extraordinary rendition, against torture, against Guantanamo, against the Prevent programme. I've been campaigning on these issues for Muslims for decades. And the idea that the Muslim vote would endorse a candidate against Craig Murray is astonishing. I mean, I'm flabbergasted. I'm really, and I feel, what have I done to deserve this? It's really been hurtful, personally hurtful. It's been, a nasty experience, and it's going to potentially stop us winning a seat, which otherwise we would win quite easily, I think.
I mean, it's not only here though, because we see that in other places. So does that make you feel like there's something generally kind of strange going on across the country? I mean, it's not just Blackburn.
Certainly here, the people who are behind the most prominent independent candidate, he himself, I think, is genuine, but the people who are behind him, who are putting him up and backing him and providing the money and support for his campaign, are all the people who were behind Jack Straw and his candidacy, including Jack Straw's previous agent. So I strongly suspect that this is a Labour Party thing, to split the independent stroke Workers' Party vote to help get the Labour Party back in. I think this is redolent of Labour Party dirty tricks. I'm pretty sure that's what's going on.
We never really know where the end of Labour Party dirty tricks is, do you? I mean, it just carries on and on. I mean, they smear people, they suspend, they pull people out of elections at the last minute, and now this is beyond belief that they'd actually possibly be trying to split the independent, the vote against them. It's just a crazy scenario.
I agree entirely, and it seems like they're doing it not only here. As far as I can gather, this is going on all around the country, where the Labour Party is putting up fake independent candidates in order to split the vote for the real independent
and no one in the media has actually reported this at all, have they? No national media has made anything of this trend that we're seeing. Us on the left, if you like, have seen this quite clearly over the last couple of weeks, and it's just ignored.
And the national media are just going Starmer, getting their man into power. And the collapse in the Labour vote isn't being portrayed at all. I stood for election here in Blackburn in 2005. I came and helped with an independent candidate's campaign in 2010. And I can tell you something, in any normal general election, by this time, this area would be plastered in Labour Party posters. Half of all the houses would have Labour Party posters in the window, undoubtedly, always, in this area of Blackburn. And yet, I haven't seen a single Labour Party poster anywhere. There just aren't any. And that's an incredible change. For Labour vote here in Blackburn, let me give you a very definite prediction. The Labour Party vote is going to fall by almost half. And is that being reported in the media? Not at all. And I've got no doubt that will happen. Whoever ends up winning, the Labour Party vote is going to half in this election.
We're joined by Mohammed Akanji, who's are you in East London? Is that right?
I'm in North London at the moment.
North. Oh, right, okay. You get around. So, what's your take on this vote splitting? It's been something that you've been sort of drawn into from pretty much the start, because you wanted to be a candidate, or you were planning to be a candidate in Bethnal Green, and you dropped out to stop a split. Craig Murray and the split in Blackburn has been horrendous. I mean, he's the kind of toss of a coin they were going to have, and the other candidate said, no, I'm not tossing a coin. It's an offence to Gaza to toss a coin. I mean, the kind of mental gymnastics involved in that one. Is this all dirty tricks, as Craig was suggesting, or do you think some people just really, really want to stand and they won't give up?
I think it's a bit of both. There's useful idiots. If you have somebody who's a narcissistic lunatic it's not hard to get them to stand if you're going to provide the funding and the organizational structure behind them.
Oh, whoops. Sorry. I've just muted you by mistake. Go on.
Okay. Don't
Yeah,
worry,
it's not even late yet. It's not even late. Go on, sorry. Go on.
So we see quite a few characters appear up and down the country, some of which they know themselves they have no chance of winning, and then they've come in late to the game, and you wonder, well, why are you standing when you've got no chance of winning whatsoever, and all you're going to serve to do is to split the vote. And a lot of these pseudo independents are the sort of people who, when they are moving on the issue of Gaza, but there already was an independent candidate who's already talking about Gaza. So the logic just breaks down in terms of why they're standing. I think these people will see it for what it is, but right now it's fairly clear that most of the votes that are coming through are because people want to get rid of Rishi Sunak and the Tory party. And these dirty tricks that have been played are just sort of the icing on the cake, rather than the meat and potatoes for why we're seeing such a shift.
And I mean, what's your take on like the whole situation in Stratford, which is where there were four or five candidates standing who were against the genocide, and there's so many stories about dirty tricks and beyond the conspiracies, and is it bringing out the worst in people suspecting bad motives all the time? I mean, everyone seems so suspicious now about everyone else's motives.
I mean, the thing is, if you look at when certain candidates have come in and stood, like some people even appeared after the election was called, and there is no logical reason for why, once there is already independent candidates or small party candidates running and campaigning for many months, why suddenly, all of a sudden, another independent would come out of the woodwork and claim that they are the true voice for the Gaza protest vote, when there's clearly already others who are voicing those concerns. Now, in the constituencies where many people have been standing up and down the country, there are roughly about 30. And out of them, there are really 3 to 5 that were winnable by independents. Still, those seats, they have massive majorities in them by the Labour Party. So the only chance that anyone has in terms of winning those seats is if there's a unity candidate or a unified independent stroke small party candidate, and the community get behind them. And what we've seen is that the tentacles of Labour are deeply embedded within community structures, such that even where the community per se, individuals, and are moving and mobilizing en masse, you have existing community structures like, let's say, some of the religious organizations that are just, counteracting that message in the most, illogical way.
Yeah, I mean, the Muslim Vote was an organization that was set up a few months before the election, I think, not too long before. What do you think of their campaign? Do you think it was confusing in some ways? I mean, that some of the candidates they came forward, like in Blackburn, they didn't support Craig Murray. I mean, that really upset him. But what do you think about how they did?
I think the Muslim Vote is comprised of a number of individuals who have different forces that and different views that are informing them, some of which would be very personal about individuals, others of which may be more wedded to Labour Party, others still who are completely against the Labour Party. The Muslim Vote is certainly not an organisation that's shown consistency. I think they supported 4 Labour Party MPs, one of which was Afzal Khan, and then withdrew that pretty soon after a bit of backlash. So I don't think they really have got themselves in an organised pattern. And I am concerned about how disorganized they have been when they were meant to be the sort of touchstone for certain communities to take a read from, particularly when they were sort of set up as a way of organizing against the Labour Party, really, so that so that, you know, because of Keir Starmer's position with respect to Gaza, they were meant to be, you know, the North Star for who to vote for in order to get a coherent and concerted message out in those constituencies. And they haven't done that. They've done sometimes the opposite.
I mean, some of I mean, the Gaza issue has. What's your take on the Gaza issue in the election? Because Andrew Feinstein was saying that it's been brought out by the independents, but my impression is that it just hasn't struck into as a thing the media would take up at all, other than to sort of kind of make it into a thing about Muslims voting on this issue, but no one else. They've made my idea of what the mainstream have done is they've made it into a Muslim issue and not a humanitarian one. What's your take on that?
No, I agree with that, but beyond that as well, the Gaza issue has had an impact in that the Labour Party are LARPing around saying that they support a ceasefire now. So they've spun themselves into a 360-degree scenario with their messaging, where initially Starmer was very clear that you know, he supports war crimes in terms of shutting off water and electricity. Now you have people who've abstained from the vote, like Rushnara Ali, claiming that she's always supported Gaza and always supported a ceasefire, albeit a practical one. So the Gaza issue has certainly resonated in the communities, causing even the MPs who are quite clearly not minded about that to pretend that they are. So that's the impact it's had. However, has it resonated across the country? No, the media has a lot to play in that, as you say, but also that, you know, in terms of fatigue, it's an issue that allowed George Galloway to have a stomping majority in a by-election, but some months later, it doesn't resonate as much now as the cost of living crisis or any of the other issues that are much more pressing at home. And that was always going to be an issue to do with something like Gaza or even Ukraine.
Yeah, I mean, I always thought that the election would be November, and in that time we'd build up a massive body of people who would go along with that. What's your take on the fact it was called early? Do you have any idea why that was, and what's your view on it? Was it a Tories just saying we don't want anyone to organise?
I think that's right. The Labour Party, it serves them because the independence movement was gathering steam, and the Tory party had a much bigger problem, which was reform, and they could see them gathering steam very, very quickly. So calling an election means that those new parties who are trying to find their legs in the world of politics don't have the time to organise and get their resources deployed as well. Now, yes, calling an election focuses the mind, funding starts coming through, and also you know, people get off their seats and start trying to organise. But to do that in 6 weeks and get the funding through when you've got a cap for independence of about £17,800, that means that you may have the message, you may even have name recognition, but you don't have penetration into the communities that are, you know, the sizes of 77 to 100,000 strong. So, you know, you'd need an organizational force of about 250 volunteers to really work, you know, day and night in order to get that off the ground. And there's only a few candidates who could possibly have that. Even Leanne Mohammed is one of the only ones who got out of the stalls early and managed to organize and campaign in a sustained way.
Do you have any feelings about there being any luck on the Independents or Workers' Party? Do you have any hunches on that?
I don't. I'd say even in Rochdale, the demographic split there it lends to a by-election, but it doesn't lend to a general election in terms of what the success rate will be.
All right, so you could even find the Rochdale is not going well.
Even Jeremy Corbyn, you know, that's a close run thing, and that's a lot of that's down to people so used to seeing Jeremy Corbyn's name next to Labour that they may just tick Labour, thinking it's Jeremy Corbyn. So in terms of educating large numbers of people, you need time to do that.
Right. Well, I'm going to bring on another guest. Are you all right to stay for a bit?
Yeah, sure, a little bit.
David Miller's on the call. How you doing, David?
Very well, thank you.
We've all been talking about the exit poll. We've already started sort of saying what's to blame, who's to blame, stuff like that. You know how people do it. Just wondering, what's your view on the vote, on the election result? Are you fearful for your future? I mean, you've had enough trouble with being censored and pulled down. Is this going to be another bad stage for us all, for journalists and anyone who wants to speak out?
Well, I mean, it would be foolish to predict what's going to happen in the next few hours. I mean, obviously the exit polls suggesting a large Labour victory, but the exit polls are also suggesting 13 seats for Reform, which is not what any of the polls had suggested. We know that none of the polls have been properly even assessing the possible results for the Workers' Party, or indeed any of the large number of independents up and down the country. And of course, I take what Tasneem says about Rochdale, and indeed many of the other seats where the Workers' Party or some of the other independents are standing. You know, it's of course there is the question of timing, not being enough time to get a campaign up and running. It's not beyond the bounds of possibility that we will see some good news at some of those margins, and these will be margins. I'm in a seat in Bristol, which is now called Bristol Central, used to be called Bristol West, where it's looking extremely likely that the really rather vile Labour MP Thangham Debonair, not even her real name, will be ejected by the deputy leader of the Green Party, Carla Denyer. And I've
just got to hold you. There's another result. I'll just come back to you.
Result, you won't do it. We changed history. We're about to change history once again.
Do you know where your 13 seats, if you get that far, will be? I mean, you hinted earlier, you say you're picking up everywhere, but do you have a clear view of where you're likely to take? Was Nigel Farage likely to take?
I don't want to bet on it, but Clapton, I hope with Nigel, I hope Richard Tice, I think Rupert Lowe, Great Yarmouth would be a very good bet. Ben Habib in Wellingborough. Let's see. Look, I'm standing in West Suffolk. It has a majority of 23,000, which should be a safe Conservative seat. I'm against Nick Timothy, who was Theresa May's Chief of Staff. Matt Hancock had that seat, of course. That was in the height of the COVID pandemic. That hasn't played very well. I think it's about local candidates with local issues. Is there a personal vote there as well? I don't know. We'll find out in the middle of the morning.
Okay. So thank you for now.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Andrea Letton, you are going to be leaving us quite soon. But I just wonder, we've talked about reform.
Seems like a hoax there. I don't know what happened there. I'll get as soon as I find out what's happened with that one. Sorry, David. You were saying that you think Bristol's a chance that there could be a shock there. I mean, do you think there's some margins around these exit polls that we don't know about?
Sure. I mean, it looks like almost certain that the Greens will win in Bristol Central. I mean, I for the first time in my adult life, I haven't voted in an election. I couldn't bring myself to vote for a party for the Greens, which is the only credible alternative to Labour here, because of course the Greens were involved in the campaign to have me sacked. So it wasn't really the kind of thing which I thought I could do in the end, even although it's the thing that people should do in the circumstances, because the Greens are, of course, pro-NATO and actually a pro-Zionist party, like almost every other party standing in this election. But I think there's a wider question here. I mean, we've seen the first result came in, 18,000 votes for Bridget Phillipson in Sunderland South. and the reform got 11,000 there. So we're going to see, I think, some upsets in relation to reform. They're going to get seats that the exit poll suggests it probably is true. But we may also see upsets in other places. It's, you know, as you've been talking about, this tactic of attempting to split the vote by forces, let's put it this way, forces unknown as of yet, is something which is going to be effective. It's going to mean that Craig won't get elected. In Blackburn, I went up to speak on his behalf the other day, and that looks like a Labour Party stunt. It's going to mean that Halima won't be elected in Stratford and Bow, and there are four, as you said, four other independent candidates. So, and it looks like some involvement of what should we say, interesting forces in that particular constituency. And that's true of a number of other constituencies. We will see in the days to come, more information will come out about this, about who is behind this, and what was involved in the strategy of the Revolutionary Communist Party standing in that particular constituency after Halima had entered the race. And there's many other examples. Tasneem has talked about the Muslim Vote Organisation, which recommended against Craig and has recommended against some of the more credible candidates that there have been, including Workers' Party candidates. You know, we should be hopeful, of course, that someone like Andrew Feinstein might run Keir Starmer a close race, but it's not looking like there's going to be a rash of independents and Workers' Party candidates elected, much though we might hope that was the case. But look, we shouldn't be surprised by that. I mean, we know, don't we, that the first past the post system is the worst of all possible systems for proportionality. I used to live in Scotland, as some of you will know, and I was there in 2003 when the moderately proportional system of the Scottish Parliament was used for the second time to elect for the Scottish Parliament. And in that moment, just after the illegal invasion and occupation of Iraq, of the 125 or is it 129, I forget, Scottish Parliament MSPs, we had elected 6 socialists and 7 Greens. So, you know, a huge proportion in relation to the population, in relation to the vote. And that was a tremendous victory. And I still remember it as a tremendous night. We thought, you know, things could change. And of course, that's not how things operated. We've seen since then in Scotland, the trajectory of the SNP becoming the dominant party now to be decisively defeated in this election, it looks like, from the exit polls. And what we've got instead is this kind of right-wing Labour party who will become the government, but will be, as I believe George Osborne said in the ITV show just a few minutes ago, will be really very, very unpopular coming into government, even though it might have a landslide victory. And that, of course, is the trajectory for the future. I mean, Keir Starmer can't go anywhere without being called out as an apologist for genocide, an agent of genocide, even more so than perhaps is Rishi Sunak and the Tory government, who are, of course, the actual government who are collaborating with genocide. So I think that you know, it might be that we have very few independents elected. Every independent that's elected is a massive victory. But this is all to play for in the future, because this country is in dire need of a proper, significant opposition which can be united. And if we can be self-critical for a moment, you know, the left in this country has covered itself not in glory over this whole process by failing even to come up with unified candidates and seats which are winnable, and making itself look like a laughingstock. And that, I think, is the unfortunate lesson of this. We need a strong, united opposition, and we won't have that because, of course, of the legacy of the fallout from the Corbyn years, and the strategy which has been adopted since then by sections of the Labour left, which is to stay and fight, a strategy which was always, in my view, doomed to failure. And we see that the bitter fruits of that today with the fact that there will be probably very few independents elected. this evening.
Yeah. What would you like to say anything about that, Tasneem?
No, I'd echo a lot of that actually. It is a failure of organisation on the left and a failure to reach consensus in terms of the priorities for what we're trying to achieve. And if we're trying to achieve a conscience being inserted back into Parliament, we need MPs in there who are going to be the voice of conscience. And it doesn't matter what party or which independent ones are there, as long as the community get behind them and provide that. And because of egos and because of games, that opportunity has been well and truly lost in some very, very potential places, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, the parallel with the Iraq war, I mean, do you see that like the 2005 general election? I mean, that wasn't enough to take Labour down, was it? But there were protests against them there. Do you think that foreign policy is not enough to persuade the country, David? What do you think the country's view? Actually, what do you think the country's view is on foreign policy? Because I'm quite confused. Because Starmer seems to be talking about being quite militaristic. Is that a winning kind of policy that people go for, or is that? I mean, they don't seem to have voted much more for him, do they?
Well, look, I mean, it's perfectly plain that the majority of people in this country are appalled by the daily images that they see. And of course, not everyone sees a lot of the stuff that is now available on social media if you don't follow the relevant Telegram channels or X accounts or those kinds of things. You don't necessarily see all of it, but people have seen enough, I think, that everyone is appalled by what's happening in Gaza and the awful assault by the Zionists on the Palestinians. That's not necessarily going to translate into a general election vote. That's notoriously the case. Where other issues, of course, motivate people. But there is no mechanism in this country for us to register those kinds of views because all of the main parties are totally signed up with small gradations of difference to the what shall we say, to policies which are in favor of the US role, leading US role in the world, and indeed in favor of supporting or at least not preventing genocide in Gaza, led by the Zionists, supported by the Americans, and indeed, of course, supported by the British. So, yeah, I mean, of course, people are horrified, but how you make that voice felt in the general election is very, very difficult. And of course, the timing question has been extremely problematic because there hasn't been enough time. And of course, the election was called deliberately because of that, even though, you know, as Rishi Sunak could no doubt see, it was going to be bad for the Tories. At least it was going to be, it was going to mean that it was impossible really for the left to properly organise. And, you know, and all sorts of problems within the left, of course, help that process along. So we are a country which has historically not properly understood its role in the world, both geopolitically and in terms of the awful history of British colonialism and of death and destruction overseas, even just the recent past of Afghanistan, of Iraq, of Libya, and indeed prior to that in the Balkans. I mean, even just that, people don't have a real understanding of that, and there's a deliberate turning away from the reality of British power in the world, which is the power to spread blood willy-nilly in the pursuit of what are perceived to be British imperial interests, along with their big ally from Washington. So that's a problem with British politics, and it's a problem really of the politics of all Western countries which are part of this alliance, which we call NATO, the Western Military Alliance, etc., which is that the public in these countries, one, don't know really what's been done in their name, and two, it's in their interests not to know, and you see that very pointedly in in the arms industry and the nuclear industry, where the workers are more reactionary than the general population, because they can see that their interests are in these industries continuing to function, and that of course means that they have to turn their face.
We've got another result. I'm going to try this one now. Hold on, here we go.
For the better. After 14 long years of Conservative government, change is coming. This is the moment we press the reset button for the country, to get our economy firing on all cylinders, to invest in our schools and our NHS, to restore honesty, decency and integrity to politics. Now, as some of you may know, I'm a Swindon girl, born and bred, and I can tell you this, I'm on a mission to restore pride and opportunity to my hometown, a mission to ensure kids growing up here today don't have to move out to get on, a mission.
What's happened there is that the BBC only put it through to Swindon after the result, and this woman Heidi something or other, Labour, has
Alexander.
been bigging up herself as the big MP for the big city of Swindon, and we're all chuffed to bits for her, because she used to be down in South London, I think, and now she's suddenly found that she's a country person. She's from Swindon. How can I just change the subject a bit, because we're getting a bit serious, and I think we might need to be a bit more jocular here. Tasneem, are you impressed by Labour's candidates' kind of versatility about where they come from?
I'm a criminal lawyer, so I hear this all the time.
Is that it? Oh, okay, right. David, do you think the Labour candidates are a high calibre? Because that's what Starmer was saying. Can we just start slagging off Labour a little bit here, instead of sort of licking our wounds? Because I think we've got more passion in there if we do that. What do you think about Labour's high quality candidates that Starmer's put forward?
Well, we just heard Heidi Alexander there talking about change is coming, and bringing what was it she said? Honesty back to politics. I mean, it's staggering that sentient human beings can speak those words in public. I mean, after all that has happened in this country, where we went from a period of what we used to call social democracy, where there were certain things which were agreed between Labour and capital, which was destroyed by Thatcher after '79, which opened the way to a wave of corruption, which has not abated, and which has been exacerbated by successive Labour governments from 1997 through to 2010. So that we have a society which is run by spivs and people who sell stuff off the back of a lorry, and they're the people who are the largest taxpayers in this country, as has been discussed recently on social media. So the idea that we have honesty in politics, and what kind of world is it that a person inhabits, that they can say that without thinking that people are just going to laugh at them? This is a society where there has not been any honesty in politics for a generation, and it's the most dishonest kind of political system that one could imagine. It's extraordinary.
I mean, it seems to me, Tasneem, I don't know if you've got anything on this, but it seems to me that Starmer, his whole kind of spin about being the toolmaker's son and liking football and a pint and an ice cream, everyone knew it was crap, but it was acceptable crap because everyone else was. We're so used to the crap, so it's like he was playing the game that we were supposed to play. Do you think that's true or not?
Yeah, no, I do think it's true, but I think it's more to do with the country tolerating the nonsense that the Conservative Party kept throwing out, with, from Theresa May onwards with Liz Truss, and then, Boris Johnson lying, partying. You then have what was she, a Lettuce did better than she did. She managed to, everyone's mortgages are in the hole by over £1,000 a month, because they continue to be, because of just a few days worth of policies by Liz Truss. So given that that's all that's happened, the dam broke, and people want to get rid of the Tory party, and the best way to do that in their minds is just to vote Labour. And Labour's capitalised on that. We have to get rid of the Tories. Now, they've played every other game and played every other trick that's going as well. But I really think it's more to do with the Tory party and people being fed up with them than it is to do with anything that is on offer by the Labour Party. I've never heard anyone say anything good about Keir Starmer. There's nothing that sets him apart from, a very boring accountant who has nothing exciting to say, apart from when he's covering for war crimes. So the idea that Labour's provided an offering is simply not true. They've just provided an alternative.
Yeah. Well, look, we've got we've getting donations coming in. I'm just going to say we've got some donations coming in. I really appreciate people donating to this. I've never done the YouTube sort of chat thing and donate, and I appreciate it. There's over 1,000 people watching on YouTube, and I hope we can keep you going. Don't turn over to the BBC or Sky or Channel 4 with Alistair Campbell. Can you imagine watching him? God, that must be painful. Look, Audrey's still here. Audrey's not turned over to Channel 4. Audrey, what would you like to say? We're still not got that many results in, so David could be right. The exit poll could be a load of tosh, and we might actually find that George Galloway is Prime Minister. What do you think? We can still dream on that, can't we?
Yeah, we would. Yeah.
Why don't we just keep that narrative going until the last second, and then we can have a bit more fun in the evening, in the night, whatever time it is.
I think we can be labouring the point over what's happened, because it was on the cards. We know there's no surprises here. The hatred for the Tories is what's driving people at the moment. And as I said before, there's nobody. Normally we are looking to Labour and we rush out and we celebrate. Although to be fair, I never did it over Tony Blair, never. But a lot of people did, and you could understand it. But now, as he's more hated, he is more hated. He's a man before he's even took power who was hated. Somebody just said before, that he's booed everywhere. But can I just say we should? And I'm sorry, it's not jokey and laughing, but what we have to talk about is the role of the trade union movement and all this. The trade union movement, the bed's supposed to be, built which it did, built the Labour Party and so on. We're having what's happened in the Labour Party has happened in the trade union movement. We don't talk about that often enough. Look at the leadership of the trade union movement now. Look, you're talking about the build-up to a war. You're talking about genocide. And you've got Sharon Graham, the leader of Unite, instead of calling out the workers to come out on strike, to refuse to make the weapons, and finding a way of compensating them for taking that action, find an alternative, even jobs to work out, like the Lucas plan, for instance. But, finding a way of calling out those workers to oppose genocide and war and stop building the weapons that are killing kids in Gaza. She's actually saying, don't be, agitating like that within Unite. That's completely out of order. That we shouldn't be calling on those workers. We shouldn't even be putting any pressure on them. I mean, that is absolutely disgraceful. She started it. I mean, I get criticised for not supporting a woman, trade union leader. But, I never really agreed with a lot of the things that she said when she first came into office. you know, and I'm not being, oh, you're a Len McCluskey supporter and all the rest of it. I would support anybody, woman or man, who was standing there making demands on workers. Why would we never call people out on strike? We'd never call people out on strike over anything if we can't call them out on strike over building weapons to kill kids and commit genocide with. So we've got to take our union leadership to account. We've had Mick Lynch. I mean, we all love, the country's fallen in love with Mick Lynch. And then all of a sudden, he's turning around and telling us all to go out and vote for Keir Starmer, knowing what Keir Starmer, this isn't like before the genocide. You know, even then I wouldn't understand it, because it's not just about genocide and war. It's about austerity, which has
Didn't
killed.
he say grow up? He said grow up and vote for Labour, didn't he? Grow up. I mean,
absolutely. We were like, it was like a slash your wrists moment, because you wanted to look to Mick Lynch, you know, to provide, well, you know, you'd hope that he would get together with some of the leadership. There is no leadership in this country. That's the trouble. There's a mass movement. Nobody can deny the mass movement exists, because it does. You know, it really does. There's a hatred of the Tories. There's a revulsion of the lies of our political establishment, the whole of the political establishment, the papers. There really is. It's tangible. Well, it's tangible in my city when you've got the leader of the Labour Party standing up there and saying he's proud about the endorsement of the Sun newspaper. He's rubbing our noses in it. He's done it. He's done it over the lies. He didn't give a toss that he'd betrayed all of those 10 points that people naively voted for him over to become. He didn't give a toss. He's never blushed over any of the lies he's been caught out about. He doesn't even get the humour of how stupid he sounds talking about his father being a toolmaker. I have to say, my dad was a toolmaker, genuinely was a toolmaker. But, you know, absolutely, there's a contempt for the working class. Oozes out of that man.
Well, look, I've just got to interrupt you there, because we've got Shokat from Leicester South, who's on the call. Shokat, it was great to see you in Leicester.
Hi, Andrew. How are you?
Crispin, but you call me Andrew. It's all right. I don't mind being Andrew as well. I might change my name to Andrew by default just to make it easier.
It's been a long day, Crispin. Apologies.
No. How's it gone? And what do you think of the exit poll?
It's well, the exit poll is quite depressing in one way, but not to be unexpected in another. We were expecting something of that. I'm quite alarmed by the number of seats that Reform may be taking, and that's been really, really concerning for me. For us today, it's been absolutely phenomenal. We've got 33 polling stations in Leicester, and from 7 a.m. to 10, we've had people manning virtually each and every one of them. And it's always, when you came to Leicester, you saw it was a community campaign, and they've actually taken it to the next level. So it's been an absolutely phenomenal day.
It was amazing to see you, and what you were telling me about the campaign you've had since January, I think. You know, if the election had been November, I'm sure you'd be quite confident of winning.
Yeah, it would have been a double-edged sword. We would have had the time, but also it may have been difficult to keep such a large team together. So maybe the best things, I said, nothing focuses the mind like a deadline. So maybe it was the right time, but we're still hopeful. We had a phenomenal turnout in areas that we are expected to do very well in. And there was a very much lower turnout in areas that we didn't expect to do well in anyway. So it's going to be very interesting, Crispin. I think it'll be very, very interesting. I'll keep an eye on Leicester South.
So what's the mood in your team at the moment?
Oh, they're still ecstatic. We just had, we all got together. There was about 60 of us eating lamb biryani afterwards. And they were just absolutely buoyant. Just to be part of this team has been something magical. I wish I could have captured it and bottled it, but we're gonna see how we go.
Yeah, well, I have to say your campaign's fantastic. The organisation, your focus was extraordinary. To the point that Jonathan Ashworth had to come out and make a bit of an idiot of himself on social media.
Yeah, and today actually there were a little bit of panic stations as well, because they saw so many of my team on every polling station that they did get a little bit alarmed, and messages were going around. John himself came out in certain areas and started knocking on doors, which has never had to do with the 22,000 majority. So if nothing else, he has realised that at least he had to do a little bit of work for his position.
And what's next for you?
Well, we'll see what the results are at 3:30.
Right, are you going to come back on and we'll speak
Yeah,
to you
look,
then?
you guys have been absolutely incredible. And come what may, if you guys are still on, I'll definitely give you a dial in.
Great. That would be good to speak to you again. And
thank you very much.
Fantastic. Well done. Whatever happens.
Whatever, and good luck to everybody else as well who's been who stood up on the right side of history.
Thank you. Thanks, Zucker. Good
Thank
luck.
you.
So look, we've David. I think you made a good point about this exit poll. It's a little bit demoralising to see that, but the actual reality of those seats, because I was speaking to Tanushka in Hove earlier, and Shokat their campaigns have been extraordinary, and they have frightened those the Labour politicians quite a lot, haven't they?
Yes, that's right. I mean, I've heard all sorts of positive things about various of the Workers' Party seats. Chris Williamson's seat, for example, Derby South, and in Rochdale for George. All sorts of positive stuff about what's happening on the doorsteps. And when you look at the percentage of the votes that have so far been announced, we have 4 Labour seats, 1 gain from the Tories in Swindon. And you see the percentage of votes in those 4 seats: 46% to Labour, 23% to Reform, 23.9 to Reform, which is a staggering figure, really. The Tories on 17%, the Greens up 3.5% on 5.5%. Won't help them really in any national trend, but will help them in particular seats where they're strong. Oxford, possibly, certainly Bristol Central, and probably the seat in Brighton. And the Lib Dems, so far not making any showing, but we're going to see the resurgence of the far right in this country. I mean, and let's remember the far right under Nigel Farage is also pro-genocide, and that will not help with the polarization in this country. We know that most people are against the genocide, and we just have to see how that's going to work. I mean, obviously, none of us in the actual combative anti-racist, anti-war, anti-Zionist movement are going to be taking any of this lying down. And of course, that's the reality, is that we will have increasing confrontation over the existence of arms firms, Israeli arms firms, and British arms firms supplying components to the Israeli occupation forces. And so that's going to be an ongoing confrontation. We've seen during the election campaign quite a number of actions by Palestine Action, the cutting edge of the anti-Zionist movement, including in Scotland and in the various parts of England, including to suppliers and financial supporters of the arms industry. So that is the context for what's going forward. There is a newly combative anti-Zionist movement in this country for, I think, the first time ever. I don't think there's really ever been an anti-Zionist movement, and it's just starting to emerge. And the older parts of the British left, I suppose you would call them Stop the War, Palestine Solidarity, don't quite know how to deal with the newly combative and radicalized young people, which of course we see on the encampments up and down the country.
That's right. I mean, the fact that Gaza has opened up so many people's eyes, to the extent that we are being lied to, that politicians are in the pockets of the arms manufacturers and other kind of dark forces. That is a development of the past year. This election doesn't really reflect that because of the timing of it, but that germ of activity is there underneath, and we can build on that. I think have we got another? We haven't got another result coming in.
There are 5 results now declared.
Right, I'm just get Colin in because he's been watching the results. Colin, I think you need to unmute yourself.
Yeah, no, the pattern, there's 5 results in, the pattern's been the same in each of them, which is turnouts are down. Labour votes are sort of steady, maybe increasing by a couple of thousand, but as I said before, nothing like a surge. The Tories are getting absolutely mauled by Reform. The Reform vote is shooting up. The Tories are getting absolutely mauled by them. So that's going to be the pattern, I think. So no great enthusiasm. I mean, the important thing is, as was mentioned, the turnout's been so low. They're dropping compared to 2017. They're down 10% compared to 2019. You know, sort of 8% or thereabouts, or something like that. Complete lack of enthusiasm. I mean, I mean, David made the point. We've got a landslide. We're probably going to end up with a landslide government that doesn't actually have a popular mandate. You know, the majority of people didn't vote for it.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Colin, and keep looking out for the figures there.
I'm going to take my tie off soon, but tell you.
No, I just want to thank people who've donated on the YouTube. I really appreciate all the contributions there, and lots of comments coming through. And they've got over 1,000 people watching. Still, there's obviously a lot of people watching BBC and Sky and Channel 4. They love to be in the belly of the beast or whatever. David, what do you think is the chances of the left ever uniting? I mean, is that just an impossibility? How do you think we can go forward after this? I mean, because we've got all these factions that are standing against each other. There's egos going on. It's quite frustrating. What can we ever work it out? Or is it just is it like that, was it the myth of Sisyphus, where you keep trying to do it and then it comes back down again?
Well, look, I mean, I think that the left hasn't properly come to terms with what happened in the Corbyn years. I think that sections of the left thought, inside the Labour Party, around the campaign group especially, that they could just stay and fight and maybe appear to fight a little bit and hang on, and then that could be a resurgence in the future. Well, I mean, that was never going to happen. Is never going to happen. There cannot be a Labour Party left of any meaningful sort, and that needs to be declared dead as a project. But it's worse than that, because of course what happened with Corbyn was that, we could take a long time to talk about this, but let's be brief about it. What happened with Corbyn was that Corbyn was, I suppose, the most pro-Palestine of the Socialist campaign group, and the most principled, I think, in a way. I mean, he's not an anti-Zionist. He believes in two-state solution, but he'd been a principled pro-Palestinian campaigner all his life, and he was pressured to abandon those positions, and he did abandon some of those positions. In particular, he abandoned positions by throwing his closest and strongest supporters under the bus. Everybody knows this now. Mark Wadsworth, Jackie, who I saw was on the call a little while ago, Tony Greenstein, of course, Chris Williamson, Ken Livingstone, etc. And what happened then was that Corbyn was advised to do this, and he was advised to apologise and move on. Let's not fight, and that led in the end to there being no one left to support Corbyn. And just the one fact which demonstrates all of this, I think, is the fact that the expulsions for anti-Semitism massively increased after the left took control of the party through the appointment of Jenny Formby. It wasn't the right who expelled the vast majority of Labour Party members, it was the left. And that was a disgrace and was a catastrophic error of judgment by Jeremy and indeed by all his advisors. We can say all we want about Jeremy didn't really know what he was doing, but that's what happened. And people haven't come to terms with that. People still say, oh, but Jeremy's a principled man and he's fantastic. Well, yeah, but he presided over a catastrophic error of judgment in what you do in relation to these kinds of forces. And let me finish on this. What you do in relation to these kinds of forces is you do not apologise. You do not say, oh well, Chris Williamson was maybe saying the wrong.
Oh no, sorry, we've got another result. I'm just gonna. It's Newcastle. I'm just gonna play this one.
4,946. Francis Lazark, the Conservative Party, 4,228. Ashton Hector Muncaster, Reform UK, 7,815. Chi Onwurah, Labour Party, 18,875. John Pearson, Green Party candidate, 3,228. Habib Rahman, Independent, 1,636. Yvonne Ann Ridley, Independent, 3,627. And that Chi Onwurah has been duly elected to serve as a councillor, as a Member of Parliament for the Newcastle upon Tyne Central and West constituency. Thank you. The Reform candidate is unwell and has had to leave the count. So I now invite Chi Onwurah to speak. Thank you.
Well, Yvonne Ridley didn't get her victory that we hoped for. There was a split vote there as well. That was a very suspicious one. The alternative candidate only put their papers in 15 minutes before the deadline, having said they wouldn't stand in a Facebook post 1 week before the election. And someone who we don't really want, who abstained in the vote for the ceasefire, won with quite a big majority. I mean, it was very difficult to organise, I suppose, at short notice. But Yvonne Ridley, I mean, these kind of candidates. I mean, what an amazing thing it would have been if we'd had Yvonne Ridley on the back benches. I mean, some of these Workers' Party independent candidates were very impressive. David, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, Yvonne wasn't a Workers' Party candidate, although she had, of course, been in respect with George all those years ago. She's in fourth place there. I mean, that's given the attempted split of the vote with another 2,000 votes, she would have been above the Tories if that hadn't been the case. But that would itself still have been only the third position, with the Reform taking the second position there again. So again, very strong showing for Reform, with disaffected Tory voters going to Reform as their alternative. So yes, I mean, it's a creditable performance by Yvonne, and she's in fourth position. That's good, but is in fourth position. And let me just continue with what I was saying about the strategy for the left has got to be a strategy where we do not apologise about fake allegations of anti-Semitism, and instead we combat them. We say no, there's a genocide, and I think everybody now, or many more people now, see that after the genocide than they did before, because these arguments about anti-Semitism and Jews feel unsafe because we say free Palestine. This is ridiculous, and we must not give in to this. This is a deliberate talking point developed and
right.
Proposed by.
No, I'm sorry, I've got to interrupt you again, David. I'll have to. I'll come back to you. I'm interested in what you're saying. We've got a live. We've got Oggy from Ashton-under-Lyne. Oggy, is there results expected soon?
Well, we just actually had the verification, Crispin. We've had the verification of a 51% turnout, which is really, really high at the moment. So that's an amazing sort of thing that people have gone. But it definitely is looking, from what we've been looking at the moment, it's going to be a close call, this, very close. I think there could potentially be a bit of a shake-up going on here. Don't know whether or not it'll go, which way it'll go in favour, but I think people need to stand by and be careful, because, potentially, looking at the figures at the minute, we may not have the new deputy leader from Ashton-under-Lyne with any luck, but
really?
That's just looking at the figures. But we're just having them checked at the moment, and that's where we're up to. So they haven't done the full count, but that's just from polls that we're able to notice on what's going on at the moment. But yeah, there's a 51% turnout, which is compared to previous years, is quite a dramatic. A lot of people.
Oggy, is that you getting the vote out? Is that you getting the vote out? Because you wouldn't give up on that, would you?
Say again. Sorry, I apologise.
That was a lot to do with you carrying on your hard work in the campaign, getting the vote out. I mean, they were talking about Angela Rayner's seat, if anyone's unsure what we're talking about.
Sorry.
And Aroma Hassan's campaign. I mean, when I went up there, it was very impressive. Even though it was, I mean, you were just doing so well on that.
Yes. I mean, like I said, there's going to be a big shock. And it's been a team effort, not just down to myself. It's been down a massive team effort. And I mean, congratulations to all the team. All I know is, you know, today's the 4th of July at the moment. Although it's actually not, it's the 5th now. But yesterday was Independence Day. And how we're looking at it, it was going to be same size Independence Day because they're going to get away from this rubbish. So, you know, I think I sent you a little clip earlier on of the Independence Day talk that we put on, just to give people the idea that today was going to be a big change. And I really believe, looking at what's going on at the moment, there's going to be a big shock.
And the other thing about, just to finish before you come back again later telling us about the result, is you didn't have a split vote there. There's no independent against the Workers' Party in Ashton-under-Lyne.
No, not at all. Not at all. We have Conservatives, Labour, Liberal Democrat, Reform, and Worker Party, and Green Party. Sorry, we have got Green Party as well.
Right. Well, I mean, I think that makes a big difference. So, well, look, thank you for coming on. Look, I'm looking forward to hearing about what happens in Ashton-under-Lyne, and fingers crossed, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, look after yourself.
Cheers.
Hope everyone does well tonight.
Thank you, Oggy. Right, now, David, I keep interrupting you. I'm sorry. You were talking about the Labour Party and how the anti-Semitism claims, smears were used after Jeremy Corbyn had his own people in position, and also you were saying about how anti-Zionism is becoming more of a kind of acceptable outlook.
Yes, I think that look, people I don't think really understood or realised what it meant to be anti-Zionist. I think many people have always believed that Corbyn was an anti-Zionist. You know, but actually, when you look at the policies of the main parties, including wanting a two-state solution, whatever that might mean, that this is a Zionist position which allows the continued existence of a Jewish state, meaning a state where the rights belong to the people who are Jewish and not to others, which is fundamentally a racist form of arrangement. And people now start to understand that actually there can be no Jewish state, that the state of Israel must be dismantled, and that what we need to have is one state of Palestine in which everyone is equal before the law. And that's what the anti-Zionist position is. And many more thousands of people have come to that position as a result of the genocide, because they say, well, what is it that we can do to negotiate with these people? They want to kill children at an industrial pace that's never been seen in the history of warfare. And of course, what people conclude is that there can be no truck and no compromise with Zionism. And so what we need to find is a way of building an anti-Zionist movement, which can be a central part of a left challenge in this country. And that means a lot of education and heart searching on the left, in particular for socialist Zionists, as they would call themselves, many of whom supported Corbyn. And that's a process which people have to go through. But the radicalization of the young people through the encampments is pushing that process forward. And of course, in my own case, I mean, the fact that I won a tribunal in February where the judge determined that not only was I sacked for my anti-Zionist views, but that my anti-Zionist views were to quote the legislation, worthy of respect in a democratic society, that's a catalytic judgment, not just because of the technical ramifications, meaning that everybody who is employed is now protected, but because it reorients people's understandings. Because, of course, the Zionist talking point for the last 50 years, since the early 70s, has been that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. It's the new anti-Semitism. But now a court in this country has determined that that's not the case, that anti-Zionism is, in fact, a perfectly legitimate perspective on society, and in fact is an anti-racist perspective. So that's an indication of the way in which things are shifting, and we need to find a way to express that more clearly, and for people to understand that many of the left organizations in this country remain Zionist, including those which come from the tradition of the militant through into the Socialist Party or the Revolutionary Communist Party. These remain fundamentally Zionist positions that they have, and they believe that there are two nations in Palestine, like they believed that there was two nations in Ireland, and what you had to do is to get workers across the green and the orange in Ireland, or across the Jews and the Arabs in Palestine, to work together to form some kind of socialist paradise. Well, that was never going to happen. It's never possible, because what we have in those situations is a settler colonial situation. And what you do to resolve settler colonial situations is you decolonize. Decolonize, as someone chanted to me at Glastonbury just the other day, well, as I was sitting waiting for somebody. So that seems to me to be what we need to be doing. But to get a left to cohere around that is very, very difficult, because of course large sections of the left are taken up with ideas which are in the end Zionist. So I wanted to say just lastly about Jeremy Corbyn. Look, Jeremy is a lovely man, and he's a principled man. But the idea that we could coalesce around Jeremy as a new leader of a new left party is an idea which is finished. Even if he wins tonight, which he may not do. The idea that we would have Jeremy as a figurehead, we have to put that away. That's the dreams of children. We need to build a proper left which can take on the right and take on the Zionists and defeat them, and not try and compromise with them.
Right, I'm sorry I kept interrupting you. You had a thread going and you kept going. You continued, you persevered. Thank you. Look, we've got a candidate on, another candidate. We've got Jan Cunliffe, who we featured earlier. We're talking to. Were your ears burning, Jan? Because we're talking to Ian Hodson about you, and we're saying how great it is we've got candidates like you standing, and you know, you've done a fantastic campaign. It's great to meet you up in Wigan, and as I said to Ian, I had one of those pies in a bun, and that's why I've put on a lot of weight. That's my excuse.
I have them every day.
You have them every day. How do you keep yourself so thin and trim? So what can you tell us how it's going in the count? When's your count expected in Wigan?
We're talking maybe 3 o'clock. I thought I was originally told about 1, but I've just been having a chat with Lisa Nandy, and she thinks it might go on till about 3 o'clock in the morning. So it's going to be a long night. Yeah.
You having a chat with Lisa Nandy? What was that like?
Yeah. I chat to everyone. I'm nice to everyone and I chat to everyone. So I just went over to see what she thought was going to happen, and what she. I mean, it's a no-brainer. It's going to be Labour in this town, because it's a very loyal town. But I think the scary thing is Reform UK.
You think they're going to do quite well?
Yeah. I think, and I think even Labour's quite worried about them at the moment.
Right.
Yeah. So it's.
So what's the? Go on. Sorry.
So it's a bit scary, to think that this is where we've got now. And I think we've got to this place because of the politics of the past, and because of the mainstream media and all the horrible things that have been written about and said, and the finger pointing to certain demographics. And I think a lot of people in Wigan, they're kind of strangled in a place where they don't get anything, and they don't seem to be flourishing like communities should be doing, and they're the ones who are probably going to be making that choice. And it's quite scary, because when they make the choice for Reform UK, they're still going to be strangled into poverty. It's not going to change for them. So there's never been anybody talking to them and making them see, that you can only get out of these situations if you're vocal about your situation and choose a candidate that is going to represent and look after you.
Yeah. Well, I just want to bring on Chris Bradburn, who's another candidate who's been standing, and he's when I was up in this is Luke against Luke Akehurst. When I was up in North Durham with you, Chris, you were talking about this. Maybe Jan, if you don't mind just staying on a bit, this issue of reform. Chris, you were talking about that up there and how you speak to people who say they want to vote for reform. What would you...
Firstly, I can't stay long because it feels like we're going to declare some scores on the doors. It looks like it's going to be a Labour win with reform and everything. Sadly, Workers' Party candidate, I'll be quite distant. Perhaps last, maybe pull over SDP. I don't know. There's a lot of Greens, so there's been a split vote on the left there. But yeah, if you're referring to the conversation we've had, it is exactly what we were talking about, where it's born out of that frustration for how you've been treated by the parties. And I'll be honest, from a strategic point of view, I'm not as afraid to Labour if it scares them into having distinct politics and treating our constituency or all the constituencies better. If it scares them, then good, it served the purpose.
Right. I mean, the reform in the north has picked up a lot of votes. I mean, we had the Brexit was an issue, wasn't it? Before, we're picking up a lot of votes in the north. Jan, what do you think? Is that the same kind of voter?
I get the feeling it might not be the same voters. I get the feeling it might be people who would never vote. They just so disillusioned with Labour. It's like a protest vote, but it isn't. It's very strange. I mean, the feeling I'm getting is that the estates where you think it's going to be reform, it isn't. But the places where you might think it would be Tory or maybe where the Brexit voters were, that there's a feeling that it's those people that have voted for Reform UK, which is quite, I don't understand it. I really don't understand it. And I really don't understand choosing Reform as a protest vote. But like the other guys just said, if this is scaring Labour and they're getting a little bit scared that this is what is happening, then that is a good thing. Yeah, they need to start treating us with a little bit more respect, and we might start voting for them instead of parties that are not actually parties and that don't have an interest in us.
Yeah, what would you like to say to Chris? Sorry, your signal was a bit crackly. Do you want to say something back?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So anecdotally, what I've heard from polling stations, there's been a higher than usual turnout. And when I've spoken to voters, it seems to be a lot of people. And there's also some people who are using it as a way to protest against Labour directly. But yeah, I just wanted that was worth mentioning. In one of the polling stations, they had double the last general elections turnout. And it was a lot of what they described as lads who were talking about reform when they were going in. So, how much of it is people who would not have voted at all, who have now voted reform, and, how much is that lent into them?
You're shaking your head a lot, David. What do you want to say?
Well, I think this is a mistake to think that it will be good if we give Labour a shot, because then they will start listening to working class voters. They won't be doing that. That's never going to be happening. That's never going to be happening ever again in the history of the UK. There's never going to be a party called Labour which is going to have anything like social democratic policies, which is what I assume that people are referring to. That the Labour Party as a representative of the working class is finished. It's gone. It's dead. It's a dead parrot. It will not come back to life. And that's why we have a responsibility to have a proper fighting organisation which can defend the interests of the working class in this country, and indeed to have a proper progressive foreign policy as well, so that we don't, as a country, involve ourselves in killing children on an industrial scale, which is, as we speak, still happening. So I think this is a mistake. There is no way back, even to social democracy, which was itself a failed project in my view. never mind to any form of socialism for the Labour Party. That isn't going to happen. And sad as that might be, and weak as that might make us, that's the reality, and we have to build on that basis.
Chris, how are you feeling?
On a personal level, I'm fine. My community knows that they've got someone who changes their causes. So my next sites now are on the council election. People have asked me to step into next year. So on a personal level, I set out to show what there is. Now, if this
it's a bad line, Chris. It's a pretty bad line. I can hear you say you're not upset on a personal level, but I'm just thinking, the whole thing of Luke Akehurst winning North Durham, where you're standing, is just defies belief. Because how he's nothing to do with the community, how they've parachuted him in. The whole thing is a joke, isn't it?
Well, I've spoke to him today. I've spoke to him this evening. And
is that the first time you spoke to him?
Yeah, it's the first time I've seen him in person, man. I explained that, I'm going to say, if you win tonight, I'm going to spend the next 5 years making sure that it's people first and politics and party second. So my role now in North Durham is a community champion, is an advocate to make sure that he's being kept accountable. And I'm sorry that I didn't catch the previous gentleman's name, but I don't want there to be any doubt that I know Labour don't represent the working class. That's exactly why I was running I have been running my campaign. But we have to deal with the results now that are just about to be announced. And if reform is a tool to scare them, let it scare them. But I agree. I wish there was a way we could get every left-leaning candidate in the country to put aside petty differences and make an actual united left party or left collective of independents. That's what they're setting up in Newcastle. But there's some people like Green voters, for example, who will not look past certain things, and that splits the vote, which has been a big issue here, I think.
Yeah. Jan, what would you like to say about your campaign? And are you going to be carrying on? Are you going to go?
Yeah, I've just been told that 51.8% turnout here in Wigan. So that I don't know whether that doesn't sound very turnout to me. So yeah, and I think Chris is right. Politics, it's dead. Both parties, it's dead. We need to refresh the whole political system. And I think it feels to me like tonight that is a really pinnacle time, because I'm in there in the county, and I feel like I'm in a party that I definitely wasn't invited to, and it feels like this is a Labour Party and they're all very much aware that they're going to win, and it's like, who's she? Why is she here? The biggest loser in town, and that's what it feels like. And it doesn't feel as if you would hope that there would be tension because you don't know who's going to win. And that's what politics should be like. Who's going to win? Who's the best candidate? And we haven't got that anymore. We haven't got it. We'll probably end up with I don't know, 10 years of Labour, and it'll be absolutely rotten. And then we'll end up with the Tories again, and with another rotten situation. We need a change. We need a different party that's going to represent people and give them a chance, so that they don't have to keep going backwards and forwards to the two parties that have absolutely no interest in any of us. No interest at all. If going in that room now feels as if the only interest is how quickly they're going to win, and that's it. Not that they might lose, or they're so relaxed because they know they've got a winner, because Wigan is always loyal. And until Wigan starts to have a choice with someone, they'll keep being loyal to the wrong people.
Right. Well, look, I hope you can both come on again when the results have been announced. What time was yours again, Jan?
We're looking at somewhere between 2 and 3, maybe.
Oh, you're an early bird then. And your one, Chris?
Yeah, it looks about the same. Could I just mention briefly, I don't know whether you've covered it on the show already, have you seen that Kevin Jones has got his nomination for a peerage? So the previous MP of this area who mysteriously stepped down so that Luke Akers could come in, has now been nominated for a seat in the House of Lords, which is a very good timing. That's fortuitous circumstances. Keir Starmer, he nominated him yesterday, I think, or earlier today. I'm not sure what time it is, man. But yeah, so interesting.
Wow. Okay, well, look, thank you both for coming on. And just look, good luck. I hope you both do better than you may have thought, especially Chris. I hope you do better than you thought. Well done, both of you as well, for standing. You did great campaigns.
Cheers. Thank you. Speak to you later. Bye.
Thank you. Now, I just want to say, yeah, someone was asking where the donations are for. The donations are not the Andrew Marr shows on every week on Zoom normally, but we've gone on to YouTube for this show so more people can watch. And we just cover the stories that they don't cover on the mainstream. This is a kind of example of it, where we don't just talk about the main parties. We're trying to talk about the alternatives. Now, I believe that. Sorry, I thought that. Oh, all right. So I've just got a story come in actually. Squawk Box have reported that Jeremy Corbyn has held Islington by 700 votes. I'm not sure how they got that. Steve's very strangely, he's sitting quietly downstairs because he doesn't want to be woken up, but he's getting these stories about Jeremy Corbyn winning with 700 votes. I don't know how he does it. But yeah, that's the story that's come out. So there's some good news that we might have one candidate. We might have one MP. We might have one MP. It used to be we hope we get a government. Now we're just hoping we can get one MP. Well, we just be realistic, hey. Let's see. Tosh McDonald is on the call too. Tosh, can you hear me? Tosh, are you there? I think Tosh is hanging around. I'll
can you hear me now, mate?
Yeah, I can. I can see someone's feet. Yeah, I can. I can see someone's feet.
Yeah, I can't get the video to show me. Yeah, go on then.
All right, so we'll just look at. Oh, there you are. There you are. Right. So what's happening? I can see a tiny face, and it's like one of those mirages, isn't it?
It's not right good on my phone, mate. It's not right good on my phone, but things are starting to look a bit. Things are starting to look a bit better here. It was at first it looked really, really bad, but we're getting more and more Workers' Party votes coming in now. It's looking like I'm getting kind of hopeful we're going to get us deposit back.
Right, and what's your take on the exit poll?
To be honest, I can't believe I was so disappointed that the Tories doing so bad. I just really didn't want Starmer's Labour to have such a landslide. If the exit polls turn out to be right, I think we're going to have a real battle on our hands. We'll have to fight Labour more than we've ever fought the Tories, because I think Starmer, with such a majority, will start telling trade unions and community groups and other organisations, just take your foot off the pedal, give us time. And that's something we can't afford to do. I'm really pleased with the way certain sections of our communities voted. But what's worrying is Reform look to be doing quite well too, and that really concerns me.
Is that something you noticed in Doncaster as well?
Yes, very much so. But to be honest, out canvassing, we had that feeling as well that Reform were going to... I felt Reform would take votes from Labour. It seems they have done, but they took most from the Conservatives, I think. But they're certainly looking second place to Labour as it stands here right now.
Right. So, but it's great that you stood, Tosh, and it's great that you put the work in, and we've got to build from this, haven't we? We can't just sort of run off and say we can't do anything.
This is the start of the race, Crispin. It's not the end, it's the start. We've had wonderful support from the Muslim community around Doncaster. It's been fantastic. Invited to the mosque, we've had full support there. It's been great. It's just, I seem to think that Reform seem to have taken more votes away from Labour and the Tories than we have. I was hoping for better, but it's something we build on. It's the start, isn't it? The fact that we're there making a noise and giving people a choice. And as the votes come on, we're getting more and more Workers' Party votes in. So let's have his fingers crossed we get the deposit back. I could do with 500 quid back, so I can drown my sorrows.
500 quid, yeah. Well, we're well, I hope you get that deposit back. But also, Tosh, it was good to see you up there, and I hope we can all keep together on the left and build something of unity. I mean, the splits on the left have been a problem, haven't they?
They have, and you're absolutely right there, Crispin. What I'm really pleased about, mostly throughout the country, we've only had one left candidate in every election, and I think that's great. If the Workers' Party, TUS, all the other organisations, independents, can work together. If we can't all get together and make one party, then Judea and the Judea's People Front, we stand one candidate against the Tories and Labour.
Yeah. Well, when your vote comes in, what time's that?
We don't know yet. There's Nikki, my wife, as you know, is standing in a council by-election. We expect that to be first, and they've started doing the final count on that.
Okay.
So that'll be first. I haven't got a clue when they vote for Doncaster Central, Doncaster North, or Don Valley.
Right. Okay. Well, look. Good luck. Good luck for
come in. That's a new concept.
Well, good luck. Good luck for Nikki, and good luck for you too. And hope to speak to you when you get the results. Yeah, to let us know.
Yeah, I will do. I'll send you a text or something, shall I, or an email? Is that the easiest way?
Just come back on the Zoom and we'll see you then.
Oh, we can do that. We can do that. And whatever happens, Crispin, keep rocking.
Right. Yes. Cheers. Cheers, Tosh. See you later.
Cheers, see you later.
Right now, Colin, I just want to hear a bit about what's going on with the figures. How do you see things, Colin?
Yeah, it's the same pattern. It's basically Labour, where they're winning, are not showing a big increase in the votes compared to previous elections. Tories being ripped apart by Reform. That's it. I mean, the issue I think we're going to be looking at, as I said, Starmer's going to have a large number of seats in the Houses of Parliament, in the House of Commons, but he's not going to have a popular mandate. He's going to have about 36% turnout is going to have voted. That's less than voted for Jeremy in 2017. That's as low as the number that voted for Tony Blair in 2005. Just to put the landslide in context, by the way, Starmer on the projections looks to be getting more new seats than Blair got in 1997. Blair got 146 new seats in 1997, and then clearly Starmer's down to getting 209 or thereabouts. It's not as big as the number of increase in seats in 1945, but it's of that proportion. So for me, I mean, I can barely understand our system that gives such a big majority on such a low proportion of the vote. I mean, it's a very difficult system.
Yeah. Right. So look, we're expecting. The fact is, most of the results come in the next hour or two. So we're going to be getting lots and lots in at once. If you're hanging on this broadcast, we've got lots of local independent candidates and Workers' Party candidates that we've been following. Some of whom we haven't heard from yet. We've got there's two Birmingham seats that I think are very winnable. One of them's Yardley and one of them is Ladywood. Hopefully we'll be hearing from those candidates. We've got Pamela Fitzpatrick in Harrow West. As you heard, Jeremy seems to have won the Islington by about 700 votes, according to Squawkbox. We're happy to hear from Chris Williamson from Derby North, and I'm looking at trying to get George Galloway on, and also Leanne Mohammed. We've got lots of results that could come through. We could have a handful of independents. I mean, what would you make of that as a result, David? If we had, say, five independents, Workers' Party candidates on the back benches?
Well, that would be absolutely tremendous, wouldn't it? I mean, the ones which we think have the highest chance are, of course, not all Workers' Party candidates. Leanne Mohammed is not a Workers' Party candidate, etc. But these MPs would have to work together, and the pressure from outside Parliament would be that they would have to work together as a unified bloc, and that would be the minimum that people would expect. But if you have a bloc like 5, then it would look like something which is not far off the size that the SNP is forecasted to be after this evening, and would be, what would it be?
Really, the SNP down to 5?
Well, down to 10. So that's not far off. If you've got 5 MPs, the SNP is projected to be down at 10, isn't it? In the exit poll, which is a huge drop. They're going to lose 30 seats or something.
Now we've got another. I think we've got another result coming in. I'll just put this one on. Here we go.
Lose that seat, so Jeremy Corbyn standing as an independent, that would not be just bad news. It would really take the shine off some of this enormous victory that Labour is now expecting, according to the exit poll. We're just watching the pictures there of Northumberland, and the returning officer with an incredible hat is back at the lectern, and she's just putting her glasses on. Let's listen in, because we're going to get the declaration for the seats of Cramlington and Killingworth.
For the Cramlington and Killingworth parliamentary constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Tom Campion, Liberal Democrats, 1,898. Gordon Fletcher, Reform UK, 9,454. Emma Foodie, Labour and Cooperative Party, 22,274. Dawn Furness, Independent, 322. Ian Jones, the Green Party, 2,144. Scott Lee, Independent, 573. Ian Levy, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,592. Matthew Wilkinson, Social Democratic Party, 137. And that Emma Foodie is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Cramlington and Killingworth constituency.
Well, Labour wins that constituency, Cramlington and Killingworth. Her supporters cheering there, a beaming smile from the Labour candidate. Like lots of parts of the country, most seats, in fact, they're affected by changes to the
On that seat, actually, remember that woman's name, Emma Foodie. She was guess what she was before she became a Labour candidate? Anyone? David? Don't look it up. No Googling. No Googling. I'll tell you what she was before she became a Labour candidate. She was Labour Regional Director of East Midlands or something like that. It might have been Deputy Regional Director, but she worked her way up from a life of her toolmaker. She's a toolmaker's daughter, I think, and he owned the factory. So yeah, so we got that one. Is that's the same sort of trend, is it, Colin?
Can't really tell a trend because it's a new seat, so I can't. There's no real comparison on that. Sorry.
Oh, right, okay. Well, that's a very blunt answer if I ever heard one. When I'm looking for someone to give me a long relief from talking all the time.
It is part of the trend. Look, I mean, you can see. I mean, you saw that the Tories. I mean, the Tories did slightly better there in relation to reform, but reform was again up there in terms of the numbers of votes. So it's on trend with all those other seats in the northeast so far. That reform are doing extremely well. And I saw the independent candidates there, several independent candidates, doing very, very badly, much worse than the other examples we've seen so far. And I noticed, for example, the Social Democratic Party, which is the kind of newborn version of the old SDP, down on something like 100 and something votes. Really very poor showing for them. So it's part of the same trend.
Yeah.
Well, I'm getting people on the chat on YouTube. I think we've had some people saying Jeremy's won. Jeremy, someone saying they're in Islington. Jeremy's won. So that's looks quite good news there.
Yeah, there's people saying on Twitter that the Green candidate in Bristol Central has 99% won that seat as well. So
that's against that Thang and Debonair, isn't it? Do you like Thang and Debonair? Can we talk about her? Because that might be something to keep us going.
Well, I mean, she got a massive majority in 2017 and 2019 off the back of the popularity of Jeremy Corbyn. Her party, I was a member of her constituency Labour Party. Her party was one of the biggest in the country, I believe the second or third biggest in the country, very left-wing, a massive momentum branch, independent momentum branch, much to the consternation of John Lansman, the owner of Momentum. And so when I was involved in that constituency Labour Party, she would have nothing to do with us, nothing to do with us at all. So party democracy meant nothing at all to her, of course. And she's someone who changed her name by deed poll to Debonair from Singh. I mean,
does she want to be more Debonair?
Well, who is it that changes their name to? You know, I could change my name to David Wonderful, but I mean that's really.
You're joking. What, she just plucked it out of the air, Debonair.
Yes, apparently there's some in-law who by marriage or something which she liked the name. So yes, she's plucked it out of the air. It's incredible, and that says a lot about her personality. She has no trouble with democracy, and you hear her speaking on any topic. She is just really, really appalling. So she will go down, and she'll be much not missed.
Right, she was the shadow culture minister, wasn't she? So,
great,
who do you think they'll get for culture?
As a result, who knows? I mean, I would presume that Luke Akehurst wouldn't accept such a lowly job. What we're going to have Ruth Smeeth as the minister, possibly the Secretary of State for Defence, aren't we? We're going to have Israel lobbyists peppered throughout the cabinet. We've got Margaret Hodge, was just being elevated to the House of Lords hours before the polls closed, along with Harriet Harman, and who is that awful neoconservative.
Harman's in the Lords now as well, yeah.
Harman and Margaret Beckett.
Oh.
A signatory to the principles of the Henry Jackson Society, the leading Islamophobic think tank in this country. So it's going to be a shit show. I mean, the whole cabinet is going to be full of people who are Atlanticists, who are Zionists, and who are in the pay largely either of the Israel lobby or indeed the private healthcare lobby, and that's the reality. I saw today. I tweeted about this with Paul Mason. I think was on the stump in Bristol Central. It's a shame we didn't bump into him. And he was saying that the Green candidate is lying. The Green candidate is saying that Labour is going to privatise the NHS, and Thangham herself called this out at some hustings. And that's not a lie. That's actually what they're going to be doing, and it's actually this is the actual industry which funds large numbers of candidates, including the candidate who is in Islington, who we hope will be booted out by Jeremy Corbyn at any moment. So look, this is a sort of privateers and pro-Zionist party, and there will be people throughout the throughout the cabinet who are.
Oh, please just call it shadow for now. They're not in there yet. They're not there yet. They're not there yet. No. It's quite depressing to think about all those stellar names you're talking about in being in government.
Yeah,
Colin, you look quite not depressed. Is that right?
No, I've just got a little snippet of sort of relatively good news just popped up on the stream again. The turnout in Holborn and St Pancras was down to 54.6%. So
is that good news? I don't. What is that? Does that mean?
Well, I think if the takeaway point of anything is that people are just really not enthused by this government that we're going to have, I think that I think that's a good thing, because they're going to get very fed up with it very quickly. I mean, much quicker than they got fed up with Blair.
Yeah, well, we've got.
Can I tell you my joke? I've been dying to ever since you spoke.
Yeah, if it's going to make people laugh, yeah, go on.
Well,
if it doesn't make us laugh, actually, if it makes me groan, I don't mind, because I'm groaning enough inside. I just want to get it out.
It was just you telling your story about in Wigan when you had a pie sandwich. So you didn't have a Wigan kebab then.
That's it, Wigan kebab. That's what Ian Hodgson called it.
Yeah, Wigan kebab, 5 pies on a stick.
Oh, I didn't know that one. I think Ian Hodgson gave the wrong interpretation of a Wigan.
You have to know the characteristic of Wigan is they like pies, basically.
Now look, they've got more pie shops in Wigan than anywhere else, apparently. That's what I'm learning a lot in these things. Like Pamela Fitzpatrick is now on the call, so we're going to let Pamela come in. Let's see what her connection's like. Is she at the count? Are you there, Pamela? How's Harrow West going? Oh, I spoke too soon. She's not quite there yet. Oh, she's coming in. Pamela, are you there? How you doing, Pamela?
I'm good. Look, you're all my wonderful team.
Oh God.
So how's what do you mean? Oh God, what? How's it going, Pamela? You look quite happy. Everyone else on this call, there's a bit of sort of we're getting a bit into silly things, but to keep our humour up. What's the situation down in Harrow?
Well, we've had a wonderful day. We've literally had people running up and wanting to take selfies with us and hugging, all sorts of lovely things. I don't know we can't actually say how it's going. I don't think we're allowed to, but we're positive. We're very confident and just hoping for the best result we can.
And what do you think of the exit poll? Have you seen it?
I have seen it. It's difficult, isn't it? Because obviously the Tories have been given a battering, which they deserve. But the problem is that people are going to be very disappointed when they get the Tories back in, just with a different name. And Reform are doing pretty well by the look of it, which is an indicator of the dissatisfactions. Very low turnout. So people are just fed up. So I don't know. Labour's going to have a hard time when they're in government. They're sounding happy at the moment, but it won't be for long. It'll be short-lived.
And I was down in Harrow, and you've got a lovely team down there. Are you going to keep them all together and then keep building?
Yes. Are we staying together, everybody? You can
what about
see.
standing?
We've got a revolution building in Harrow.
And what about standing in the council? Are you going to have council people standing in the council? Right. All right. Well, everyone's up for it. Every time when we've spoken to the candidates, there's been quite a lot of excitement going on the independent side, and so it looks like it looks like you've probably had quite a good result, regardless of what the exit polls are saying.
Yeah. Look, we've had 6 weeks to build a campaign, and we've had a fantastic campaign, really positive, none of the nastiness. I have to tell you, my 2 sons are here, and one of them just overheard one Labour staffer calling me a nutter. Now, that's the quality that you've got with Labour these days. I'm not a nutter, but it's a derogatory term. You know, it's bizarre. The Labour nasties. Another Labour councillor, former Labour councillor, has had a bet that I'll only get 1,000 votes. And let's see them eat their words tonight.
Well, I'm sure you get more than 1,000, and yeah, I mean, have you got 2 big sons? Are they big? Are they big?
They are big, but they don't
Right.
want to go on camera. They're big, yeah. They are.
Well, are they? Right. I mean, I think
Anyway.
that Labour person should be a bit scared, maybe.
Well, what's really good is that we have found wonderful people in our campaign. And when you come across the Labour nasties and you think, honestly, they're a world apart from the really good, decent people in Harrow. And we've got them and we'll build.
Yeah. Well, look, are you going to, when's your result coming out?
3:30.
Oh, right. There's a lot of 3:30s going on. 4:30s and 5s, and I'm expected to. I've got another coffee here.
Yeah.
And I've been given a chocolate. I've got a chocolate biscuit as well. Actually, that's going to keep me going. Dave, thank you, Pamela. Shall we catch you later then?
Yeah. Say goodbye to everybody, Crispin.
Let us know. Let us speak to you when you get the result. Oh.
Yeah. Bye.
Right, see you later. So David,
sorry
David,
about the expletive.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah, sorry about it. No, just that they've obviously had a drink and I'm absolutely gagging for one at this time of night. So,
David, you're having a drink, aren't you?
That might be true.
I might have one. But I just say that
how are you keeping going? Because a lot of the people who've been on this show so far, they've all gone off to bed. It's amazing how lightweight some of the people are. I mean, how long did you stay up in 2017? I was up till 9. David,
I mean, quite late. I don't remember exactly.
Are you gonna stay with me? You're gonna keep up on this, David?
No, I'm not. I'm going to go to bed at about 2 o'clock because I have to get up for an early train journey tomorrow.
Okay. Well, I'll try and get you back on before there's another result. Colin,
there is another result. Just to say that the Lib Dems have just taken Harrogate and Knaresborough, so they've overturned a 10,000 Tory majority to take that seat.
Oh, right. So is that so there's a lot of tactical voting going on to get the Tories out then?
Well, I mean, my own view is that the idea that there's a swing voter between Tory and Labour, that's always been a myth. I don't think that person exists in significant numbers. But what disaffected Tories will do is vote for Lib Dems if they feel fed up enough. So I think that's my thought on that.
Right.
You know, Lib Dems are their kind of this, and then obviously reform is a new feature as well.
I can't really get my head around the Lib Dems getting more seats while reform is as well. I mean, it just doesn't. I mean, how are people going for the Lib Dems?
Well, it's returning the situation back to what it was before 2010. But before 2010, the Lib Dems had kind of 50 odd seats. That's why they were attractive to go into coalition with Cameron. And what happened, of course, is that the Tories, as soon as they had the coalition, they targeted the Lib Dem seats. And so after that coalition, the Lib Dems went down to about 11. So what's happening is just a resetting of that balance, I think, if it's a balance.
I mean, we're seeing Reform is projected to have over a dozen MPs. I mean, do we know, other than Clacton, where any of those might be?
It seems to be the east coast of that sort of part. So, what the seats that are being rattled off were Clacton, and then you're moving up the coast towards sort of Lowestoft, and that way. Those seem to be the names that were mentioned. So
right.
that's firmly Brexit territory. I mean, that part of the country was very firmly Brexit because that part of the country had an awful lot of agricultural workers that came in from Europe.
Yeah. Well, look, we've got a lot of results coming up, and I just want to say thank you to Michelle Hessler for donating towards the show. As I say, this is a show that's on every week on Zoom. I've been on since effectively lockdown started, and we're just trying to cover the issues that are not covered on the other mainstream media, but also we're looking at. We often focus more on the grassroots than on the leadership of things. So we hear from people who are actually active in their communities, and that's what we'll be doing. We'll have a show on Sunday. I think. What sort of things do you think need to be discussed, David? If you were to do a show about this election, what kind of issues do you think the left should be addressing?
Well, I mean, the obvious issue is, well, what does the left do next? What is to be done in the coming period? And obviously, that involves the question of party formation or the way of working together from different parties and factions. But it also involves, of course, the continuing urgent matter of what's happening in Gaza, and the movement in relation to that will continue. Of course, people will be marching, arms factories will be smashed up, and there will be much more of an attempt by the government of the day, which will be the Starmer government, to clamp down on that. And that good luck to them, because people aren't getting put back in their box on the question of smashing up arms factories, and that is the cutting edge of the ability of people in this country to actively affect the genocide. If they haven't got bombs, they can't kill people with them, and everybody knows that instinctively, and that's why almost every jury who's been asked has acquitted Palestine Action members for the charges that they are presented with, on the basis that what they are doing is yes, a crime, but it's a crime which prevents a much larger crime, and that, of course, is the crime of genocide. And so all of that doesn't go away. It doesn't matter what happens in the election in relation to that. But in relation to the election, yes, of course, we need to work out what is the future of the left. It has no future inside Labour, and the extent to which people can unite around the Workers' Party, for example, there doesn't seem to be any other formation out there which is capable of building a broader movement. Tusk is not, the Socialist Party is not, We Are Collective is not, Assemble is not, and I would say the other small groups associated with Assemble and We Are Collective, like Transform, are not vehicles either. So that's a question. And as Audrey was saying earlier, the question of the trade unions, where is the trade union movement? Where is the trade union movement's radicalism? Where is the radicalism which led to, as everybody says, the creation of the weekend, the abolition of child labour, all of the advances which the trade union movement won from radical action and collective action. That's something which needs to be raised again, because otherwise what do we do with the trade union movement if all it does is say grow up children, vote for Keir Starmer, because that's not an adequate solution.
Yeah, I mean, what you said about Gaza, I mean, part of this was hoping to, this election was hoping to wake people up to Gaza and scare Labour and the Tories into seeing what their position was on this. I'm just struggling. There's a dog at my feet. I don't really know what to do with that. Yeah, I mean the fact with the fact that this election hasn't been able to pull Labour down on Gaza, in a sense, means we have to look at direct action and other things like you were discussing. But as far as the left is concerned, we're just too divided, aren't we? I mean, we've just got to work on all that. Colin, have you got any other updates?
Yeah, just said South Shields has come in. Again, I'm going to be very repetitive on this. Unfortunately, it's the Labour hold South Shields, fewer votes, turnout down. Tories have been knocked into 4th place, so they're behind Reform, they're behind the Greens, and then they're into 4th place. So they're really having a terrible time. Just on a positive note, on Twitter, Larry the Cat account has said he's left a whoopsie in Sunak's shoe just as a leaving present.
Oh, right.
Sorry,
we're really scraping the barrel on that, then, aren't we?
I thought that was very good. That my cat's done a whoopsie. Is that an age reference? Am I the only one that remembers
whoopsie.
Some others do have them?
Oh, some others do have them. Yeah. Well, I remember that. Yeah.
No, sorry about that.
Yeah, but we're not getting many results in yet, are we? I thought we would be deluged with results by this time.
3:30.
3:30. They all come in at 3:30. So what I might do is I might go to a look on what they're saying while I go to the check the plumbing just quickly. So I'm just going to put this on and then.
BBC, he says he's quite confident about the results. As we've seen with the exit polls, Reform has been doing well across the country. They're optimistic that result can be repeated here. But this really is a shock for the Conservatives. They had a notional majority of over 20,000 votes. This was going to be a safe seat for the party chairman. Right now, it seems that if he does win this seat for his party, it's going to be a really tough call. So we're just going to keep an eye on this recount coming in. I was speaking to a Conservative Party official who told me that if it's only a difference of about 2,000 votes, 1,000 votes, the Conservatives might want a recount. So we'll continue to keep an eye on this vote that's coming in at Basildon and Billericay.
Okay, Catherine Birahanga will keep an eye on that seat. Very interesting.
Very interesting. Let's go to the other side of the country. We can talk to Katie Razzle, who's in Bristol. And one of the really interesting things in Bristol, Katie, is that real fight between Thangam Debbonair, who is the Shadow Culture Secretary, who would be very hopeful of being in a Keir Starmer cabinet, and the Greens, who have been pushing very hard. What's the mood?
Well, the mood here, I'm in the Oasis Academy. Hello, Laura. Hello, Clive. You can see Bristol East, which is one of the counts happening here, but way down the end of that corridor, that is the key one for us and for many people watching this count. That is Bristol Central, where, as you say, Thangam Debbonair, Shadow Culture Secretary, she has a huge majority last time, 30,000 around that. But I've been in there pretty recently, having a look round as the people are counting, representatives from all the parties are watching as those votes are being counted. And I have to say, there is only one set of party representatives in that room looking happy, looking confident, and that is not the party predicted to win a landslide at this election. It is, of course, the Green Party. They are using very sober language still. Carla Denyer, the co-leader, is about to arrive here, and they're talking in very sober terms, just saying they're optimistic and it was great on the doorstep. But someone from one of the smaller parties who's been in that room for a long time told me she thinks the Greens are that way to me when I was in there. Of course, it's early days. We're not going to find out till 3:15, but there have already, it looks to me like been some Labour people who do look pretty devastated. I was talking to somebody who was saying that even as they were trying to get their vote out on the doorsteps, even as late as 8:30, 9 o'clock tonight, people were saying, I'm sorry, we really like Thangam, but we're going to vote Green because, I mean, what this person was saying, in a sense, there's no jeopardy. If you think there's going to be a Labour landslide, it's okay in a seat where you want to support the Greens to do that without any jeopardy. And that seems to have been, potentially, if that is what swings it, but that is one of the reasons why this has happened. But there's a lot of faces, sad faces here, but we're going to wait for at least another hour and a half until we know what's happened.
Okay, Katie, thank you very much indeed. And in the context of what looks like a really resounding result for the Labour Party, to lose that Thangam Debonair, close ally of Keir Starmer, that would be a disappointment amongst it. Just while we've been chatting to
There you go, David. It looks like you're right. Thangam Debonair might have to lose her Debonair now.
She might indeed. I mean, I thought that was a lovely little comment there, you know, that Labour canvassers saying on the doorstep, oh, yeah, to voters saying, oh, yes, we like Thangam, but you know, we're not going to vote for her. So translated, of course, means we do not like Thangam.
Yeah, well observed. Yeah, we like Yeah, you have to laugh at that.
I mean, the rump of the former Bristol West constituency Labour Party. I've seen the photographs of these people out canvassing. I mean, these are not any of the people who ever went to constituency Labour Party meetings between 2015 and 2019. It's a rump party in Bristol.
And Colin, you've got another result in this, apparently. What's this one?
Yeah, they're coming in thick and fast now. Yeah, so the Tories have held a seat. Well done. That's in Raleigh and Wickford, so that's sort of Essex way. Labour have gained Stroud. Let me just check on over here. They're coming in thick and fast. They've gained Nuneaton. And then I just go to look at the map that's popping up here. So Labour have gained Nuneaton. Swindon we know about. Okay, no, that's it. So that's the ones. So right. three results coming in. Labour gains. I haven't had a chance to go into the detail, but I suspect they'll be the same at this point.
Right. Well, I think I'm just going to break up the show a little bit of a video just to entertain, especially David, who's been very kind to stay on so long. I mean, he's got to go in a minute, but I'll just put this on for David here.
I dislike him. He's dreadful.
I think he's a proven liar.
I don't trust him.
He doesn't believe in what he's saying. It's all propaganda and it's a total load of rubbish.
He's a proven liar. I mean, he's been a liar all his life.
There's absolutely no way I trust Keir Starmer.
He just exudes untrustworthiness.
Those two words, trust and Keir Starmer, don't go together.
I can't trust what he says.
Not as far as I can throw him.
He should just join the Tory party.
He's one of the most dangerous men in Britain. How can anyone trust him?
He's a scumbag.
How can you trust the man? He betrays everything he says.
Well, I mean, despite that video, people still went and voted for him. What? I can't really get my head around the fact people can't see that he's an untrustworthy kind of fella.
Well, I mean, the thing is that you know you're in the political process all the time. You have sources of information. You have knowledge. You know you've got ways of understanding. Most people have got no idea who Starmer is, because they go about their lives. They maybe watch the news now and again, but even watching TV news now is a pastime which is not. It's the major source of information for most people, but it's not a source which most people use every day. So people don't have any idea what's happening. They don't, as someone said, I think which you said earlier on, people might just vote Labour in Islington, thinking that that is Jeremy Corbyn they're voting for, because people don't have the knowledge. And the part of the reason they don't have the knowledge is not just that they don't watch the news, but that also when they do watch the news, that it's full of lies. And that's, it's been the case for forever. So, I mean, when the Glasgow Media Group did their first studies of the TV news in the 1970s, it was plain then that the news systematically distorted public issues. And since then, it's got much, much worse. And that's because the strength of the organised labour movement has declined under neoliberalism. So people have got no idea what's happening in the world.
Right.
And
I've got a result here. Which one is this one? Darlington. Here we go.
Conservative Party candidate 14,323. Laura McAvoy, Labour Party 16,621. Matthew Snedker, Green Party 2,847. Simon Thorley, Liberal Democrats 1,735. Michael Walker, Reform UK 6,852. I've got to deal with the rejected ballot papers. 121 ballot papers were rejected. There were no rejections for want of an official mark. There were 21 rejections for voting for more than one candidate.
So Labour have taken the seat of Darlington from the Conservatives. They took it in 2019.
Right. Well, that's just kind of typical of what we're doing, isn't it, Colin?
Yeah, I just checked it on there. The Tory vote collapsed. Labour's vote was roughly the same as it was in 2019. Sorry, I could tell another Wigan joke if you want, but I can't because I don't have one. But it's.
Have you got any jokes about Darlington?
No.
No.
The football club's very interesting. That they spent a lot of time being the 92nd club in the football league. They did documentaries on them about being the worst football club in the land.
Right, let's see what David's got on Darlington. You got anything on? I know you've got to go at 2, David, but can you keep us going with anything on Darlington?
Well, look, I mean, this is another of the seats in the north where Labour's doing well. As Colin has just been saying, their vote hasn't increased, but because the Tory vote has collapsed, and there's been inroads made into that vote by Reform, as was also the case in the other seat which we just heard about, which was in Stroud, wasn't it? And where Reform came third, I think, to the Tories in that particular seat, didn't they? Yes, I mean, in Stroud, a Labour vote of 46%, up 4.8%. The Tory candidate down 20%. And the Reform candidate not mopping up all of that vote with 6,000 votes on 11.4, and the Green doing quite strongly there on 10. So that's bucking the trend we've seen so far, which is that Reform have been pushing the Tories into third place. So that's interesting. But the votes in the northeast, these are the seats which have traditionally been Labour. Some of them went to the Tories in the last election, and they're now some of them returning to Labour, as you would expect.
Right. So we've still not really had that many results in to sort of back the exit poll, but we've had a few gains for Labour. How many? Do you know how many gains we've had yet, Colin?
No, there's Labour have got 14 seats so far. They've gained 4. The Tories have held 1 but lost 5. Lib Dems have gained 1. So, but as I say, it's very early days yet at the moment. So,
right.
So the Labour have gained 4.
Oh, so it's quite a long way to go before we find out exactly what happened in whether the exit poll's right or not.
Yeah, but let's remember this always happens. Like, it's always the case that you have a lot of Labour seats declared early. Some of the smaller seats in the northeast, and then later on you get this kind of wave of Tory seats in the large in the seats which are of a larger area in the in the countryside, etc., where it's more difficult to get the votes in, so it takes longer per vote to count them. Yeah. Whereas you get the Labour seats in densely populated inner city areas, they come through sooner. So we don't see that evening out thing until 5 or 6 in the morning, really, even if you get a whole host of results at 3 o'clock. So sorry you're going to be up so long, Crispin, but that's the reality, as I'm sure you know.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't aware that there'd be such a lack of seats until 2 o'clock. I thought we'd have them coming in and then I'd have candidates, but it looks like I'm going to have a lot of seats to talk about in a very quick time, and then loads of candidates saying what the results were like. So God, this is going to be quite a tough ordeal when it comes to it. So just there's still nearly 900 people on the YouTube channel watching. So look, we're going to try and get some more seats for you. I'm trying to get these through as quick as I can, but they're not coming in. So Colin, is there anything else you've picked up?
Yeah, I was going to say about just comparing polls, basically, that yesterday YouGov did a mega poll for 40,000 people, and what they were doing was predicted. They predicted they were slightly more optimistic in terms of Labour. They were predicting about Labour to have about 20 more seats than the exit poll. But one thing which I thought was interesting was that where there was less than, they do it on sort of probabilities, and where there was less than 5% difference between Labour and Tory, they basically couldn't call it. They could flip a coin on that. But there were over 100 seats where they couldn't call it. So if you want some jeopardy, then some of those seats, which maybe the exit polls predicted go to Labour, could well be flip of a coin seats that actually go the other way.
Right. Have we got another seat cut? We got another result coming.
Oh, well, let's have a look.
Let's have a look at this one.
Lib Dems have gained another one.
This is
to Labour, and we're just watching pictures of Ashton underline. You can see there in the corner of your screen, because that's the seat of the Angela Rayner, the Labour deputy leader. So we're watching because she might walk in that door in a matter of moments. Many people watching tonight might think it wasn't just that you didn't do the things that you promised you would do in 2019. It's also because of the way that Boris Johnson went on to govern. And it's also because of things about Partygate. But we'll get to that. Declaration in Barnsley. Let's take you straight there.
For each candidate at the election is as follows. Baker, Penny, Liberal Democrats, 1,336. Devoy, Tony, Yorkshire Party, 603. Fisher, Neil, Independent, 616. Hayes, Tom, Green Party, 1,805. Jarvis, Dan, Labour Party, 18,610. Kovacs Tamas, the Conservative Party candidate, 3,083. Lomas Robert, Reform UK, 10,799. And Palencius Yanis, English Democrats, England's National Party, 42. And there were 114 spoilt ballots.
So
I therefore duly declare Dan
seat in the north of England,
Jarvis
Barnsley North, which has been held by the Labour MP and Shadow Minister Dan Jarvis, a former military man. He has beaten Reform into second place. They're on 10,799 votes. That was one of the seats where Reform had hoped to make some progress, where there were some
133.
We're going to go straight to another declaration.
Lee Anthony Farmer, the Conservative Party candidate, 6,584. Anne Christine Forsyth, Green Party, 3,794. Darren James Longhorn, Yorkshire Party, 404. Rachel Reeves, Labour Party, 18,976. Dan Walker, Liberal Democrats, 1,743. Sasha Watson, Social Democratic Party, 79. Andrea Whitehead, Reform UK, 6,281. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 121. I hereby declare that Rachel Reeves is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Leeds West and Pudsey constituency.
The woman highly likely to become the next Chancellor.
Well, Zippy's won. Zippy's won in Leeds, and David, before you go, because you said you'd be going at 2, I'm just trying to keep you over till a little bit longer. These 14 ex-military personnel that Starmer's got parachuted into seats, that's quite worrying to me. I don't know, what's your take on that?
Oh, well, I mean, obviously what's happening here is that the NATO proxy war in Ukraine has been driven into the ground. The Russians are making advances every day. And we hear tell in every Western European country of the introduction of conscription, which, of course, the Tories even advertise as their policy extraordinarily. And now, of course, this is what the deal is. Once Starmer's in place, he's got these extra military people in there. They're going to announce conscription, and they're going to try and conscript the youth of this country to go and fight the Russians in Ukraine, or frankly anywhere that the military fancy doing it. Maybe it's in Latvia or Lithuania or somewhere else. I mean, this is people haven't really maybe woken up to this, but they're going to try and conscript people, and they're going to try and go to war with Russia. People in charge of our country are that mad that they think that this will be something which they can, one, accomplish, and two, that they can somehow meet and defeat the Russians in the field of military conflict. They can't. We will be defeated, and everyone should know that from the start. That's what's happening here, and it might sound shocking for me to say this, but that is the agenda there, and very shortly they will be announcing this. And everybody who thinks that they that they don't want to join the army will be, we will see scenes, not perhaps immediately, but reminiscent of the scenes which are being seen in the streets of Ukraine, with gangs of military men dragging people off the street to be chucked into Zelensky's meat grinder, which has effectively destroyed the military fighting age men of Ukraine for a generation. So that's what they have in mind for us. These people are not pleasant, and they've got no military strategy. They've got no understanding of why it was that the Russians won in Ukraine, and the Russians will win in Ukraine. And they think that conscripting the youth of the UK somehow is going to be a fantastic idea for actually fighting the Russians.
I mean, the 14 MPs, some of them had no political background, and all their backstories been sort of scrubbed, so nobody knows what they are. I mean, they're just standing, like the one in Birmingham, Selyoak, this colonel. He's got absolutely nothing on his material, his promotion, his leaflets that says anything about his background. They don't know where he's from. I mean, and no one's flagged this stuff up at all.
Well, this is kind of the point I was trying to make earlier about people have got no idea, because the media coverage of this is, mainstream media is so much worse now than it was even in the Thatcher era, when there was still investigative journalism on television. People have got no idea because they're not told. People have got no idea that the Workers' Party even exists, because there is no coverage. There's been no coverage of it, and indeed of the independents. So this is going to come as a shock to people, but it's but they will not be able to avoid the news that their sons and daughters are being called up to go and fight the Russians. So that will be a surprise to them. But we can only change that by having a massive reform of the media, and that will only change by having the ability to form a government which can completely alter the priorities in domestic and foreign policy, and that's a long way away.
Oh, well, so we weren't depressed enough. Thank you for that. Colin, have you got any more nuggets?
Yeah, Rachel Reeves won her seat, but she got 4,000 fewer votes than she got in 2019, which is nearly 10,000 fewer votes than she got in 2017. So she's as popular. She's as popular with the electorate as she is with us, I think. Yeah. Just on the Russia thing, just since we're talking late at night. When I was a young man, I'd lost my parents very, very young, or very young, I was about 18. Didn't really know what to do with my life, so I actually joined the army for a very brief period. Why it was a very brief period was because they said, right, we're going to go and fight the Russians. And then it suddenly dawned on me that I wasn't really interested in fighting the Russians, so I went off and did something else instead. But yeah, it is worrying that one of the colonels that was recruited into the Labour Party, he was actually a serving military man 2 months before the election was called. Military personnel are not allowed to be members of political parties. So basically, they've not only recruited to be a candidate, they've sort of brushed aside all the rules as well. Because as you know, you might remember that in order to stand for the Labour Party, you're supposed to have been a member for at least a year.
Right. Yeah. Well, look, we're hearing Labour's saying that Corbyn has won Islington. Apparently, Labour source claims Corbyn has won in Islington North. So I'm pretty sure that that's going to be a victory. We're also hearing that. What else have you got? We've got another Barnsley North, Labour first, Reform second. Some of the results aren't being broadcast by the BBC apparently, so that's kind of scuppered some of the announcements. Have you got any more results?
Yeah, I've got the Sky map in front of me, but it's changing quite quickly. Labour have got 18 seats now; they've gained 6. The Tories have held on to 2.
Swindon's coming in. Swindon's coming in. Swindon North, I think. Let's get that one on.
Of election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Green Party, 2,366. Liberal Democrat, 2,086. Debbie Hicks, Independent, 260. Scott Victor Abbas Hunter, Unionist and Socialist, 139. Will Stone, Labour Party, 17,930. Justin Paul Tomlinson, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,827. Les Willis, Reform UK, 7,557. There were 124 rejected ballot papers, and the turnout at this election was 60.48%. And I do hereby declare that Will Stone is duly elected.
Right.
That's a 16,000 majority overturned for the Tories.
Right. Okay. Well, and we've heard Eastleigh, the Lib Dems have won. Knowsley, Labour first, Reform second. So we're actually doing the results better than the BBC here. So don't switch over to the BBC because we're telling you everything that you don't get on there. I'm getting a rolling commentary here, but was that Raleigh? Raleigh and Wickford.
Yeah, I told you that one.
Raleigh and Wickford Conservatives won it.
Yeah.
Oh, right, Conservatives. And Reform came second.
Yeah, Tories also held Castle Point, which is down that way too. and then the Reform came second on that one also.
I find it a bit weird that the BBC is only putting a few results out. I mean, have they not got a budget anymore or something? What's going on there?
Laura Klunsberg, he decides.
Yeah, it's just it's pundits in there. What I mean, if anyone wants to donate anything towards the YouTube channel, we'll get more results in than the BBC. Okay, if you put some money into the YouTube channel, we will get you far more than the BBC. You get much better. Look, here's another one: Harrogate and Knaresborough, Lib Dem first, Tory second. Bit of a shocker. What do you think about that, Colin?
I told you that half an hour ago.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just trying to refresh people about what you've already said.
No, sorry. It's just that that's good. So basically, you're giving more than the BBC, and I'm giving. I'm in front.
Your like premonition. You're getting premonitions about results that the BBC haven't even worked out yet. Right? Okay. Cramlington and Killings.
Yeah.
Worth. Labour Reform second. Reform are coming second in a lot of these. They're not winning any yet. Do you think Reform's number is going to be lower than 13? I bet they don't get 13.
No, Reform are getting about 20% of the vote at the moment. That's 1 in 5 people will basically be happy to march up and down the Pall Mall with jack boots on, and can I say that? I don't think I can say that, but you get the image.
Well, look, Castle Point, Conservatives 1, Reform 2, Labour 3. Right.
Yeah.
So Reform are getting second a lot, but they're not actually winning. So maybe that figure's wrong. And you know, some of those seats, if Labour didn't work hard, I think some of those independents or Workers' Party can get them. So look, if you are thinking of doing what David's going to be doing soon, which is go to bed, you might miss the best bits here, because we're going to get a load of results. And I tell you what, when I was in Birmingham, Jodie McIntyre and Ahmed Yaqub were very confident about their results, and I saw a lot of support for those two candidates. I wouldn't. Gateshead, Central, and Wickham, Labour first, Reform second again. So again, Reform coming second.
Wow,
thank you for the donation on YouTube, Coops. Appreciate that. Are we going to keep going? Well, we've got 3 hours potentially to carry on this.
Yeah,
we're not even halfway through. Hold on, what have we seen, Dame?
Got some more results.
All right, the BBC, right? So this is what we got on the BBC, by the way. If you want to turn over to the BBC, you're welcome, because I'll tell you what you got now. You got Dame Margaret Hodge on there, and we've just had Mandelson. So you can just what is it? Fill your boots, isn't it? Fill your boots. You can have Dame Margaret Hodge. Right, what have we got here? Blackpool South. Oh, Blackpool South. Labour 1, Reform 2. Was that the one that had the by-election recently? Blackpool South.
Yeah. So Blackpool, you've got Lee and Atherton is Labour, Knowsley Labour, St Helens. That's undeclared, but it's marked as Labour.
No, we've done that one.
Swindon North.
Oh, we've done Swindon. We know that one.
Telford Labour, Vale of Glamorgan Labour.
Are you getting this out? Is this are you just getting this out of your head? Is it?
No, I've got the Sky map in front of me. So basically, I'm not advertising Sky. I don't have nothing to do with Sky. But they have a map, and as the results coming in, they put them up on like pixels on over the country, so you can see what's happening. So
I'm going to do something here. This is cheeky, right? If there's not another donation on the YouTube, then I'm putting Margaret Hodge on. Right. If there's not a donation, right? Okay, Daphne, but you didn't hear the threat, right? If there's not another donation on the YouTube, then Margaret Hodge is coming on. She wants to talk about the problem of whatever it is in the Labour Party that's been rooted out, whatever it is. Okay. Oh. Let's see. Does that get any response? No one's there.
No.
No one's gone for that. No, it hasn't got a reaction. That so what have we got here? Leon Atherton, Labour first, Tory second. Right, people asking when results are coming. Please put the Hodge on. Right, someone's asked for please put the Hodge on. Yeah, someone said please put the Hodge on.
That was David.
Right, okay. We're going to have a little Hodge for you. Right. Oh, right. Someone's put £2 in. Someone's put £2 in to stop Hodge. A tenner. All right. Someone's put a tenner in. All right. Look, I'll tell you what. Hodge is still on. Hodge is still talking. Look, I will spare any. There'll be no Hodge at all if anyone else puts any more than a fiver in. All right. Otherwise, Hodge, you're going to get it with Hodge. She's coming on. You're going to get Hodged. Yeah. Right. So we've got. Right. So it's not. Nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. Oh, £2. No Hodge. Someone's put £2. No Hodge. Stop Hodge. Stop Hodge. Bloody hell! Looks like I need another beer to watch more. Please no, that's blackmail. All right, okay. Crispin, you're doing a great job and have done so throughout the run-up. Yeah, thank you. But that's not going to stop Hodge. Sweet words don't count here.
Butter, no parsnips.
No, okay, right. Look, Hodge has gone off. We've got Koonsberg now. Do you want Koonsberg or Hodge?
We've got another one coming in, Ashfield.
Oh, where's Ashfield? Ashfield's coming in a minute. Oh, no, that hasn't stopped it. Oh, Dittany's put £2 in. So Dittany, you might have saved it there. You've saved it. I wonder who they'll have. David, it's before you go again. David, you've had Mandelson first, Hodge next. Who would your next choice be? Who would your third one be? If you've had Mandelson, then Hodge, who would you choose next?
To not have on.
No, who do you think they'll put on next for Labour if they've had?
Oh, well, I can't quite believe I'm going to say this, but probably they'll have Smeeth on.
Yeah.
Smeeth.
Yeah.
Oh God. Yeah. Oh, but if Smeeth comes on, I'll give you all the money that's been donated. All right. if you get that right. Watch out for the declaration of the result from Stoke Central, where Smeeth's boyfriend is standing to be the MP, and there's a fantastic independent candidate called Naveed Kaleem, who will make a good challenge, but I think will not win. That's so hold on. Reform look like they might be winning one. Hold on, let's see.
I've got one on Sky, yeah.
Second Solomon, the Conservative Party candidate, 3,271.
Well done, Debbie.
Jason Zadrosny, the Ashfield Independents, putting people before politics, 6,276. The number of ballot papers rejected.
So Lee Anderson becomes the first Reform MP of the night. He, of course, defected to Reform from the Conservatives.
Oh, 30p.
I mean, that's not really a gain. He's the sitting MP. He's just changed his party and he's jumped on the bandwagon, really, hasn't he? I mean, you can't really. That's not. I mean, that doesn't count, does it, David? That's not a real proper gain, is it?
It does count. Yeah, it does count.
It does.
I mean, obviously, there are circumstances, but you know, mostly people who change parties are roundly kicked out of the next election, and he hasn't been. So that does count. That's an indication of something happening there. They'll get some more seats, I imagine. But we're according to Sky's latest total, we're now on Labour on 33, the Tories on 3, the Lib Dems on 2, and Reform on 1. That's going to change as we go forward, obviously. But what we're looking at is a very right-wing Labour government, hounded from the right by Reform and indeed by the Tories, and there may be independents in there who can hold the line. Jeremy seems to be among them, but that's going to be a really bad period of parliamentary politics.
Yeah, I forgot that Lee Anderson was a Reform candidate. Right? Yeah, I mean he's obviously one of the most unpleasant men you could possibly meet. But
well, there's a lot of competition for that title, to be fair.
Yeah, probably he should be on the BBC, really, shouldn't he? So, all right. So, let Reform's won a seat. None for anyone on the left yet.
Right. I thought at this stage I'm going to have to go, I'm afraid. But you know.
Well, it's been a pleasure. You've been very good, David. Very good. Much better than what's her name, Hodge, or what's his name, Mandelson. Compared to them, but we're in a great situation. Thank you, David. I hope to catch up with you soon.
Cheers, of course. See you later. Bye.
Bye. Right, so we've got it's me and you, Colin, and then the candidates who are going to be coming in thick and fast, and the results are going to be coming in thick and fast, aren't they? What's any other ones you've got yet, Colin?
No, just as David said, 33 for Labour, they've gained 14. 3 Tories have held 3 seats. Lib Dems have gained 2, and then 30p Lee has kept his seat there. Have a chat with John Dunn about Lee Anderson at some point. He was a former miner.
Oh, was he one of the Nottinghamshire lot?
Yeah, the story's a bit vague in the sense that he might have been too young to actually have been a miner during the strike. But speak with John about it; he'll know more about the detail.
He's just another one. He's another lightweight who's gone to bed, as far as I'm concerned. That's all John Dunn is to me. Now they've all gone. We can say what we like. They've all gone to bed. There's still 854 on YouTube who haven't gone to bed though, and that's pretty impressive. I mean, how are you all keeping going on YouTube? Are you drinking coffee? What's the secret? Looking forward to the independence. I'm still looking forward to some of these results because, like I say, I'll read some of the ones out here. We've got Leicester South, Shockat. That was definitely a good campaign to be checking on. I'll take Colin's removed. Colin's removed himself. Sorry. Oh no, he's back. He's back. Oh,
I thought you were talking. Sorry.
No, I mean, the thing is, we've got quite a few candidates who could win. I think Ahmed Yaqub has got a good chance in Birmingham, Ladywood. I think Aroma. We heard from Oggy there in Ashton-under-Lyne that there might be a shock in Angela Rayner's seat. He seemed to be indicating that might be the case, so I thought that might be possible. We've got Craig Murray's announcement coming up. Roger, we've got Rochdale with George Galloway. We've got Jodie McIntyre, Birmingham Yardley. We've got Leanne Mohammed in Ilford North. We've got Pamela Fitzpatrick. We've got Liverpool seats that we haven't heard from. And yeah, we've got Tanushka. And so there's quite a few to come in. I'm not sure. Are people? How do we know George has lost? Someone's saying George has lost. What's that about? If Galloway has lost, right? What can someone look up if Galloway? Is there something on Twitter on Galloway? I haven't seen anything on that. Galloway's someone's saying Galloway's lost.
The exit poll predicts 0 seats for the Workers' Party. Maybe that's what they're referring to.
Someone's put officials at the Workers' Party aren't conceding watchdog by any stretch. Has Galloway lost? We don't know.
I can't see anything. There's nothing conclusive, I don't think.
There's no conclusive evidence that he's lost. Maybe it's a. Oh no! Don't tell me.
Starmer's on. You want to put him on?
Starmer's on. Do you want to see Starmer? Yeah. Okay, look, here's one here, right? If there's no donations put in, I'm going to put Starmer on. He's with his team in Holborn and St Pancras, and he's gonna and Kinnock's talking about Starmer. Who wants to see Kinnock talking about Starmer, or do you want to carry on watching our feed here?
Which Kinnock?
Kinnock talking about how great Starmer is. Would you like to see that? Put it on. Oh God. Here we go.
Of people who deserve this victory.
But you look at that swing, for instance, in Cannock Chase, 26%.
That's extraordinary. I mean, going back a long way, right up until territory, the Member of Parliament was Jenny Lee, who was an Erin Bevan's wife. And then in the years since it swung around, it became very conservative, of course, in 2019, part of the so-called Red Wall. And today, what we've seen there, as we've seen...
I've had enough of that. I'm not watching Kinnock on Starmer anymore. Can no one ever suggest that again? Because it's just not. It's not. I can't stomach it. And it, making all this stuff about him being a great guy and what. What do you think, Colin? Should we just boycott the BBC and do our own results service now?
We can do, yeah. No, I just wanted to make a point about the swing, because Lord Kinnock there said, look at that swing, it's 26%. Okay, so what they're trying to do is put that image up of the old-fashioned swingometer, where the lever moved. But I question if there is a swing. What's happened is that the Labour vote has held steady, and the Tory vote has collapsed. That's not a swing to anything. That's just the Tory vote collapsing. So I think they're misinterpreting the result. I mean, what we're going to get, we don't need to prepare for it. We know what we're going to get. We're going to get 5 years of braying about how you have to win in the election from the right and how popular they are. But when we come to look at the figures later on, later on today or tomorrow or whatever, what we'll find is that the Starmer's getting fewer votes, or the percentage of vote is going to be lower than Jeremy got in 2017. The total number of votes that voted for Labour, I don't know this yet, but I strongly suspect it will be fewer than the votes Jeremy got in 2017, and maybe even than 2019. If they get more than kind of 10/11 million votes, they'll be doing very well, I think. In UK Wales. Sorry, in England and Wales. We've not actually mentioned Scotland yet because of the results there, so that'll be interesting too, because they're predicting a lot of seats going from SNP, and again, you know, the majorities weren't that big, you know, so that those are sort of fairly marginals anyway. So the point I'm making is that we're going to be told how popular Labour is, and then the actual figures, apart from the artificial number of seats, nothing else is going to show that that Labour are popular in the way that they're going to have us believe.
Oh my God. Well, I can't bear to watch any more of Starmer, so
No.
yeah.
Cross and Pancras
What
coming in.
is it?
It's not yet. They're setting up the stage.
Oh no, Andrew Feinstein said it was 4 o'clock, so we've still got to wait till 4 o'clock for Starmer's seat, haven't we? So we're not.
Landslide are going to bed.
Are they? Well, some people are going to bed again. Colin, how are you staying awake?
I'm just an old man. It's easy. It's harder to go to sleep than it is to stay awake. No, it's fine.
Yeah, well, you're doing great. You're doing great. We've got we've only got 2.5 hours till 5 o'clock now, so
yeah, we can do it. So
I imagine that's like watching 2 football matches, is it, or something like that? No.
Yeah. Well, you used to do stand up, didn't you? So maybe you could give us some of that.
Well, I didn't have any jokes. I just sort of sang on stage, really, and I didn't often get many laughs either. So I don't want to undermine anyone. So look, what are we doing here? What's going on? People are donating because I put Starmer on. Is that because you want more Starmer?
No.
I think it's because they don't want Starmer, but
oh, bless you. No, but
so we're going to have some candidates coming on soon, and
can't be despondent. We can't be.
What else have we got coming up? Any other news? Any other results? Oh, look, Kinnock's still on there. Oh, so it was Mandelson, Hodge, and then Kinnock. You got it wrong.
Not good for the children, that. The 41 for Labour, 16 gained. Tories have got 4. They've lost 19. Lib Dem's still on 2. 30p Lee still on his 1.
Right, someone's asked for an uplifting video.
Oh yeah, good idea.
What have I got? What sort of uplifting video?
One of Rob's songs.
I need to find an uplifting video. Let me see. What can I put in here that's uplifting?
Leighton and Wanstead.
What's happened to Leighton and Wanstead?
Labour hold, nothing exciting there. Just Labour hold.
Oh, that's where Carol's from, isn't it? Carol from the show.
Oh, is it? Is she?
Yeah.
Right. Labour hold Hartlepool.
Labour's held Hartlepool, apparently.
Hartlepool. I can tell you a story about Hartlepool if you like.
Okay.
Well, the story about Hartlepool is that their nickname, or their sort of rugby club and stuff, they're called the Monkey Hangers. And the reason why their nickname is the Monkey Hangers is that a ship, I'm sort of paraphrasing here, but a ship crashed on the shore of Hartlepool, and then the ship's mascot was.
Hold on. Rochdale's coming in. Hold on. I better get Rochdale.
Yeah. I'll be quiet, yeah.
Rochdale's coming in.
It is.
Do hereby give notice that the recorded is as.
Okay, a few problems with the feed there. Oh, here it is.
The Conservative Party, 4,273. George Galloway, Workers' 11,587. Michael David Howard, Reform UK.
Right, okay, we're having enormous problems there getting a line from Rochdale.
And we'll go there as soon as we have that result. Remember why it's an important constituency. George Galloway won that seat for the Workers' Party of Great Britain in February. Labour's Paul Wall was hoping to take that back in Rochdale, the kind of place where Labour really would hope to be winning tonight, as they are in all parts of the country, as we've seen so far. Lots of results still to come in. But that's why that result in Rochdale is one that we have been looking at very, very closely. We've had some problems with the sound.
Yeah.
Let's just give another try. Let's listen in.
No. Oh, right, lost it
Still
again.
having troubles with the sound. We'll give you that result properly as soon as we can. We can see the face of the Labour candidate there, Paul Wall, on the stage. We don't want to guess and speculate and give you the wrong result. We'll get straight back there when we can.
30% of the voters there are Muslim voters as well. So one wonders how that is going to play into the final result with, of course, George Galloway there, the MP.
We do now
standing.
have the result. George Galloway, I'm told, is no longer the MP. He has lost that seat to Labour's Paul Wall. And if we can just show you, Neil Kinnock.
Here.
Punching the air.
He is repulsive. Galloway is repulsive. He always has been. And I've known him since...
He was a thorn in your side.
Oh, he was never a thorn in my side, but because he didn't count. But, and I couldn't find a good reason to chuck him out, which used to infuriate me. But I've known him since 1983, and he is repellent.
Why'd you say?
Excuse me. I'm going to have to turn my microphone off. I feel very like to swear.
I'm really pissed off. I'm really pissed off that they just let him talk about Galloway like that when.
How dare they?
Galloway's lost, man. That was one that I thought was a banker, didn't you? I don't know what the vote was, though. We didn't hear it.
No, I'm just waiting for the result to come up on Sky. It's not come up yet.
Labour win Kilmarnock.
Kinnock is what? Just then, thinking about the genocide.
Martin Powell Davis is coming on.
You get wholesale.
You didn't lose by that much. You didn't lose by that much. Labour 32, Workers' Party 29.
No.
Yeah, you didn't lose by that much. Labour Party 32, Workers' Party 29.
What percent?
Yeah.
But it says it's Galloway got 11,000 and Labour 13,000.
Based on that.
Oh, God.
Well, Martin Powell Davis is coming on.
We've got Martin Powell Davis, who's been standing against the Speaker of the House of Commons in Chorley. How you doing, Martin?
How you doing? Yep, I'm here, rather tired, but here in Chorley. Can you hear me?
Yeah. How's the count? When are you expecting the count?
It's all done, all announced. So the Speaker has been returned as the Speaker, which I know many of the viewers on the show will not be happy to hear. But you know, we are very proud of the campaign that we had. We're the only campaign here with young people who have joined the campaign over the last few weeks here in the town hall. It was very noticeable at the end that the Speaker was forced to refer to trade unions, to refer to being against war, and that has got to reflect that the pressure that he's been put under during the campaign.
Yeah. Oh, it's been a bit of a disappointing night for us. What's your take on the exit poll and what the results that we've had?
Well, it's what we found here that, the turnout here in Chorley was 47%. And, there were lots of spoiled ballot papers. There were lots of people that really, I think, rather than vote, we had a good core of people who voted Tusk, but actually the people that we were mainly campaigning with on the estates really wanted to show their protest just by not voting at all. And I think that's been shown around the country. When you look at the overall turnout figures, that lots of people just think there's nobody there who stands for us at all. Some of them will have heard of Tusk and other lefts and independents, but of course most people don't get to hear them. Apart from shows like yourself who publicise our stand, most people are just looking at the national media and deciding none of those represent us. And obviously our job from now on is to show that actually, that's what we need to build. We need to build an alternative. What was very clear, I think, whenever you asked from the doors, even from people who obviously couldn't vote Labour in Chorley, were actually voting for the Speaker as somebody who in the past represented Labour. If you ask them, do you think Keir Starmer's going to make a difference? Most of them said, no, he's the same as all the others. And I think that's what's now going, what we're going to see over the next few months is that beginning to be more and more understood. And that's what we've got to explain to people. That's why we were standing, to let people know that a fight needs to be fought. And what you've elected in this Labour landslide is not going to be anything that's going to deliver for us.
Yeah. Well, it's what's your next plan after this? You're going to stand against the Speaker again, or are you what's Tusk's?
Our immediate plan, we've got a meeting here on Tuesday night. All of the team that we've built here are going to come down, and we're going to plan what are the local campaigns that we've picked up on. Housing has been a big issue, for example. Is that the issue that we now really put our roots down in Chorley around? Prepared to stand again, whether it's me, whether it's one of the youngsters that we've got here around us now, who knows? But we're certainly going to be keeping up the challenge.
Well, I mean, what do you think about the left's factions? I mean, different parties. I mean, there's Tusk, there's Workers' Party, there's different candidates as independents. I mean, has that been a bit of a mess, do you think?
Well, I think one thing is shown that if from Tusk, we've made the point for a few months now that if there could be an agreed list on an agreed heading, it didn't have to be Tusk, whatever it was going to be, where you could at least get the 100 or so candidates on the one ticket, that the mass media couldn't at least completely ignore you. We know they'd still try to. And I think hopefully that message can come through, that it has to be coordination, people standing under a common banner, so that we can then present ourselves to the electorate as a genuine force. But also pressure on the unions. Those unions that have been back in the Labour Party, who know full well that in the next few months you're going to have a Starmer government that's going to carry on with exactly the same tax and spend policies, which means attacking and more austerity. Then it's time for those unions to change tack, and that's what we've got to do.
Right. Well, look, we hope to hear more from you, and thank you for coming on, and well done in your campaign, and standing against the Speaker was a good idea.
Absolutely. All right,
Thank
more
you.
complicated than we realised it was going to be, but we'll learn some lessons for next time.
But thank you, Martin.
All the best. Cheers.
Cheers.
Jeremy's won.
So look, Jeremy Corbyn has won his seat. Apparently, but it's not reported on the BBC.
Do you want some more information on George?
Do you want to give us any more stuff there,
Yeah,
Colin?
just on Rochdale that George Galloway was about 800 votes only down from the by-election, so his vote basically held steady. The point that was just being made by the previous speaker about people understanding that they have to join together. The Greens took 1,000 votes. The Lib Dems took nearly 3,000 votes. So all of that would have taken away from George's support base as well. So the missing factor seems to be, though, that the independent person that stood in the by-election, the local garage man, if you remember, his votes seem to have gone to the Labour candidate.
And we've just heard that Angela Rayner has won as well, despite Aroma Hassan's great campaign, and maybe we'll speak to Ollie after. Emily Thornberry's won in Islington South as well. So Amrit Mann is on the Zoom. I'm just waiting for him to come on, a Workers' Party candidate in Feltham and Heston.
Hello, Crispin.
How are you doing,
Good evening. I'm doing good.
You haven't had a result yet, then?
The count's still going on, right? But by the looks of it, it's a Labour clean sweep in both BNI and Feltham and Heston. And because we've been running full steam ahead, so a lot of were absolutely tired. So we knew what the end outcome is without the count. So we decided to leave beforehand and sort of have an early night, as it were.
Right. I mean, we've just heard that Galloway's lost in Rochdale by 800 votes or something.
That's tragic.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty bad state of affairs there. I mean, I thought that was a banker, really.
Yeah, no, it's a very bad result, certainly for the party as a whole, to lose its leader, and given that there's a wind that's blown in Labour's favour, it's gifted all these undeserving people lots of seats, and I think that in some ways having a single party with such dominance is going to be a terrible thing, and the country is going to wake up to it in the next few months.
Yeah, I mean, it's Angela Rayner's just won her seat as well, which was one that we were hoping for a shock in from the Workers' Party.
Yes, Aroma.
Hassan, yeah.
Yes.
So it's not been great in these results, but what's your feeling about the Workers' Party's energizing campaign, the mobilizing of lots of candidates at quite short notice? Would you say that was a success? What would you like to say about that? Because obviously George Galloway hasn't won, so that's going to be the headlines. But is there something bigger than that?
I think really, what George has always been talking about, the uni state, and the uni party. What I see happening is that it was a very short call. Lots of people got caught off guard, and certainly the Workers' Party was one where we were expecting a much longer lead-in time. It didn't work in our favour to have it a very short campaign, and ultimately, new candidates with little experience, they found themselves adrift. And unfortunately, because George was the target and he couldn't really help every single one of us. So the wind that is blowing in Labour's favour because of the government's stance and the government's record, it actually wiped everybody out. All the minority parties, you all the independents, they all got wiped out today because some of their votes were dire. And I was hoping, certainly in Feltham and Heston, that we ran a very good campaign. I had an excellent team who wore the soles out of their bloody shoes. But at the end of it, it's all about the electorate. And I think the electorate just wasn't swayed by anybody else's arguments, and they went for the same old, because that was a safer bet, and that was the Labour Party.
I mean, there's no scrutiny of Starmer or Labour really from the media, and there was no coverage of the Workers' Party on the media. But the only coverage was that we get for the left was very slim at all. I mean, the Workers' Party, I think, had party political broadcasts, but there was no leaders debate thing. There was no invitation to speak on any of these things. So it's not. I mean, you say the public went for Labour out of its safety. It was just because they probably didn't know there was another option, did they? I mean, that's part of it, isn't it?
That's very true, Crispin. That's very true, because obviously the mainstream media is still, whether we like it or not, that is still the main source of all information, right, regarding whether it's news or whether it's electioneering. And George Galloway and the Workers' Party were denied all news feeds. And so really, the issue comes down to is how many votes do the Workers' Party get so that they can officially be a bona fide, certified political party, in which case they would be entitled to airtime and that sort of thing. But I also suspect there was also a fair degree of collusion of denying the Workers' Party. We had people, who are candidates up and down the country being attacked. My colleague in Hayes and Harlington, Rizwana Karim, she was hassled and pushed around. We had other people attacked with machetes up in the north. We had other people who were attacked. So in reality, what we've had is there's been a deliberate attempt by others, and you can call it a deep state, but they've deliberately targeted George Galloway and also the Workers' Party candidates.
Yeah. I think that's true. I mean, I don't think there's any sort of paranoia or conspiracy on that. And the double standards that we've seen, I mean, not just Workers' Party, but in the independent candidate in Hove, her office was vandalised. The door was glued shut. This was talking about Palestine. I mean, that was the main issue that she was addressing. I find the whole. I mean, we've got someone else on the call. We've got Sabina, who is from Ashton-under-Lyne. I think the election agent in Ashton-under-Lyne. So we can maybe talk about that with her as well, if you don't mind staying. And it's late and you probably want to get to bed, but I mean, it's quite interesting what what you're saying. The Workers' Party not being given any platform at all, and being sort of pushed away, and any candidate speaking against the genocide in Gaza not given any airtime either. I feel angry. I know I'm looking on the YouTube comments, and there's a lot of anger and upset about what's happened to George Galloway. I'm just trying to see if are you there, Sabina? Where if you want to speak, well, I'll wait till I'm asked her to unmute, but I've not got a response yet. So yeah, what do you think? Are you going to stick to standing again in the council elections for the Workers' Party? What's your next plan?
Oh, it's much too early because I didn't want to stand in 2026 because of my family and other commitments. In some ways, I was trounced out of the Labour Party, and they hassled me a lot, and so therefore I stood in order to give them a bloody nose. But unfortunately, that wasn't to be today. So in 2026, I never say never, but I think that there's a lot of work that has to be done prior to what happens in 2026. It needs a lot of groundwork. I could tell you, Crispin, that in terms of party structures, we were making them up as we go along. And that's why it's very, very hard to get information, right time. Some of the the simple things like leaflets, and they were taking forever a day. And obviously I cut loose and I've done my own leaflets just being improved in terms of artwork, but I got them printed, and eventually everybody went down that route. The difficulty with that is that you have 200 odd candidates and they do their own thing. So somebody somewhere has got to be pulling all the strings and trying to get one uniform approach to everything. And that's very hard given that it's a new party and there needs to be traction straight away. So I think, in the longer run of things, we will eventually get there, be it the local council elections that are, shall we say, cutting teeth for the candidates who may then decide to stand in 5 years from today.
Yeah. So well, look, I think you did a great campaign, the first Workers' Party councillor, and apparently we've got another result coming in. What from Holborn and St Pancras is coming in a minute. So Amma, if you want to watch that, we're going to show Starmer's result. I'll put it on now. There's a
is Sir Keir Starmer's seat.
Smiling away there just as we wait for the results of his count. But I think everybody can see from his face what has happened, not just in his own constituency, where there was never any chance that he would have had a problem, but of course the pattern that he is seeing right across the country. Labour turning seat after seat red.
I, Jenny Rowlands, being the acting returning officer at the election held in the Holborn and St Pancras constituency on the 4th of July 2024, do hereby give notice that the number of votes cast for each candidate in the election was as follows. Nick, the Incredible Flying Brick, the official monster raving loony party, 162. Charlie Clinton, Liberal Democrats, 2,236. Andrew Joseph Feinstein, 7,312. Wise Islam Independent, 636.
Wow, that guy got
Senthil Kumar Independent, 40. Mireen Malik, Conservative Party candidate, 2,776. John Edmund Poynton, UK Independence Party, 75. David Roberts, Reform UK, 2,371. Tom Scripps, Socialist Equality Party, 61. Bobby Elmo Smith, 19. David Robert Stansel, Green Party, 4,030. Keir Starmer, Labour Party, 18,800.
Right, so Starmer's won. Galloway.
11,000 majority. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, Jeremy Corbyn won. I don't know if you know that. He won his seat.
No. Oh, that's brilliant.
But, Andrew Feinstein did quite well coming second, but the split vote was not helpful. And the guy who was the splitter got 800 votes. I mean, that's terrible. I mean, that bloke who came in.
Yeah.
Yes.
I had very similar things done. You know, with me, I had a candidate that stood up against us, and he took away some votes, and I think from the results that I was seeing, he was actually having more votes than I was. And same with the reform guy. He was a Sikh, and I said, in one of my videos that is this a turkey for Christmas, because obviously the reform leader Nigel Farage was dealing with the racist remarks from his candidates, and he, being a Sikh guy, turbaned with a beard, and he was a candidate for reform. Then you have to ask yourself, is he in the wrong party?
Oh God! It's just that this is just that we're in some sort of hell.
Yeah.
I can't really get my head around what's going on here. Reform are getting MP. Right, let's see. Is Sabina coming in? We might
Not coming.
Oh
I've texted obvious.
no, she's in. She's in. Yeah, we got. I think Sabina's coming in. Oh, maybe she's done a mistake. Maybe it's not her. Are you there, Sabina?
Yeah, hi. Sorry, it's a bit trying to get the camera on.
You can't get the camera on, and you sound like a Dalek.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can now. That sounds better. Oh, what would you like? Look, we're sorry we didn't hear the result. We just saw that. We just saw that Angela Rayner won.
So, sorry, you're cutting off. Reception is really bad in here.
I can see you now.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. So, how close were you
sorry?
How close were you to upsetting the odds and beating Angela Rayner? We didn't get the result. All we saw was that she won.
She did win. She did well. Better than we thought she would.
Oh.
Yeah, unfortunately, but it is what it is. We're all good. I think we're ready, prepped and primed for the next election.
What do you think happened? Do you have any idea why she did better than you thought?
I think a lot of people that have always voted Labour have voted Labour. I think a lot of people believe certain promises that were put out there, and they think that they'll deliver now all of a sudden. There was, I think, less of a majority than she's had before. I think she got about 15,000 votes. So that was the result. Unfortunately, not as good as we thought, but people did come out and vote. But the vote numbers were low as well. I think it's 51%. So yeah, that's basically it.
Well, I thought you did a great campaign, and I'm sorry that it didn't win, but it looks like it's pretty bad all over the country, if that's any consolation.
Yeah, we are hearing results as it's going. You know what? We learned a lot, and I think it was an incredible campaign. Aroma tirelessly campaigned, as you saw, every day. And unfortunately, I would love to say the result was different, but it wasn't quite as we hoped it'd be. But we're just gonna have to see what comes next. But I don't think Aroma will be giving up just yet.
No, good. Well, we all got to stick together. I mean, we've got, as they say, we've got the rights. We're on the right side of history. and they've just won a victory because the Tories are so bad. That's all it is, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I think what we can safely say is Tories definitely lost a hell of a lot of votes. Reform did probably better than we thought they would. But again, I think it goes back down to the fact that, you know, when mass media covers only a select few parties, then of course they're going to pull votes. Our party was completely neglected. Even now, it's been neglected. And you know, when you have incomplete reporting, then the voters are not informed. And also a snap election. So I think considering everything else, we actually did very well. We now have a party. I think the party can move forward. It's recognised. People do know the Workers' Party, and I think some of these candidates will do well in next elections. Many of them were new, first time candidates.
I mean, this is very early to be talking like this, but I do think that George Galloway not being elected makes the Workers' Party less about George Galloway and more likely to be a party of many people, and perhaps that would be a good thing.
Too early, like you said, I think, to discuss that. I think George brought gravitas that nobody else really could as a leader. He certainly brought recognition to the party. I'm sure he's not going anywhere straight away, but yeah, too early to say. I think we just have to wait and see. But I definitely believe that the Workers' Party is a party that will continue for many elections to come. Who leads it? Let's see. But I think
no,
it's
I don't mean. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. I don't mean we need a new leader for the Workers' Party. I'm not in the Workers' Party, by the way, but I'm just saying. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the focus is always on George, but there are many other candidates who were not the centre of attention, if you like, in the election, and maybe a kind of more. You know, it's a bit like with Jeremy Corbyn. They attacked the head, and then they got everyone.
Yeah.
If there's a lot, it's like Spartacus. If there's a lot of Spartacus, we're all Spartacus. If you get what I mean.
True.
They can't take us down. Maybe.
I think you're absolutely right, and I think that's the thing with George. You know, many times I've heard people say, "Well, he's like Marmite. You either love him or you hate him," and I think that's kind of been the challenge. Some people are very pro George, some people haven't been, but you know, I think he's been a great leader, and I know he will continue to be so. But yeah, I think, you know, people have their opinions, you know, like they do about Nigel Farage. Why are we just talking about George? They do about Nigel Farage too, in one way or the other. And I think it's we just have to see, I suppose.
What's your take on it, Amrit? I mean, it is the sort of the Workers' Party has impressed me with a number of good candidates, and the campaigns have been very strong, like in your seat and in Ashton-under-Lyne. I think it has a great potential, but obviously not having George as an MP is a bit difficult. But maybe we could look at it as a strength, not having one person.
I mean, these are swings and roundabouts to this thing. Personally speaking, I think it's a loss to the party when George is not sitting in Parliament, because a lot of the things that he says in Parliament is getting recorded as an official record. So, you know, it's there on the record. So, you know, people can be signposted to saying, look, George said this, our party stands for this. The reality is that, you know, yes, you know, George has a particular following, and sometimes, you know, the leader needs to spend time to lead that party as well, as not just be the MP. I personally, my personal take is that the party structures, we need specialists to set those party structures up, because what's failing is the very basic elements. You know, if you wanted, I mean, I'll give you an example today. We were talking about people leafleting right outside a polling station. There's nobody to put that information to, or in another instance where the polling stations is where a car park that is a pay car park, but yet people who go in, they're going to get ticket because of the camera. So how do we get this sorted out? So it's like people running around headless chickens trying to organize the very basics of things, and yet as a party we should have a little department where or a person designated they can deal with this sort of thing, whereas on the ground it's everybody left to their own devices, and that sometimes it's not a good thing, because knowledge is power. Some people have the knowledge and some people don't, and those that don't, they will fall foul of some of these election rules. And I'm sure a lot of our colleagues are struggling up in a country where that has been the case all day today. George, I think he is a leader. I will always accept him as a leader, but I think that in the overall picture of things, we've got to cut him loose from either doing the administration, or he can be the administration, and then we have to then start looking for a new leader.
Right. I mean, I think definitely that what we're all discussing is that we need to look at all of this and move on and build from our experience. And I tend to try and look at the positives on everything, even this some of these terrible results that we were hoping so much for. Maybe that there's a lesson we can learn that can make it stronger later. Sabina, our thoughts are going out to you and the campaign. It's great to see you up there in rainy Ashton-under-Lyne.
Yeah, it was indeed.
And thank you, Amrit. And I hope your results are not too bad when you find out what that one is.
Well, given the rest of the country, mine's going to pale into insignificance.
Well,
good luck anyway. Thanks, Crispin. Thank you for all your support.
Thank you, Sabina, and thank you, Amrit.
Thank you, Crispin. Thank you very much. Good night.
Bye-bye.
We've got Jan Cunliffe on the call. Have you got your result? Jan?
Yes.
What's hold on. What's happened?
Lisa Nandy's got obviously pole position. 19,000 and something. I think it's a little bit less than she got last time, but it's I did magnificently well. I thought I'd get 50, but I got 406. So that to me is a bonus, because I really didn't expect to get more than 100. Yeah.
Oh well, that's. I mean, I'm pleased that you're
and
happy
I
with your result.
wasn't last either. Yeah.
Oh right. Well, and what did Lisa Nandy say to you?
When we got off the stage, she kind of grabbed my shoulder and said, "Well done." Yeah. So yeah, it's been quite amiable all night long. So and she delivered a good speech. Seriously, let's hope the speech that she gave. If she means it, if she means it, that would be brilliant. But we'll have to wait and see, won't we?
And what's your next plan? What are you planning next?
A lot of rest and get ready for the next general election, but this time get more than 406 votes.
Well, you did really well, and you had some terrible personal circumstances before that we don't talk about, but I think you did a great job.
I think my mum would have been very proud, seriously. Yeah, and I did this for her at such short notice, and she'd have been very, very proud. So yeah, I haven't let her down.
Yeah, well, I'm proud of you, Jan, and looking forward to next time. I'll come up and I'll be even bigger next time after all those.
I don't think it was too bad for someone who just popped up from nowhere, and it's a good first step, I think. Yeah.
Well, thank you for coming on again, and we'll catch up with you again soon.
All right, see you later. Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
The Fraser stops Labour winning.
Oh, so who's won that one?
Ian Duncan Smith.
Oh, Ian Duncan Smith has won in Woodford, Woodford Green, and wherever it is. And Faiza Shaheen stopped Labour winning, but she didn't win herself.
12,000 votes.
So she didn't win, which was a hopeful a hope as well, wasn't it? Colin, how what have you picked up? Any other ones?
Yeah, no, I was just looking at the result in Chingford and Woodford Green. Yeah,
Chingford and Woodford Green. Yeah.
Yeah. Duncan Smith was. Do you know his name is actually Ian Smith, and Duncan's his middle name. So he's actually Ian Smith. Yeah, but anyway, yeah. So his majority was like really hacked into. So 12,000, and then the parties coming after that were all in the 11s and so on. So let me just check on the result. I think
Someone's put it up here.
Yeah.
Conservatives 17,000, Labour 12,500, Faiza Shaheen
12,500. Yeah, which was
so she lost.
impressive.
She was under Labour. She didn't get as many as Labour. And the guy,
Grant
Shapps has lost. Grant Shapps has lost his seat to a Labour candidate who was in my constituency when I was in Brentford and Isleworth, and he was very nondescript, sort of careerist. You're just seeing careerist people getting into Parliament. That's what we're seeing.
Pointy shoes, yeah. Just another sort of semi-interesting point was in Holborn and St Pancras, the number of votes that Starmer got was actually halved, literally halved. So he got half the votes he got in 2019. So he won, but there was a massive cut into his majority.
Wow.
So I think the point.
Did we actually get an Islington result?
No, it's not official yet. People are saying all over Twitter that Jeremy's won, but there's nothing on the official results yet.
Oh, it actually hasn't come out yet. All right. Well, is this the most depressing election you've known so far, Colin? Or how would you rank this? 1979? Which one would be worse than this?
Well, for me, 79 was obviously a killer, but
No, I can't say. No, it's fine. Sorry, there's people who are drunk around me. I don't want a dog in my face. Sorry,
but the Michael Foot election was very disappointing as well. I mean, I thought we'd do well because he was an absolute intellectual giant and a gentleman, and he obviously didn't do very well. The biggest disappointment, to be honest, would have been 97, because the party was. I mean, a lot of people around at the time were forced to vote for Blair, even though we knew what he was. And then by the time we were sort of told to vote for him again the second time, then 3-4 million people just didn't do it. So yeah, disappointing.
Well, we're getting on here, people saying 1979, 1983. I think 1983 was quite. Looking at these elections, I'm just thinking there's a sort of. It's like the conditions before each of those elections was suspicious in a sense. I mean, 1979, you had that IMF deal that made Labour cut all pay and led to the winter of discontent, which was that, the IMF led Labour to lose that election on the strikes, really. 1983, you had the Falklands factor. And then last time, 2019, you had the Brexit bungled Starmer's policy on Brexit effectively undermining Labour's chances there. There's so many of these elections. I mean, this one now, calling it so early with a government that was really crumbling was very kind of weird conditions for it, wasn't it? I mean, I just think this is that it's got. If you'd had this election a year or two ago, there's no way this would have happened. I mean, it's the timing, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's as David Miller said that clearly reform we're gaining momentum. So one way to stop that momentum is to go early with the election. Just one other, I mean, sort of one other coincidence as well. This is the first election out of 3 now where there's not been a terrorist incident in the middle of it that's halted campaigning. So if you remember, 2017 was the Salisbury Novichok thing, and then 2019 was the Manchester Arena bombing, wasn't it? So it's I was
2017
personally quite relieved that nothing like that happened this time.
Well, yeah, I thought 2017 was the Manchester one, I think. Yeah, 2017 was the Manchester one, but the thing is, this election's timing has been perfect for Starmer and terrible for people who want to start an alternative, who haven't built anything, had nothing in place. We were just waiting around, twiddling our thumbs. I suppose we had it coming in a sense, didn't we?
Well, I mean, as soon as I lost faith completely with the Socialist campaign group of MPs, because as soon as Jeremy was suspended, any socialist should have resigned the whip in solidarity, and not one of them did. I don't know if there was discussions amongst themselves or not, but they could have all resigned the whip. They would have become the 4th largest group in Parliament for getting on for 3-4 years. So that would have been a real seed corn or real seed crystal to build a movement around, and they just didn't do it. I was very frustrated with that. So, but again, as people have been saying, we can't wait for Jeremy. It's that's an opportunity that's gone. It's not going to happen again. We can't wait for a leader. We have to make our own. A leader has to come from our ranks.
Yeah. Like we've still got a few seats that haven't come out yet. I've just seen that. I've just seen something here that says Birmingham Ladywood is 4 o'clock. Birmingham Yardley is 4:30. I'm not hearing Blackburn. Jeremy's oh, what have we got here? Jeremy's not the results not come in yet.
No, it's not still not in yet. No, that's so. I mean, the overall summary for people that haven't got it in front, Labour are on 108. They've gained 41. Conservatives have got 18. They've lost 49.
Yeah.
Lib Dems are on 13. They've gained 10. SNP are on 1. They've lost 5. And then it says others have gained 2. I don't know what those others are. It'll be 30p Lee, and did they get another one, or someone else got another one? I don't know. Can't see it on the map.
I mean, it's we're going to have Andrew Feinstein on the call in about 2 minutes. So if you want to wait for that, anyone who's thinking of going to bed, we haven't had all the results in. We've got Birmingham hasn't come in, any of them, I think. And as I say, Jeremy's not yet been declared. And I think, someone's saying, I think we've got quite a few to. If we get one positive out of this, it would be. It would be quite good if Jeremy got elected. I mean, now we're saying that. Where are we now? What have we got here? another announcement. Is this Jeremy? This is Jeremy's one. No one's calling it on me. Thank you for that. Jeremy's one's just being announced, so I'll just put that on.
All right, we watched that.
1,661. That's 1661. Jeremy Bernard Corbyn, commonly known as Jeremy Corbyn, independent, 24,000. That's 24,120. That's 24120. Karen Ann Harries, the Conservative Party candidate, 1,950. 1950. Paul Dominic Jostling, 3232. Sheridan Virginia Cates, commonly known as Sheridan Cates, Green Party, 2,660. That's 2660. Praful Nagan, Labour Party, 16,873. That's 16873. Martin John Nelson, Reform UK, 1,710. So that's 17110. Total number of ballot papers rejected is as follows. Want of an official...
As a Labour MP, he's been the MP there for over 40 years for Labour, but now he's standing as an independent. The Labour candidate coming in second, Peter Mandelson.
I would have loved to
see Praful Nagan, the Labour candidate, be elected because he would have been an excellent MP for Islington North. Like many other people, I canvassed for him, I worked for him, and he really is first rate. My only consolation in this result is that Jeremy Corbyn is not Labour MP and never will.
What went wrong here for Labour, though?
What went wrong was very clear to anyone who knocked on any door. He kept on knocking on the door, saying to people, can I ask you how you're going to vote? And they said, yes, we're going to be voting Labour. We've always been Labour. We're backing Labour. Therefore, and we're going to be voting for Jeremy Corbyn.
We've now got a declaration, indeed, at Clacton.
Oh, well, great for Corbyn to speak.
Now that's Nigel.
Oh, Nigel Farage now, so we didn't get a heat.
I'm now going to declare the result of the Clacton constituency Member of Parliament. I, Ian Davidson, being the acting returning officer at the election for a Member of Parliament for the Clacton constituency on Thursday, the 4th of July, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Bensilem Matthew, Liberal Democrats, 2016. Farage Nigel Paul, Reform UK, 21,225. Jameson Craig, Climate Party, 48. Mac Tony, Independent, 317. Osborne Natasha, Green Party, 1,935. Owusa Nepal Jovan, Labour Party, 7,448. Pat Anastu Tassos, Heritage Party, 33. Pemberton Andrew, UKIP No to Illegal Immigration, 116. Watling Giles Francis, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,820. The number of ballot papers rejected was 111.
Well, in a matter of moments, two big headlines there.
What we've got there is Jeremy Corbyn's been cut off from speaking, and they've put on Farage. But we've just heard someone said Shocker has won in Leicester, but I'm We've got Andrew Feinstein on the call here.
Farage as well.
Hi, Andrew.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Well done on your result. I mean, you certainly did. You came a clear second there, and some of those other candidates should be ashamed of themselves for standing against you. How do you feel?
I mean, it's quite difficult to comprehend. Obviously, it would have been great if we'd had a clear run at him, as you say, because I think it would have been a close run thing. I also think that if we'd had 6 months for this campaign rather than 6 weeks, we would have actually come close, if not beating him. And I think what it shows, because the important thing here is that there was a swing of 18% from Labour to me, to the Independent, that radically, and his majority is 9,000 less than it was, and he is the first MP standing for the first time to be Prime Minister who has seen his majority slashed. All others have actually increased their majorities. Even John Major and Theresa May increased their personal majorities. So I think what this shows is, first of all, how incredibly unpopular he is personally, that even in his own backyard, many, many people do not like his politics, do not like his leadership of the Labour Party. And I think despite winning a huge majority in the country as the Labour Party, what this shows is that the next Prime Minister enters office with many in his own constituency deeply unhappy about the direction he has taken the Labour Party. So I think in many ways, it's incredibly energizing for those of us who want to see a different kind of politics, who want to see a politics that focuses on ordinary people, on the housing crisis, on the NHS crisis, on the care and benefits crisis, on the wages and employment crisis, and of course, on the foreign affairs crisis, which is primarily around Britain's role in the genocide being committed in Gaza. So I think for all of those volunteers who gave so much energy, so much commitment, so much passion to this campaign, of course we would have liked more votes. Of course we would have liked to beat Keir Starmer. But I think this is a quite unprecedented and quite extraordinary result, given the overall nature of this election.
I mean, there's a lot of results that have been disappointing, and the exit poll, and it seems to be coming true. But your result was very good. Jeremy Corbyn has just won with quite a big majority, and we've also seen that Shokhat Adam has beaten Jonathan Ashworth in Leicester South, which is a biggie. It hasn't been
fantastic. Both of those results are extraordinary.
Well, it hasn't been put on the BBC yet, but we hear everyone's saying it's happened, that Shokhat Adams won. And I was up there, and his organisation was started in January, and he was telling me that he had 30 people, 2 teams of 30 every day going out.
That's just incredible. And that's a great, great credit to him and his team. But also, if I can, Crispin, just to mention Jeremy's result. You know, this is extraordinary. This is next door to Holborn and St Pancras, next door to Keir Starmer's constituency. Jeremy so outperformed Keir Starmer in terms of the number of votes he won. And it really says so much and gives so many of us hope that this is in fact the situation. So while it's a resounding win for a right-wing Labour Party, there are indications, especially in the fact that Keir Starmer has failed to oust Jeremy Corbyn from Parliament, which was one of his key objectives, and that Jeremy, who is an extraordinary local MP, who is a magnificent human being, and who is a symbol of the struggle for equality, for justice, for peace, not just in Britain, but around the world. So I think we, as the left, have a number of real positives that we can take from this campaign, despite the fact that Labour have won a huge majority in terms of seats, which is a reflection more of the absurdity of our electoral system than anything else.
Well, I mean, the result that we've just heard, it made up for some of the bad ones, and you know that.
Absolutely. So congratulations to Jeremy. Congratulations to Shaukat, if indeed he has one, but even if he hasn't, for an extraordinary campaign. And congratulations to all of the progressive independents, who I think have run brilliant campaigns across the country, have ensured that the issues that I mentioned earlier, issues like housing, issues like poverty, issues like declining wages, issues like increasing inequality, and of course, the profound issue of Britain's role in the genocide in Gaza, that these issues have played an incredibly important role in this election. Because of course, as we saw in the survey yesterday, 95% of people voting for Labour are voting for Labour to get the Tories out, not because of Labour policies, certainly not because of Keir Starmer. So I think we must take hope from these things. We must pick ourselves up. We must build a movement in this country from the grassroots, mass-based, democratic, that gives people an alternative to the awful politics of the Labour Party, what's left of the Tory party, Nigel Farage and whatever his party is called today. And we must give as many people as possible in Britain a real alternative, an alternative that inspires hope and that inspires a progressive future for all of us. And what we need to do to achieve that is change the structure and the functioning of our politics in Britain. And I do think, despite Labour's overwhelming majority, the low turnout nationally, the very low turnout in this seat, Keir Starmer's own seat, and Keir Starmer's own very disappointing performance in this seat, where we've seen, as I mentioned, a swing of 18% from Labour to an independent. We must take heart from this and we must build.
And so says someone who was in South Africa during apartheid.
Well, when I left South Africa in 1986, I thought there was zero prospect of apartheid ending in my lifetime. I assumed I would never be able to set foot in the country of my birth again. 4 years later, our political prisoners were freed, the ANC was unbanned, and a further 4 years after that, Nelson Mandela was elected as our first democratic president. So I am always filled with enormous optimism and hope. And despite the size of the Labour victory, their actual share of the vote is not great. And I believe that we, as progressives, united around the country, learning from the ANC as a democratic, mass-based organization, a broad church welcoming of many, the future is actually in our hands.
Well, thank you so much for coming on, Andrew. And it's good to see you. And I hope we can speak again soon about where we go from here.
We absolutely will, Crispin. Thanks for all your support during the campaign.
Oh, thank you. And well done. And
all the best.
Cheers. I'm going to, people have been saying that Jeremy's speech, we missed it, but I've actually got it for people to watch Jeremy's speech, so I'll just play that for you. Here you go.
As is too often happening in this country. Ours is a positive campaign trying to bring hope to people who are in housing stress, who are homeless, who are going through mental health difficulties, who are worried about their future. And the political system has to produce answers to those concerns and those worries. Demonising refugees, demonising people from other countries won't solve those problems. The only way we solve the problems of our community is by uniting our communities. And our campaign was utterly determined to bring that degree of unity to it. And so this result is, to me, a resounding message from the people of Islington North that they want something different, they want something better, and in the new government that's coming in, they're looking for an end to things like the two-child benefit policy cap. They're looking for regulation of the private rented sector. And if I may say so, they're also looking for a government that on the world stage will search for peace, not war, and not allow the terrible conditions to go on that are happening in Gaza at the present time. So this was a grassroots campaign that isn't going to disappear, isn't going to go away. It's brought together people from all walks of life, from all ethnic communities, from all languages and all ages, in a determination to get something better in our society. My job in Parliament will be, as it's always been, to deal with the individual problems that many of our people face, but to speak up where necessary in criticism in order to bring about the social changes that this country needs and my constituency needs. And I'm humbled and proud and very grateful to the people of Islington North, who I've represented for so long and have taught me so much. I owe my life and my learning and my abilities entirely to the people of Islington North. This victory is a dedication to them, and steadfastness in the face of opposition, steadfastness in the face of abuse. We have shown what kinder, gentler, more sensible, more inclusive politics can bring about. I couldn't be more proud of my constituency than I am tonight. I'm proud of our team that brought this result. Thank you very much, Islington North, for the result that we've achieved tonight. Thank you.
Jeremy Corbyn, his voice cracking there towards the end.
Wow, Jeremy was very emotional there. Well, if that's true, I mean, cool, what's going on in Blackburn? It's that someone said Adnan Hussein is the winning by 50 votes. I don't know.
You want a quick word about Shawkat? That I don't know if the results are. I've got it in front of me. The results there. Shawkat he got 14,739 votes. John Ashworth, I can't tell you how pleased I am to say this, 13,760. So Shawkat won by less than 1,000, but nonetheless he won. So,
right, I'm going to play a video of Shawkat, just a short video, just so you know a bit more about him, because I went up there to see him, and this is his video here.
We have been working tirelessly. We have a community from all backgrounds that are essentially fed up of two-party solution that we've had. There's no difference between the two. The chasm between the two is completely invisible, really. So there's been that general feeling for a little while.
I've never been that interested in politics, to be honest. I've always been, I'm too busy with my life or whatever. But I think seeing that nothing's been done and there's so much happening in the world and our voice just isn't getting heard, I think it's important to vote for someone who's willing to listen.
There's a major impact on what's happening with foreign policy at this moment in time. I understand that Jonathan Ashworth was heading up south of Leicester. Unfortunately, our voices weren't heard.
The Palestine thing's woken up a lot of us because we've seen that when there's no ceasefire, we're asking for a ceasefire, no one wants to do a ceasefire, so that's Labour, Tories, they don't want to do a ceasefire. So that's kind of opened us up and saying that we're seeing all this, what's happening in Gaza right now, and no one wants to put a stop to it.
We have had countless marches, we've had thousands of protests, and there's been The best thing about it has been that it's not just one group of people at these events. It's multiracial. It doesn't matter what religion, what creed, and it's really heartening to see that this is a humanitarian issue.
Leicester has gone downhill. If you look at our city centre, it used to be such a beautiful, vibrant city. You could take the car, travel into the city centre easily. There was lots of accessible routes. Over the years, through Labour, those routes have been cut off and pedestrianised, and that takes away the customers away from city centre. That means the businesses are going downhill.
You go to our town centre, it's unfortunately a shadow of what it used to be. We need complete business regeneration. So we have been working on this campaign for the last 6-7 months, and we've got a real infrastructure. 4th of July is what? Independence Day, and I'm an independent candidate, and we're going to win it on that day.
Oh, wow. I can't believe what's going on with the with these results. I mean, shocker. Having seen the others, Colin, I thought that no one was going to win in this like that, but that's a massive result, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, two results. Jeremy winning is absolutely fantastic. Shockat against Jonathan Ashworth, who is, remember how treacherous he is. He was the lad that phoned up his Tory mate to tell him about the coup. I don't know if people remember back that far. He was married to, I don't know if he still is married.
Emily Oldknow,
Emily
yeah.
Oldknow, yeah. And she of the leaked report fame. So I'm just really chuffed. So can I just say cheers? You can't see it, but because of the backdrop. But cheers! I've gone for that glass of wine now. It's time.
Well, I'll tell you that the thing, we had Shockat on earlier. If you remember, if anyone was there at the beginning, he was on at the start, and he didn't really say much. The thing about Shockat is he didn't actually make any national waves. No one was talking about him. They were all talking about I don't know, Andrew Feinstein or Leanne Mohammed or I don't know, maybe the Birmingham candidates who we're going to find out about soon. I mean, he was having 2 teams of 30 out every day from January. This is all we've got to do. We've just got to have 60 people in each constituency and go out and knock on doors, and then you can do it. Don't you think? I mean, Colin, it's not that difficult, is it?
Well, it's grassroots. I mean, Labour, when it was Labour, was always a grassroots movement, and it's only turned into what it's turned into when it became a top-down movement. I think community is definitely the way to do it. I mean, you've had some very interesting guests on the show talking about cooperatives and food banks and just generally building community there. And if we're going to start anywhere, that's the place to start. To start in communities and building from there.
Yeah, I mean, we've still got. I just want to say that thank you to people who are commenting in the chat, because you're giving me information here. But I mean, I've just asked that you please donate, and I've also got a large donation from Coops, or is it co-ops without the hyphen? I'm not sure, but thank you, Coops, for that. If anyone's willing to donate, it'd be really helpful, because we're trying to put this out all the time. I really want to develop this show on YouTube, if possible, later on, so we get more of an audience than we do normally on Zoom on Sunday mornings. And I'm really hopeful that Shockat's going to come back on. We're trying to get Shockat back on to talk. We're going to have a victory from Shockat's speech, hopefully, on our show. We haven't seen anything from the BBC on that. Rubbish broadcasts. So what else? Any other results coming out, Colin?
There's a ton of them. I was just looking at the summaries. So we've moved on now that Labour have 172 seats. They've gained 72. The Tories have lost 86. They've got 31. Lib Dems doing well as we predicted, 21 seats. Excuse me. They've gained 18. Reform have now got 3 seats, and that slipped by. And then others, I mean, that could be anything, but we know that we've got at least 2 good results as far as that's concerned. Let me just see if on the map to see if I can see where the Reform ones are. Okay, well, we've got Clacton. There's one in Great Yarmouth, as we spoke about. Oh, and then of course 30p Lee as well. So that's your three Reform seats.
Oh, right. So they had one in Great Yarmouth.
Yeah, I mean, that's
a similar
before.
Clacton. It's sort of similar old seaside resort, isn't it?
Well, it's because it's East Anglia and it's agricultural, and during the but while we still were in the EU, a lot of migrant workers would come over to work in agriculture, and the people. I mean, they're racist. They don't like people coming from outside. What can you say? I mean, that's the reason.
So I wonder. All right. I wonder when we're going to hear the Birmingham, because I saw that it was about 4 o'clock, Birmingham. Now, if Shokat's won in Leicester South, I'd be quite confident that Ahmed Yaqub would win in Birmingham Ladywood.
Yeah, nothing there.
Being as he stood in the mayoral election in the
Labour hold.
Oh, that's Amrit Mann's one. Feltham and Heston. So Amrit Mann obviously didn't win. He was on saying he didn't think he would. But I think Birmingham, we've got a chance there. There's a few seats in Birmingham actually, and also we haven't heard from Leanne Mohammed.
No.
Does anyone know when that's expected? Blackburn's a win. What does that mean?
Where are we?
Blackburn's a win.
Says undeclared on my map, so not there yet.
Joe Bird lost Birkenhead, it says.
Oh.
22,000 to Labour, 8,000 to Joe Bird. What else have we got? Any other results coming in? Greens have won Bristol Central.
Yeah.
Have you heard that one? That's a confirmed, is it?
Yeah, we discussed it earlier, didn't we? So
that's the Debonair one, isn't it?
Yeah. So the results there were Carla Denyer, basically 24,539. Thangham Debonair, 14,132, and then Tories and so on. But basically 10,000 majority to the. Is she the vice chair of the Green or the joint chair of the Green? I don't know.
She's the joint leader, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. So we've got. We haven't had Brighton yet either. There's that pavilion, and we've also got Hove. We haven't heard from. Who's this thing? Who's this one? Kings. Oh, that's the old. Oh, they're just showing Starmer's one, are they?
Isle of Wight Less, get Peckham, Labour hold. Dunstable, Labour gain. Isle of Wight, Labour gain.
Isle of Wight, Labour gain, right.
Dunstable,
Isle of Wight West.
Isle of Wight, Labour gain.
Yeah, it's like Isle of Wight West. Big enough for two MPs.
Oh, Suella, is that Suella Braverman's one or something?
I don't know.
I don't know. Right, so we've got a lot of results coming in. Wokingham, Lib Dem gain. Claudia Webb split the vote, so Tories take from Labour in Leicester.
Labour game.
Well done, Claudia. Well done.
Labour's won Chichester.
No, not Labour, Lib Dem.
Oh, Lib Dems have won. Oh, right, Lib Dems have won Chichester.
Chichester, yeah.
We've got Braverman has held her seat, right? What else have we got here? Right, look, we're still waiting on quite a few.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but Braverman held a seat. Her majority was 26,000. So yeah, I mean those are marginals today. But I mean, you know, it's not too surprising that she held on to it. Have you gone?
No, I'm still here.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So what's your plan then? Just to go all the way through now?
Why, you want to go to bed?
No, I've just. Have
you got a second? Have you got second wind?
I've had a sip of wine. I'm feeling fine now. Thank you. Yeah,
Oh, I see. Right, Shockat's done that to you, has he?
Oh, what better results could you? I mean, the only thing could be better today now, you know, apart from all the bad news, is if Chris Williamson did okay as well. That would be that would work out well.
Shockat's put his result onto Twitter, and he said in a statement coming soon. So maybe he's not going to come back on here. Jonathan Ashworth lost his seat by 2%.
Yeah, we lost about 800 votes, but a loss is a loss. That's how it goes.
Bader Shaheen didn't win. Ilford South. That's
Labour.
Labour's won that, right? That's right. That means that that's not Ilford North though. That's Ilford South.
Yeah.
Oh, I see the Squawk Box are putting out stories in the middle of the night. So Steve Walker's obviously quietly typing away downstairs.
He's doing it under his sheets, isn't he? That's what he's doing.
Yeah, he's put out Ashworth's lost. He's put out a story. He's got a picture of Ashworth. Right. So what's going on? What's going on? Come on, let's have some more. Let's have some more. Richard Tice has won. Yeah. Oh no,
God.
Lincoln Labour gained.
Yeah.
Clacton, Great Yarmouth. Oh, Boston and Skegness. Yeah, another one on the North Sea coast there. So Tice, 15,000 votes. The Tory, 13,000 votes. Well, it'll be nice. Looking forward to some more Union Jacks. We haven't had enough of those.
Oh yeah, how many? Oh yeah, should we do a sweepstake now? We're going to do a sweepstake on YouTube. Anyone that gets it right will get an old an empty box of baklava that I might have. What I'm wondering is how many Union Jack flags will Starmer have behind him in Downing Street? And I want it to the nearest 5. Okay. How many, in multiples of 5, how many Union Jack flags will Starmer have when he walks down Downing Street?
Oh, when he walks down.
Yeah, how many will be fluttering behind him? Anyone? Oh, wow, Adnan Hussein is between. Craig Murray apparently is not going to be the one who could beat the Labour candidate, but it's the candidate whose election agent was the same as Jack Straw's. So it's either one Labour candidate or a fake lady candidate. I mean, that's just right. Here we go. Michelle Hessler says 40, 100. Ian Lucas says 100 flags. Right. So, David White's put 300. I think he's more likely. I think that 555. It's gone up now. He's put some. Ian Lucas has put a British Union Jack and an Israeli flag. 120. 120. Right, I'm going to keep a note of all these. 666. It was multiples of 5, but I'll let you get off the way with 6. 40 flags. And what do you think he's going to say when he gets on the old soapbox? Is he going to say, "I think it's change. We're going to bring change. Today is a day of change"? What do you think? What do you think? What word do you think? How's he going to style this one out, do you think?
Toolmaker. My toolmaker father would be very proud of me.
Oh, do you think he'll mention his dad? Right, okay, here's one. If you reckon that Starmer will mention his dad on his speech on the soapbox, put your thumb up or something, or put a donation in, right? If you don't think it'll be his dad, then don't bother with the donation or anything. But try and, if you want to do a donation, maybe try a donation just to see what it feels like. I don't know. Is that how they do it on these things? How do they do these? How do they do these things about donate now? Yeah, click here or click there, click there and click there, and donate here. Yeah, donate there and click there. No one's donating anyway. But anyway, my dad's a tool maker. 50 flags. Boston. I'm just waiting for the Birmingham. What have we got? Any more results coming in?
Well, I can give you the summary again. 209 seats to Labour now. They're 93 up. Tories 108 down. Got 37 seats. Lib Dems 20 seats.
That's a good point there. Dittany's put in that he'll say Pebble Dash Semi in his speech.
Yeah. I think I've seen that film, to be honest. That's
50 flags, Pebble Dash Semi. Yeah, I can just imagine it. It's going to be wonderful, isn't it? What have we got? Any? Oh, just got some Richard Tice. You don't really want to watch Richard Tice, do we?
not really, no.
Oh yeah, Country Before Party. That's a good one. David White's called a good one there. I'll put Country Before Party.
Yeah.
Halima Khan had not heard anything on that result. Oh yeah, I mean the East London results. There might be a shock there. We don't know. You never know. Bethnal Green and
yeah.
My attempt at getting a donation has not worked at all. I didn't get any from that thing. What do they? No. They're more sophisticated, aren't they? The people who get these things. Yeah, click down there. Click in there.
No, you're thinking of OnlyFans.
Is that?
No, if you don't know what OnlyFans is.
Country Club Before Part. Oh, do you think he'll mention football in it? I bet he. Do you know what he'll do? He'll nick the Sun's headline and he'll say, "England's coming home" or something. "Britain's coming home." Do you think he'll say that?
New manager, yeah, that's
back in the service of working people. That's a good one. How do I donate? There's a sort of, oh, look, how do you donate? Look, here's how you donate. Here's how you donate. Here's how you donate. There's a little dollar sign, I think. There's a dollar sign by the chat, There's a dollar sign. I know it's not the right currency. Maybe I don't know what the plus one is. No, I think it's a dollar sign. Is it a dollar sign? I think it's a dollar sign. I think you can put any dollar sign you like, but who thinks he'll manage to slag off Corbyn? Oh yeah, he'll say we've changed the Labour Party and we're going to change the country. Wake up, Crispin. How do I donate? Show your support. There's a thing by the chat. There's a little thing that is thing with a dollar sign on it. Oh, God, it's 4 o'clock. I've been doing this. I've only had one break in this broadcast, and that was to have checked the plumbing, as my granddad used to say. And that was at about what time was that? When did I do that? Just not that I'm anal and sort of want to know when I check the plumbing, but it was about, was it 1 o'clock? Something like that. No, I'm fine. So what have we got any results from? We're just going to talk about is this what's her face? Bodicea. What's her name? Penny Mordaunt. Yeah, Penny Mordaunt, that's it.
Bodicea, yeah. The lady with the sword.
Let's see what Penny Mordaunt.
For the Conservatives tonight. The BBC forecast officially is that we're on course for a Labour landslide with a majority of something like 160 seats as we wait for Penny Mordaunt's count there to be declared.
Just seeing a Liberal Democrat and Conservative candidate in conversation. I'm hearing from the Liberal Democrats that the situation in Jeremy Hunt's seat in Surrey is too close to call. That is a fine battle between the Conservatives and the Lib Dems. The suggestion there might just be 100 votes in it.
One of the things that emerging from the night so far is that this is not just about the Conservatives taking a hammering, but it points also to a real changing of the guard. So faces that are familiar to our viewers over the years, whether it's Grant Shapps, Gillian Keegan, the Education Secretary, people who've been around, who've been in prominent jobs, are on their way out. Will Penny Mordaunt become the latest of them? Suggestions from Labour about half an hour or so was that it was very, very tight and they were feeling pretty hopeful. So is that a brave face or a guarded smile? We should know just in the next couple of minutes. We wait for the declaration there at Portsmouth North. And Portsmouth North is the type of seat that goes with the winning party. Known as a bellwether, follows the straws in the wind, and hopefully the declaring officer.
I've had enough of that. So I've had enough of that. It's driving me nuts. I can't watch anymore. It's the most boring thing I've ever heard. Oh, she's wearing buttons on her coat. I couldn't give a stuff. And we've got lots of people lining up in this. I'm good at wasting time while I talk. Right, here we go. Do you want to hear the result? All right, we'll do the result then. Has she lost? Has Bodicea lost? Let's see.
Thank you very much, Natalie. I, Councillor Jason Fazakerley, returning officer for the Portsmouth North constituency, hereby declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Simon James Dodd, Liberal Democrat, 3,031. Amanda Louise Martin, Labour Party, 14,495. Penelope Mary Mordaunt, commonly known as Penny Mordaunt, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,715. Duncan Stewart Robinson, the Green Party, 1,851.
No, I don't know. All we know is Bodicea lost, and I don't really need to hear any more about Labour winning because I can't be interested. But we'll not see her likes again. We'll never see her likes again.
It's the same thing as we've happened all the way through, that Labour got roughly the same number of votes they got last election, and then Penny Mordaunt, she's lost 2/3 of the votes that she got in 2019. So it's not an interesting story, but that is the story of the night. The Tory vote has collapsed. Labour are not really gaining, and we've got Richard Tyson Toad of Toad Hall in Parliament.
But Toad of Toad Hall. Oh, you mean the one who shows his bottom teeth all the time?
Yeah, Farage. Yeah,
Farage. Oh, I used to stand up. There's a guy when I did stand up for Labour. He used to do a joke that was really good about what was it? Nigel Farage. Farage was it? Oh yeah, and Peter Mandelson's back on. So I could put Mandelson on, right? Epstein's mate, or donate. Mandelson's on, or donate. Or no, it's the other way. No, it's the other way. Oh yeah, Nigel Farage. Nigel Farage. You won't. No, was it Nigel Farage? Nigel Farage. You won't see Romanians building his garage. What was the other one? Nigel Farage. You won't see him with an onion bargee. It's quite. I thought it was quite funny. It's just.
It's the delivery.
Yes, the delivery. Obviously, it's a bit late. Was it 4:10? I'm still going. I've just had a chocolate and a coffee. How are you doing it, Colin? Because I'm on drugs. What are you doing?
I'm drooping. I'll in about half an hour. I think I'm done. To be honest,
You can't be done. I'm on my own. You can't go. Can you just sort of just? We must have another result. Come on.
We've got Mandelson on the telly.
Mandelson's still on the telly. I can put him on any time.
Someone's birthday.
Who would you rather see on the telly? Laura Kuenssberg, Peter Mandelson, or that's it. Your choice. There you go. That's a bit like Labour or Tory, isn't it? Laura Kuenssberg or Peter Mandelson. Who would you rather see?
Who would you rather
what? Let's have a look. What's going on Twitter? Anything interesting?
Oh yeah.
No, it's too late.
She got Boda Sayers giving a speech that she loved.
Oh, we don't want to hear Boda here.
Blackpool North, a Labour gain, Kristen.
Who?
Blackpool North, Labour gain.
Blackpool North Labour gain. Leanne Mohammed's one's not come out yet, is it?
No. There's a lovely picture on Twitter of Jeremy as a boxer with half a dozen world championship belts he's holding, like looking really tough. He said, "The undisputed champion of Islington North." Brilliant.
Well, George Galloway doesn't want to come on. We're not going to talk to Galloway. I mean, I've just told he can't make it on. I don't blame him. What's going on here? Sameh Habib in Ealing North didn't win. James Murray, Starmer's bag carrier, won that one.
Who won in?
We've got, I think Luke Akehurst won, but it says on here that we've got
Actually, no. Why is the whole speech being broadcast?
yeah, what's her name? Bodacia's doing their whole speech. They're putting the whole of Bodacia's speech on. Oh, it's probably because she's going to say that Sunak let everyone down or something, isn't it? Do you want to who wants to watch Bodacia's speech? Do you want to watch Bodacia's speech?
Yeah. No.
You do? Yeah. All right. Okay. Should we watch Bodicia's speech? Here we go.
Afraid about the cost of living or accessing healthcare, or whether the responsibility you shoulder will be recognised and rewarded. That fear steals the future, and it only makes the present matter, and that is why we lost. Our renewal as a party and a country will not be achieved by us talking to an ever smaller slice of ourselves, but by being guided by the people of this country. And if we want again to be the natural party of government, then our values must be the people's. I've lost many good colleagues tonight, but I hope that, like me, they intend to carry on serving their communities with even stronger heart. Our country needs all of us. And finally, I want to thank my campaigners, my team here.
That's boring, all that stuff. I want to thank my mum and dad and for bringing me up and all that stuff. Boadicea giving me the sword. So what else have we got?
Well, I've got a summary again.
You're behaving like a Tory.
Say again.
Sue Mason just said, "Stop it! You're behaving like a Tory."
Oh.
Do you think I should go to bed now?
I don't know. 243 for Labour, gained 111. Isn't that called a Nelson in cricket? Something like that. Conservatives 46, lost 124. Lib Dems 28, gained 24. SNP lost 20. That really surprises me. And then others, whatever, then there's 9 more of those than there were before the election.
Where is Wes Streeting's one? Yeah, we want to know where Wes Streeting's one is.
Ilford South is declared, but Ilford North hasn't. I was just looking that because his partner has got a seat in the north in Stockton, and that's not declared either. And you've kind of got to wonder about how that domestic arrangement's going to work. Yeah, sort of one half of the partnership MP in London, the other half of the partnership MP in the north of England.
Who's that?
Well, who's the partner?
No, who are you talking about?
Wes Streeting's partner.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
He's got a partner.
Yeah.
Is that a private health partner or is it just a partner? Are they privately insured? What's their... Oh, look, Mandelson's on the telly again. Should we watch Mandelson?
No.
No.
We punch him.
All right, so look, we've got down. We're on
Who were we last year? Hornchurch, Conservatives hold.
Hornchurch. It's not Ilford North.
No, it's all the same area. No, they're slow.
Harrow West.
Right, that's Pamela.
No, Pamela's not one. Chris Williamson's lost apparently.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's Chris Williamson's one. Bristol East. Labour hold.
Labour hold.
Harrow West, is it?
Harrow West, yeah, that was the Labour hold. So that's Pamela.
Yeah.
It's Patrick, not she hasn't won that then.
Yeah.
There's a few that haven't come through.
Ilford North.
Where?
Labour hold.
Oh, Ilford North, Labour hold. Oh.
Yeah.
That's not means that Streeting's won. I mean,
I've not got those yet.
Huh?
Your BBC being quicker than Sky at the moment, so right. So Pamela, oh no, I've got the must have the wrong one. Where's this? Is Harrow? Oh, Brent West. That's not the same as Harrow West.
I want to say the majority.
I'm going to look on. I'm going to look for the Ilford one. If it's actually come out, then it should be on Twitter. Not come out on Twitter. What was the other one? Pamela's one.
Yeah, Harrow. Well, I've said this. It says it's declared on Sky, but it's not got the results up. So
Well done, Pamela, for the biggest swing in Harrow West, taking 4,000 votes. There's a picture of Gareth Thomas elected with 19,800.
oh, there we go. Yeah, just results come up now. Then yeah. So Pamela got 4,120. Tories got 13,191, and then Labour got 19,833.
So it might be another one.
Yeah, noble effort. Or Ilford North. There we go. Ilford North, Wesley Street. Oh crikey, West Street in 15,647. Liam Mohammed, Independent, 15,119. She lost by 400 votes.
No.
What a thing.
Oh no.
Oh, so close.
400 votes.
Yeah.
Oh, if only they could have recounted it.
I would do a recount.
I would have.
Yeah, they probably might well have recounted, to be honest, because of the thing. But what an amazing result.
Oh,
No, because she was so good. I can't believe she didn't get it by that short amount. Oh. Oh, jeez.
Well, they've taken some serious dents. I mean, that's for certain. You know, Streeting's a big gun, isn't he? As far as Labour are concerned.
Oh, that's so close. Oh. Oh God.
So Streeting, a Labour big
What's
gun. So Streeting, a Labour big gun, he's got a majority of 528. So that's the difference in the result. 528. I like to work it out because I can't do it in my head.
528. We still haven't got anything from Blackburn. We still haven't got anything from Birmingham. I'm looking at some
Nothing from Stratford and Bow.
Watford WhatsApp groups.
Blackburn's still not declared.
You're getting fan mail, Colin. People sending me saying Colin's marvellous.
All right, okay, that's very nice. Is that worth a donation?
I don't think we're getting any donations.
No.
I mean, we're saving you from what have we got there? Alex Salmon. I mean, do you want Alex Salmon or do you want Mandelson? I mean, we're saving you from all this lot. And we're giving you the results they won't even give you on the BBC. Nothing in Brighton either. We're not hearing Brighton or Hove.
No.
The Blackburn we've not heard.
Sarah Sultana holds.
Okay. Big Collins done well after 5 glasses of wine.
No, I've had half a glass.
No, I mean, David White says Leanne and her team fought a brilliant campaign. Oh, it's true. What a if she'd have won that one, that would have taken all the shine off for Starmer.
Yeah. So close. So we're on
500 votes. Wow, it's just such a
we've got 360 seats returned, so that's kind of half-ish. And Labour 263, Tories 50, Lib Dems 33, SNP 4, others 14. So about half the seats returned. So what did David Miller say? I think it was a fair point that the rural seats tend to report in later because it takes longer to get the votes together.
yeah.
And the rural seats tend to be Tory seats. So,
but that doesn't make sense with Birmingham. I mean, Birmingham should be in. I mean, that's a pretty compact area. I mean, those Ladywood and Yardley are not particularly big.
No.
I don't know why Brighton's got such a late result because they're not too big either. Brighton and Hove and Blackburn is a recount or must be something of that kind.
Still not declared. The recount, that'd be good. So just looking. What else were you?
Have we got Derby South result? What it was?
Yeah, what's Derby North?
Derby South. That's Chris Williamson, yeah.
What's
Yeah.
Derby North?
Also,
The see Derby South.
Yeah.
That was our
no, they're not reported around there.
All right, Derby South, Labour got 14,000. Chris Williamson got 5,000. Reform got 8,000. Tories got 5,000.
The Lehman Palm tweeted 54.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you have to say, I mean, that these aren't winning results, but I mean, you know, they are fairly hefty chunks of people's votes there. You know, the 5 years ago, 4 years ago, that could have been 120 votes. You know, like a lot of independents were getting. You know, these are fairly.
In the bundle, I've got a tweet here from Cal Ross in Liverpool. Thank you for that, Cal. He's put in the bundle recount in Blackburn, Adnan Hussein lead has gone up to 99 votes to Labour's Kate Holland. Well, we don't know Yardley or Ladywood or any Birmingham as far as I can see. Any news on Birmingham? Has anyone got any news on Birmingham?
It might not be counting, to be honest. I mean,
I've got a note from a Yardley WhatsApp group saying we're waiting, and this is at 4:13, and that was 15 minutes ago.
Okay.
I guess Yardley and Ladywood are both maybe the same sort of time because they seem to do them in blocks, don't they? Like Islington North and South was quite similar. Is that probably what they do?
I don't know. I was just. Oh no! What I was thinking was that Birmingham as a city is effectively bankrupt, isn't it? So they might not be employing so many counters.
Oh, that's a dark thought. So we've got quite a few to come still, and it's 4:30. Bastards! Why do they have to leave it so late?
There's a great
I mean, we've lost. We're on 574 on YouTube because people are just falling asleep. They're dropping off, hundreds at a time. Honestly,
should we do what we do with the show when it drops below a certain number? Should we call it a night?
Yeah, you're angling for that, aren't you?
Well,
I mean, I plan till. I think what time did I say it was till? 5.
Oh, okay, half an hour then. Yeah.
Should we do half an hour more? We'll do half an hour more, and then
I'll take over.
And then we'll have we'll play some what kind of we'll play some what kind of music should we play?
Give Rob a ring and make him play one.
Right, so what should we do? Look around again for more results. Ladywood is close.
Okay. Do you want a nice message that was on?
Does that mean
Twitter?
it's close to being the result we're finding out, or is it close as a?
Keir Starmer set out to destroy Jeremy Corbyn, but tonight he has failed because Keir made a fatal error. He forgot that it's ordinary voters who get the final say, not him.
I'm sorry you didn't win, but well done for a good result. No, it's really good.
Hey, look, it says is a tweet. Birmingham the result for Birmingham Lady was now expected around 5 o'clock. Still no clear indication of the winner, but Labour sources believe Shabana Mahmood is still set to win. Someone else says there's worried whispers about Birmingham, Ladywood and Blackburn. Worried whispers from Labour about Birmingham, Ladywood and Blackburn.
Right. There's Tosh waiting to get in there if you want to let him in.
You awake? Can I join? Sally, for 10 minutes. Yeah.
It's not coming on.
She's not coming?
No.
What? She's not feeling up to it?
There's some. No, she just. No, I think she's not basically. I think she's not.
Right, Tosh is back. Let's see what Tosh has got to say for himself at this time of the morning. Who is Tosh going to be in a good state at 4:30? Let's see how Tosh looks because we're going into hysterics now. Is Tosh? Tosh, how are you doing at 4:30?
I'm enjoying the cider.
Oh, right, cider. Okay. Well, that's a nice, that's a nice alternative to Colin's drinking wine and I'm drinking coffee and eating chocolate. So we've had George. Well, yep, George Galloway's lost his seat. Have you heard that, Tosh?
Yes, we heard that. We sat here. We're in the race course at Doncaster, the famous race course, and there's televisions all round. We saw Jeremy after he won. Jeremy, hey, yeah, but both myself and Nikki, unfortunately, didn't win. It was close. Nikki came last in the local election. I was next to last. I've lost my deposit, but we're building for the future. It starts here. It's not the end. It's the beginning, Crispin.
Comments now.
Yeah, well, it's a bad time to have an election for some of us. How about that?
Yeah. But there'll be another one in 5 years' time or before even. 5 years' time or before. There's local elections here in Doncaster come May. Whoops, you've gone, Crispin. Where are you?
I'm here. Oh. Can you not see me?
Yeah, I can see you now. Something else came up for a minute. I wonder what's happening. So we need to carry on drinking cider tonight, have a think about tomorrow and regroup and get back to where we can. It's the history at working class isn't full of just victories. There's a lot of defeats taking place, but we get there in the end. Yeah. And Andrew Feinstein, I understand, has done quite well and took quite a chunk out of Keir Starmer's majority, hasn't he?
Yeah. And we got a victory. Shockout Adam won in Leicester South.
Yes, got rid of Ashworth. Yeah. Yay! Here we are.
Beat Ashworth. But oh, right, we've got a few in there. Right.
There's a few of you. You've gone off the picture again, Crispin. Are you?
No, I'm still here.
Oh, you're still there? Yeah.
I'm always here. I'll be here all night and all morning, and I'll still be here tomorrow lunchtime. Yeah.
I don't know how you do it, mate. I don't know how you do it, and what you do for our movement is fantastic. It really is. And every one of us here support you, don't we? What Crispin does. Yay!
Well, thank you for that. I might actually stop at 5 o'clock because that was what I wrote on the program. Even though not all the results are in yet.
Is Rob Johnson coming on at 5 o'clock to do a song then?
Yeah, I'll have to wake him up. I'll get Rob out of bed. Yeah, Rob, come on, it's time for you to do his song now.
Crispin, and to everybody else listening, don't be downhearted. It's a setback, but we'll get there. It's not a sprint. It's a marathon, and we'll get there. Solidarity, yeah?
Yeah, well, thank you. Sleep well when you get there. Enjoy your cider. See you later.
Cheers, Crispin.
I think. Oh, Colin's still there. Right. I thought you'd gone there.
I was letting you have a chat with Tosh.
Craig has received a bad result, being told.
What's Blackburn?
I'm putting it on the slide.
Oh, yeah, you've got it on the results. You've got it on the results.
It's the BBC, the problem.
Blackburn. Anything on Blackburn? Blackburn may go independent by under 100 votes.
Whoa. No matter. Wins a win.
Is that Craig's marriage to Andrew?
Yeah. It's not to it. God. Oh, it's making me feel a bit ill seeing these Labour people saying thank you for voting for change.
Well, remember Change was the name of the Funny Tinge party.
Yeah, it's making me feel, I'm shuddering at the idea of them. So we still not get anything from Birmingham.
I can't believe Leanne making off.
Right. So how many have we got on now? We got 550. Thank you, Lynn Haywood, for the donation. Appreciated. I'm not sure how I can keep going much longer. Was it 4:38?
Yeah, nearly 5.
I still can't get over.
Well, where does Jackie live?
Someone's changed their pants.
Oh,
Oh.
we go to bed. There's no one's answering the crystal.
Recent battles on the Isle of Wight. They've got 2 constituencies.
So we're not getting any response to requests for
Jeremy Hunt.
what's happened?
Jeremy Hunt's coming in.
Is he? Oh, Jeremy Hunt's coming in. Should we do that just to see if he loses?
Yeah.
I've got it on. It's here.
Here comes.
Oh,
we're interrupting Jeremy.
Rishi Sunak,
Declaration. So we'll keep an eye on Jeremy Hunt. We'll bring you that result as soon as we have it. But there's Rishi Sunak on stage. Now, it would be extraordinary, and the first time in history, if he were to lose his seat. It's an incredibly safe seat, Richmond, in a beautiful part of North Yorkshire. It doesn't seem likely that will happen, and yet he must have on his mind parts of the country well beyond his constituency, because as things
Good morning,
stand, he's
everybody.
leading his Conservatives
Can I get your
to their
attention,
worst
please?
defeat
I,
for
Barry
many
Khan,
decades.
being the Deputy Acting Returning Officer for the election of a Member of Parliament for the Richmond and Northallerton constituency held yesterday, Thursday the 4th of July 2024, do hereby give notice that the number of valid ballot papers for each candidate was as follows. Jason Barnett, Independent, 27. Daniel George Callaghan, Liberal Democrats, 4,322. Angela Eileen Campion, commonly known as Angie Campion, Independent, 33. Louise Ann Dickens, Workers' Party of Britain, 90. Kevin Foster, the Green Party, 2,058. Rio Sebastian Justin Goldhammer, commonly known as Rio Goldhammer, Yorkshire Party, 132. Jonathan David Harvey, commonly known as Count Binface, Count Binface Party, 308. Graham Nichols, commonly known as Sir Archibald Stanton, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 99. Nicholas Omalana, commonly known as Nico Omalana, 160. Brian Neil Richmond, Independent, 222. Rishi Sunak, Conservative Party, 23,059. Lee Martin Taylor, Reform UK, 7,142. Thomas James Wilson, commonly known as Tom Wilson, Labour Party, 10,874. I hereby declare that Rishi Sunak is duly elected. Congratulations.
So, the Prime Minister for now, Rishi Sunak, holds his seat in North Yorkshire quite clearly. What's happened at the same time is Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor, has held his seat too in Surrey, but we're going to give you Rishi Sunak on the stage.
And all the team who've been working here at
we're not going to watch Rishi Sunak on the stage.
Just a note on that. Sunak obviously won his seat, but he lost 13,000 votes. So he's 13,000 votes down on what he was in 2019.
Wow. So what have we got? Any other what?
Nothing from Stratford.
Nothing anywhere.
Well, we're looking down for Brighton, aren't we? But nothing there. I was saying that on the Isle of Wight, they've got they have two MPs, and one of them's a Labour MP and one of them's a Tory MP. So that's going to bring some fights up, I'd have thought. Like the Red
Jess
Squad.
Phillips has arrived, but an hour early. That's not a good sign, apparently, meaning that she might have won. Not sure what news there is of that.
Diane Abbott, 24,355 votes. Next one down with the Greens, 9,000 votes. So she's won her seat again, but with a much reduced majority, or not much, but a reduced majority.
All right.
Well done, Diane.
So we've still got Corbyn won. Any news on Corbyn? He won, Dave. He won quite well. What's this one? North. Oh, is that Sunak's one? Oh, he's just going out.
Richmond,
right.
yeah. Richmond.
Oh.
So just to fill the dead air in, the summary at the moment then is Labour 305, gained 139 seats, Tories 65, lost 155, Lib Dems 40, gained 35, SNP lost 28. That still shocks me, that. But anyway, and then others, 18 various people. So 3 or 5. So basically, Labour are effectively 10 seats away from having an actual majority. So 325 is the borderline for the majority, because there's 650 seats, but about 10 of those seats kind of don't function because they're Sinn Féin, and they're also the Speaker and the Deputy Speakers as well, so they kind of don't vote. So about 10 away.
Well, so they might not win.
Well, if yeah, at the moment they've not won at the moment, no.
They've still got to get 10 more, and it's not even. It's 5 o'clock. It's it's nearly 5 o'clock. They still haven't done it. I mean, it's pathetic.
Have you
It's
never done
pathetic. It's not. They should have won by 5 o'clock. If they won by 5 o'clock,
any other leader would be 200 seats in front by now.
Exactly.
Yeah. Have you never done that on a football match when you know the result and then like your side's winning, and before they're not winning, you turn the telly off saying that you never get to see it?
All right. So look, but we're getting the viewers are going right down now. People are just giving up. It's 500 people there. Oh look, Hoz is on. Let's see if I can get Hoz on. What's Hoz got to say? Hoz is coming on. Hoz from the Workers' Party has just come into the Zoom.
Hi guys.
Hey.
Hi Hoz.
Hi,
You don't look too bad for 10 to 5.
Right.
Neither do you.
Yeah, but we're on drugs. So what's I mean, George Galloway's result is a gutting thing that they've read. How is he? Is he all right?
We're sitting here just watching the news. We're just, Labour has stomped on absolutely everyone. We were hoping to do a lot better than we are, and we haven't, and that's life. We're going to just take it one day at a time. I'm waiting for George to go to bed, relax, get some sleep, and we will regroup tomorrow morning and see what we're going to do as a party, and that's all we can do. We've had a bad day. We've had a very bad day in the office, as they say. That's it. What can I tell you?
How are you feeling?
Tired. I'm exhausted. I'm gutted.
You've been doing so much over the last few weeks as well. I mean, all over the place. Yeah. I mean, up and down the country, organising candidates to signing up and forms and pictures, and I bet you could do with sleep for about 3 weeks.
I'm going to get one night's sleep tonight. I'm going to stay asleep hopefully to about midday. Then I'm going to get my ass up and go and find out what we're going to be doing. I'm not stopping. I'm going to keep trying to hold this Labour government to account, much in the same way as we tried to hold the Tory government to account. But, I was hoping to do it from government. We'll have to do it from outside government. That's it. I mean, the people have chosen. Democracy is working. The only problem is I think that we've got much lower turnout than we have done in the past, especially in comparison to Jeremy's 2017, in comparison to Jeremy's 2019. These are lower numbers, and and Keir Starmer can't turn around and say, I've got the mandate of the people, because you didn't get as big a mandate as Jeremy did, nowhere near those numbers. So it is what it is. I think this whole election cycle has been one of so many people being upset with the Tory party that they were just sick and tired of the Tories and just wanted to change. And everyone just piled in and voted for Labour. Labour has offered nothing. All they've offered is, stand here, do nothing, and let the Tory party explode. And that's what they've done. They've imploded. And, if you had a lettuce up against the Tory party, they'd win. That's all I can say. It's like, and because Labour is, everyone wants to make sure that we don't end up with halfway house with people. They just all piled in and voted for Labour, and Labour has spent more money in these elections than anyone else. A horrendous amount of money. We can't compete with those people. They got millions and millions and millions of pounds to use. I think we raised 57,000 or 60,000. I'm not sure. Can't win against that kind of. I mean, I think at one stage Labour was spending £50,000 a day on advertising, and I've heard rumours circulating that there was about £1 million spent in the last couple of days. We can't compete against that, you know. Whereas we did have a lot of South Asian and a lot of, you know, normal average people happy to put their money where their mouth is and go and become, you know, stand for Parliament for us. But it wasn't, you know, anywhere near organised as all the other parties, and we didn't have the finances to support everyone and everything. So we did our best, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. The money side, and then the not having any media coverage as well. On top of that, I mean, that's just, you know, if you're not getting any balance on the media, plus their advertising money, and their machines that they've got, the resources they've got in offices and all that kind of thing. I mean, it's a totally different ball game.
But can't win against them.
But we've got what is it? We're on the right side of history, eh? And that's what matters. And they're all going to be shown up on that. We've just got to keep plugging away. I don't want to keep you any longer because I feel as knackered as you look. And,
can I just say one thing though? That I'm hoping that our Workers' Party will get ourselves into a place where I know for a fact that this Labour Party is going to let down the people. They're going to break their promises, and they're going to break their promises all the way through to every single one of the elections that are coming up. There's elections coming up, council elections in May 25. I know there'll be enough promises broken by then that we as the Workers' Party will be able to stand candidates against Labour councillors, and we should be able to win seats because they can't help themselves. This Labour group has not been able to follow through with anything they've promised, and I don't think that's going to change in government. They are going to create easy piecemeal targets for us to be able to attack, and hopefully our country doesn't suffer too much, but I think it is. Then we'll make them suffer. Then we will make them suffer at the ballot box. Now 25th May in 25, in 26 as well, there's local council elections across the country, and we're just going to go to them and attack them everywhere we can at all times and see what happens. That's it. That's it.
Yeah. That's right. We just got to keep going, and you're doing a great thing. What you've done, and you know, give our respects to George, and I hope you have a good sleep. And
we'll
speak again soon.
Yeah, mate. Take care. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Good night.
Cheers. All right.
You've got 7 minutes left.
Now, look, I've heard there's a few people putting things up. Adnan Hussein's won Blackburn. Is that right? And also, Iqbal Mohammed has won Dewsbury and Batley from Labour.
Well, Blackburn's not declared on my one. Dewsbury, Bradford South, Hazel Grove, Halifax. Seems that Dewsbury's not declared either.
Well, I've got one here. Independent Blackburn, independent gain from Labour. Adnan Hussein, 10,518. Labour 10,386.
Yeah, got it.
Craig Murray's got I don't have it.
I've got it here. 7,105. So Adnan Hussein 10,000, as you said, 518. The Labour person 10,386. Craig Murray 7,105.
I can see that.
Reform.
Yeah. Reform were quite low down there, 4,000. Right. Okay. So we've got, that's a bit of a shock, that one, to me.
Yeah.
Because I thought that, we'll put it this way, if that other guy hadn't stood, Craig Murray would have won.
Yeah.
So you can pretty safely say that. We haven't had any Birmingham. We've had a Birmingham, but not Yardley. Oh, Jess Phillips has won by 700 votes. Followed by 2 independents. So they split.
Oh my God. So who came second?
It doesn't say. All I've got is 2 minutes ago. Someone's put that she won by 700 votes. Someone's put a flyer saying congratulations, Jess Phillips.
Yeah,
And
it's
someone
not
else is.
not declared for me. Yeah.
But then someone said that that's not good for. That doesn't look good for Birmingham Ladywood. Right, so they've lost Blackburn and Dewsbury and Batley. Have you heard that one? Dewsbury and
No,
Batley?
they're a bit slow. I don't know what's going on there. Let me try again. So Dewsbury and Batley was who was that? That was Ledbetter's seat, wasn't it? Is that right? Was that the one where there was the by-election? Because that was the one where the sister got.
Independent gain, yeah. Yeah. Oh wow. The Independents smashed Labour. Iqbal Mohammed, 15,600. Labour, 8,700. Massive.
When?
In Dewsbury and Batley.
Oh yeah, I've got it now as well. Yeah.
Massive, almost double the vote of Labour.
Yeah.
Blackburn and so we've had Blackburn and Dewsbury and Batley.
know that.
No, I never went to that one.
So
Birmingham Ladywood is probably the last hope.
Well, that's a fair collection of independents. How many were we hoping for? I said 5.
So we've got Blackburn, Dewsbury, and Batley. Obviously, we've got Shocker at Leicester South.
For Jeremy, 5.
Islington, and
Yeah.
what else have we got here?
458.
So it's I'm going to go to bed after Birmingham Ladywood.
Okay.
And let's speak with Nate.
Have you got the result from Birmingham Yardley? Then I don't have that.
Yardley, yeah, that was 7. I think it was 700. Let me just check. All I got was
It still says not declared for me, so that's.
I've got one that 2 minutes ago. Someone said Labour hold Birmingham Yardley by 700. 3 people have written that in the last few minutes.
Yeah, but it could be 2 independent sources. So Ladywood,
Ladywood.
Yeah.
What's this one? Who's that? Oh, that's Rees-Mogg. Is he lost? Is Rees-Mogg lost? Should I put him on?
Does he come
Yeah,
on
brilliant.
the show?
Yeah, get him on, yeah.
Rees-Mogg, has he lost his one? What is it?
What he should have done.
There you go.
So the total number of valid ballot papers was 51,125. There were 142 rejected ballot papers. And I hereby declare that Dan Norris is duly elected to serve as the Member of Parliament for the North East Somerset and Hanham constituency.
Oh, so he lost.
Okay, Jacob Rees-Mogg losing his seat there, and it is coming up to 5 o'clock in the morning on this, the 5th of July. And we can now say with certainty.
Oh, pissed off. I'm not going to listen to that sort of pronouncement of and maybe earnestly say that Labour has won the general election of 2024. And then Storm comes on saying, well, look at the flags going there. Wow. Yeah. Oh, do you want to see? Let's hear Starmer's thing, shall we? Just to.
No.
Wow.
No.
Here we go.
No, don't.
Yeah, come on.
Well,
presents a serious demeanour in public, but look at that grin from ear to ear. The supporters behind him cheer. The Union flag and the saltire, look, they are being flown behind him as Labour has racked up seats in Scotland. Let's listen in to the new Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
We did it!
Nice enough.
Yeah. Good.
That's enough. That's enough. We did it. I think he done it. Right. What have we got next?
I'd like it if the signer behind him made a sign like that. That'll be good.
We did it. No. My father would be so proud of me.
You're going to see it everywhere. You don't need to post it yourself.
Oh, it's such a shame that Jodie didn't win in Yardley.
Well, we don't. I don't know. We haven't yet, so we have to take the.
So, what's the good results? Stop that. That was it.
No, we've had a few independents win. We've had
5.
We did it before. Come on, then. Let's do the independence thing. Jeremy, Shockat, Dewsbury and Batley,
yeah.
Blackburn,
yeah,
and is that it?
No, there's another one.
That was but that's not the proper flags. That's not Downing Street. That's just some sort of little inside his little supporters thing. God, can you imagine being excited by Starmer being winning an election? Can you imagine actually being excited by that?
The Epstein Club.
Yeah, Sinn Féin got 7 so far in the north of Ireland. So, do you know Sinn Féin are actually the largest political party on the island of Ireland now? Although they were anyway, but they're very, very big now. So major presence in the Dáil.
Any more donations? Okay.
Oh yeah, no donations at all. Since it's past 5 o'clock now.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to go to bed now. I think I'm just going to go to bed because no one's donating anything, and
yeah, it's true.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go to the London demo on Saturday, as well, just to bring that Starmer head out.
And Angela.
Yeah, and Angela. And
you can get the print.
And you can get the prints.
All four of them.
All four of them, including Streeting as well now.
They all on their feet.
They
are literally the shadowy cabinet.
They are, yeah, they are. Birmingham, Ladywood, nothing.
I can't.
At least they're not out of date. I was thinking if they lost their seats, they'd be out of date. Saying things, but actually they're more relevant than ever. Right?
Yeah. Well, you got to get these. I can't bear it. This Starmer's on the thing. It's 5 o'clock. We've done our shift here. So look, thank you everyone for joining us. I hope that this has made it a bit better for you all. And I don't know. I can't bear to watch Starmer's on BBC now with his sort of 70 people behind him, made to look like 200. It's a horrible spectacle. Please don't watch the BBC. You won't like it. Now let's all go to bed, shall we? And see what Ladywood's got to offer in the morning. Well, it is the morning. Huh?
Donate before you go.
Oh yeah, but donate please before you go to bed if you can. That's what I've been advised to ask. Please donate before you go to bed. I'll be back. We'll be back on Sunday morning to talk more, and after we've gone through the results and worked out where we are, how bad it's been, and
David White's donated.
Thank you, David. Good to see that, David. Nice to see you whenever I see you. And also we'll be at the demo on Saturday in London. If you're going, look out for the heads and some sleepy people. Thank you, Frank Red. And good night. Thank you, Colin. More than anyone, I think, Colin, you are the best co-presenter going, and you're I couldn't have done it without you, Colin. Look at this, look at how tired I am, and you look still quite it's still quite compass. Is it compass mentis? Is that what they say?
My eyes are drooping. You can't. The camera's not focus enough to see that. But no, but thank you. I mean, what a tremendous night, and kept entertained and amused all the way through, and informed as well. So thank you for that.
Someone's watching from Uruguay. Well, look, thank you for watching from Uruguay. I appreciate you tuning in. It's not been a great night for the country here, but we've had a few shocks, and we'll just have to get over this and get stronger and go to sleep first, and then
thank you, Deirdre.
Get better. Oh, thank you, Deirdre and Rory. Appreciate those donations. Yeah. All right. So good night to you all, and good night to you, Colin.
Yeah. Good night. Sleep well.
Have a good sleep, and see you all on Sunday. If you want to watch the show, it's on Zoom on Sunday. We'll have a more analysis. We'll have some of the protests from Saturday in London, and we'll have the speeches there as well. So I hope to see you then. All right. Bye for now. Bye-bye.